Anna Karenina. Leo Tolstoy. Part 1. 1. All happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. All was confusion in the Oblonsky's house. The wife had found out that the husband was having an affair with their former French governess, and had announced to the husband that she could not live in the same house with him. This situation had continued for 3 days now, and was painfully felt by the couple themselves, as well as by all the members of the family and household. They felt that there was no sense in their living together, and that people who meet accidentally at any inn have more connection with each other than they, the members of the family and household of the Oblonsks. The wife would not leave her rooms. The husband was away for the 3rd day. The children were running all over the house as if lost. The English governess quarreled with the housekeeper and wrote a note to a friend, asking her to find her a new place. The cook had already left the premises the day before. At dinner time, the kitchen maid and coachman had given notice. On the 3rd day after the quarrel, Prince Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky, Steva, as he was called in society, woke up at his usual hour, that is, at 8 o'clock in the morning, not in his wife's bedroom but in his study, on a morocco sofa. He rolled his full, well-tended body over on the springs of the sofa, as if wishing to fall asleep again for a long time, tightly hugged the pillow from the other side and pressed his cheek to it. But suddenly he gave a start, sat up on the sofa and opened his eyes. Yes, how did it go? He thought, recalling his dream. How did it go? Yes, Alabin was giving a dinner in Darmstadt. No, not in Darmstadt but something American. Yes, but this Darmstadt was in America. Yes, Alabin was giving a dinner on glass tables. Yes, and the tables were singing Il mio tesoro. Only it wasn't Il mio tesoro but something better, and there were some little carafes, which were also women, he recalled. Stepan Arkadyevitch's eyes glittered merrily, and he fell to thinking with a smile. Yes, it was nice, very nice. There were many other excellent things there, but one can't say it in words, or even put it into waking thoughts. And, noticing a strip of light that had broken through the side of one of the heavy blinds, he cheerfully dropped his feet from the sofa, felt for the slippers trimmed with gold morocco that his wife had embroidered for him, a present for last year's birthday, and, following a 9-year-old habit, without getting up, reached his hand out to the place where his dressing gown hung in the bedroom. And here he suddenly remembered how and why he was sleeping not in his wife's bedroom but in his study. The smile vanished from his face, and he knitted his brows. Oh, he moaned, remembering all that had taken place. And in his imagination he again pictured all the details of his quarrel with his wife, all the hopelessness of his position and, most painful of all, his own guilt. No, she won't forgive me and can't forgive me. And the most terrible thing is that I'm the guilty one in it all. Guilty, and yet not guilty. That's the whole drama, he thought. Oh, he murmured with despair, recalling what were for him the most painful impressions of this quarrel. Worst of all had been that first moment when, coming back from the theater, cheerful and content, holding a huge pear for his wife, he had not found her in the drawing room. To his surprise, he had not found her in the study either, and had finally seen her in the bedroom with the unfortunate, all-revealing note in her hand. She, this eternally preoccupied and bustling and, as he thought, none too bright dolly, was sitting motionless, the note in her hand, looking at him with an expression of horror, despair and wrath. "What is this?" She asked, pointing to the note. And, in recalling it, as often happens, Stepan Arkadyevitch was tormented not so much by the event itself as by the way he had responded to these words from his wife. What had happened to him at that moment was what happens to people when they are unexpectedly caught in something very shameful. He had not managed to prepare his face for the position he found himself in with regard to his wife now that his guilt had been revealed. Instead of being offended, of denying, justifying, asking forgiveness, even remaining indifferent, any of which would have been better than what he did, his face quite involuntarily, reflexes of the brain, thought Stepan Arkadyevitch, who liked physiology too, smiled all at once its habitual, kind and therefore stupid smile. That stupid smile he could not forgive himself. Seeing that smile, Dolly had winced as if from physical pain, burst with her typical vehemence into a torrent of cruel words, and rushed from the room. Since then she had refused to see her husband. "That stupid smile is to blame for it all," thought Stepan Arkadyevitch. But what to do, then? What to do? He kept saying despairingly to himself, and could find no answer. 2. Stepan Arkadyevitch was a truthful man concerning his own self. He could not deceive himself into believing that he repented of his behavior. He could not now be repentant that he, a 34-year-old, handsome, amorous man, did not feel amorous with his wife, the mother of 5 living and 2 dead children, who was only a year younger than he. He repented only that he had not managed to conceal things better from her. But he felt all the gravity of his situation, and pitied his wife, his children and himself. Perhaps he would have managed to hide his sins better from his wife had he anticipated that the news would have such an effect on her. He had never thought the question over clearly, but vaguely imagined that his wife had long suspected him of being unfaithful to her and was looking the other way. It even seemed to him that she, a worn-out, aged, no longer beautiful woman, not remarkable for anything, simple, merely a kind mother of a family, ought in all fairness to be indulgent. It turned out to be quite the opposite. Ah, terrible. Terrible. Stepan Arkadyevitch repeated to himself and could come up with nothing. And how nice it all was before that. What a nice life we had. She was content, happy with the children. I didn't hinder her in anything, left her to fuss over them and the household however she liked. True, it's not nice that she used to be a governess in our house. Not nice. There's something trivial, banal, in courting one's own governess. But what a governess! He vividly recalled Mill Rowland's dark, roguish eyes and her smile. But while she was in our house, I never allowed myself anything. And the worst of it is that she's already, it all had to happen at once. But what to do? What to do? There was no answer, except the general answer life gives to all the most complex and insoluble questions. That answer is, one must live for the needs of the day, in other words, become oblivious. To become oblivious in dreams was impossible now, at least till nighttime. It was impossible to return to that music sung by carafe women, and so one had to become oblivious in the dream of life. We'll see later on, Stepan Arkadyevitch said to himself, and, getting up, he put on his grey dressing gown with the light blue silk lining, threw the tasseled cord into a knot, and, drawing a goodly amount of air into the broad box of his chest, went up to the window with the customary brisk step of his splayed feet, which so easily carried his full body, raised the blind and rang loudly. In response to the bell his old friend, the valet Matvei, came at once, bringing clothes, boots, and a telegram. Behind Matvei came the barber with the shaving things. "Any papers from the office?" Stepan Arkadyevitch asked, taking the telegram and sitting down in front of the mirror. "On the table," Matvei replied, glancing inquiringly, with sympathy, at his master, and, after waiting a little, he added with a sly smile, "Someone came from the owner of the livery stable." Stepan Arkadyevitch said nothing in reply and only glanced at Matvei in the mirror. From their eyes, which met in the mirror, one could see how well they understood each other. Stepan Arkadyevitch's eyes seemed to ask, "Why are you saying that?" "As if you didn't know." Matvei put his hands in his jacket pockets, thrust one foot out and looked at his master silently, good-naturedly, with a slight smile. "I told them to come next Sunday, until then not to trouble themselves needlessly." He uttered an obviously prepared phrase. Stepan Arkadyevitch understood that Matvei wanted to joke and attract attention to himself. Tearing open the telegram, he read it, guessing at the right sense of the words, which were garbled as usual, and his face brightened. "Matvei, my sister Anna Arkadyevna is coming tomorrow," he said, stopping for a moment the glossy, plump little hand of the barber, who was clearing a pink path between his long, curly side whiskers. "Thank God," said Matvei, showing by this answer that he understood the significance of this arrival in the same way as his master, that is, that Anna Arkadyevna, Stepan Arkadyevitch's beloved sister, might contribute to the reconciliation of husband and wife. "Alone or with her spouse?" asked Matvei. Stepan Arkadyevitch, unable to speak because the barber was occupied with his upper lip, raised one finger. Matvei nodded in the mirror. "Alone." "Shall I prepare the rooms upstairs?" "Tell Darya Alexandrovna, wherever she decides." "Darya Alexandrovna?" Matvei repeated, as if in doubt. "Yes, Tell her. And here, take the telegram, let me know what she says. Testing her out, Matvei understood, but he said only, very well, sir. Stepan Arkadyevich was already washed and combed and was about to start dressing, when Matvei, stepping slowly over the soft rug in his creaking boots, telegram in hand, came back into the room. The barber was no longer there. Darya Alexandrovna told me to inform you that she is leaving. Let him do as he, that is, you, pleases, he said, laughing with his eyes only, and, putting his hands in his pockets and cocking his head to one side, he looked fixedly at his master. Stepan Arkadyevich said nothing. Then a kind and somewhat pathetic smile appeared on his handsome face. Matvei? He said, shaking his head. Never mind, sir, it'll shape up, said Matvei. Shape up? That's right, sir. You think so? Who's there? Stepan Arkadyevich asked, hearing the rustle of a woman's dress outside the door. It's me, sir, said a firm and pleasant female voice, and through the door peeked the stern, pockmarked face of Matryona Phimonovna, the nanny. What is it, Matryosha? Stepan Arkadyevich asked, going out of the door to her. Although Stepan Arkadyevich was roundly guilty before his wife and felt it himself, almost everyone in the house, even the nanny, Darya Alexandrovna's chief friend, was on his side. Well, what is it? He said dejectedly. You should go to her, sir, apologize again. Maybe God will help. She's suffering very much, it's a pity to see, and everything in the house has gone topsy-turvy. The children should be pitied. Apologize, sir. No help for it. After the dance, you must pay the... But she won't receive me. Still, you do your part. God is merciful. Pray to God, sir, pray to God. Well, all right, go now, said Stepan Arkadyevich, suddenly blushing. Let's get me dressed. He turned to Matvei and resolutely threw off his dressing gown. Matvei was already holding the shirt like a horse collar, blowing away something invisible, and with obvious pleasure he clothed the pampered body of his master in it. 3. After dressing, Stepan Arkadyevich sprayed himself with scent, adjusted the cuffs of his shirt, put cigarettes, wallet, matches, a watch with a double chain and seals into his pockets with an accustomed gesture, and, having shaken out his handkerchief, feeling himself clean, fragrant, healthy, and physically cheerful despite his misfortune, went out, springing lightly at each step, to the dining room, where coffee was already waiting for him, and, next to the coffee, letters and papers from the office. He sat down and read the letters. One was very unpleasant, from a merchant who was buying a wood on his wife's estate. This wood had to be sold, but now, before his reconciliation with his wife, it was out of the question. The most unpleasant thing here was that it mixed financial interests into the impending matter of their reconciliation. And the thought that he might be guided by those interests, that he might seek a reconciliation with his wife in order to sell the wood, was offensive to him. Having finished the letters, Stepan Arkadyevich drew the office papers to him, quickly leafed through 2 files, made a few marks with a big pencil, then pushed the files away and started on his coffee. Over coffee he unfolded the still damp morning newspaper and began to read it. Stepan Arkadyevich subscribed to and read a liberal newspaper. 3, not an extreme one, but one with the tendency to which the majority held. And though neither science, nor art, nor politics itself interested him, he firmly held the same views on all these subjects as the majority and his newspaper did, and changed them only when the majority did, or, rather, he did not change them, but they themselves changed imperceptibly in him. Stepan Arkadyevich chose neither his tendency nor his views, but these tendencies and views came to him themselves, just as he did not choose the shape of a hat or a frock coat, but bought those that were in fashion. And for him, who lived in a certain circle, and who required some mental activity such as usually develops with maturity, having views was as necessary as having a hat. If there was a reason why he preferred the liberal tendency to the conservative one, also held to by many in his circle, it was not because he found the liberal tendency more sensible, but because it more closely suited his manner of life. The Liberal Party said that everything was bad in Russia, and indeed Stepan Arkadyevich had many debts and decidedly too little money. The Liberal Party said that marriage was an obsolete institution and was in need of reform, and indeed family life gave Stepan Arkadyevich little pleasure and forced him to lie and pretend, which was so contrary to his nature. The Liberal Party said, or, rather, implied, that religion was just a bridle for the barbarous part of the population, and indeed Stepan Arkadyevich could not even stand through a short prayer service without aching feet and could not grasp the point of all these fearsome and high-flown words about the other world, when life in this one could be so merry. At the same time, Stepan Arkadyevich, who liked a merry joke, sometimes took pleasure in startling some simple soul by saying that if you want to pride yourself on your lineage, why stop at Uruk IV, and renounce your first progenitor, the ape. And so the liberal tendency became a habit with Stepan Arkadyevich, and he liked his newspaper, as he liked a cigar after dinner, for the slight haze it produced in his head. He read the leading article, which explained that in our time it was quite needless to raise the cry that radicalism was threatening to swallow up all the conservative elements, and that it was the government's duty to take measures to crush the hydra of revolution. That, on the contrary, in our opinion, the danger lies not in the imaginary hydra of revolution, but in a stubborn traditionalism that impedes progress, and so on. He also read yet another article, a financial one, in which mention was made of Bentham and Mill 5, and fine barbs were shot at the ministry. With his peculiar quickness of perception he understood the meaning of each barb, by whom, and against whom, and on what occasion it had been aimed, and this, as always, gave him a certain pleasure. But today this pleasure was poisoned by the recollection of Matriona Filimonovna's advice, and of the unhappy situation at home. He also read about Count Bistsix, who was rumored to have gone to Wiesbaden, and about the end of gray hair, and about the sale of a light carriage, and a young person's offer of her services, but this information did not, as formerly, give him a quiet, ironic pleasure. Having finished the newspaper, a second cup of coffee, and a Kalach 7, with butter, he got up, brushed the crumbs from his waistcoat and, expanding his broad chest, smiled joyfully, not because there was anything especially pleasant in his heart, the smile was evoked by good digestion. But this joyful smile at once reminded him of everything, and he turned pensive. Two children's voices, Stepan Arkadyevich recognized the voices of Grisha, the youngest boy, and Tanya, the eldest girl, were heard outside the door. They were pulling something and tipped it over. "I told you not to put passengers on the roof," the girl shouted in English. "Now pick it up." All is confusion, thought Stepan Arkadyevich. Now the children are running around on their own. And, going to the door, he called them. They abandoned the box that stood for a train and came to their father. The girl, her father's favorite, ran in boldly, embraced him, and hung laughing on his neck, delighting, as always, in the familiar smell of scent coming from his side whiskers. Kissing him finally on the face, which was red from bending down and radiant with tenderness, the girl unclasped her hands and was going to run out again, but her father held her back. "How's Mama?" he asked, his hand stroking his daughter's smooth, tender neck. "Good morning," he said, smiling to the boy who greeted him. He was aware that he loved the boy less, and always tried to be fair, but the boy felt it and did not respond with a smile to the cold smile of his father. "Mama? Mama's up," the girl replied. Stepan Arkadyevich sighed. That means again she didn't sleep all night, he thought. "And is she cheerful?" The girl knew that there had been a quarrel between her father and mother, and that her mother could not be cheerful, and that her father ought to know it, and that he was shamming when he asked about it so lightly. And she blushed for him. He understood it at once and also blushed. "I don't know," she said. "She told us not to study, but to go for a walk to Grandma's with Miss Hull." "Well, go then, my Tancharovka." "Ah, yes, wait," he said, still holding her back and stroking her tender little hand. He took a box of sweets from the mantelpiece, where he had put it yesterday, and gave her two, picking her favorites, a chocolate and a cream. "For Grisha?" the girl said, pointing to the chocolate. "Yes, yes." And stroking her little shoulder once more, he kissed her on the nape of the neck and let her go. "The carriage is ready," said Matvei. "And there's a woman with a petition to see you," he added. "Has she been here long?" asked Stepan Arkadyevich. "Half an hour or so." "How often must I tell you to let me know at once?" "I had to give you time for your coffee at least," Matvei said in that friendly rude tone at which it was impossible to be angry. "Well, quickly send her in," said Oblonsky, wincing with vexation. The woman, Mrs. Kalinin, a staff captain's wife, was petitioning for something impossible and senseless, but Stepan Arkadyevich, as was his custom, sat her down, heard her out attentively without interrupting, and gave her detailed advice on whom to address and how, and even wrote, briskly and fluently, in his large, sprawling, handsome and clear handwriting, a little note to the person who could be of help to her. Having dismissed the captain's wife, Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up his hat and paused, wondering whether he had forgotten anything. It turned out that he had forgotten nothing, except what he had wanted to forget, his wife. Ah, yes, he hung his head, and his handsome face assumed a wistful expression. "Shall I go or not?" he said to himself. And his inner voice told him that he should not go, that there could be nothing here but falseness, that to rectify, to repair, their relations was impossible, because it was impossible to make her attractive and arousing of love again or to make him an old man incapable of love. Nothing could come of it now but falseness and deceit, and falseness and deceit were contrary to his nature. "But at some point I'll have to. It can't remain like this," he said, trying to pluck up his courage. He squared his shoulders, took out a cigarette, lit it, took 2 puffs, threw it into the mother-of-pearl ashtray, walked with quick steps across the gloomy drawing-room and opened the other door, to his wife's bedroom. 4. Darya Alexandrovna, wearing a dressing jacket, the skimpy braids of her once thick and beautiful hair pinned at the back of her head, her face pinched and thin, her big, frightened eyes protruding on account of that thinness, was standing before an open chiffonier, taking something out of it. Various articles lay scattered about the room. Hearing her husband's footsteps, she stopped, looked at the door and vainly tried to give her face a stern and contemptuous expression. She felt that she was afraid of him and of the impending meeting. She had just been trying to do something she had already tried to do 10 times in those 3 days, to choose some of her own and the children's things to take to her mother's, and again she could not make up her mind to do it. But now, as each time before, she told herself that things could not remain like this, that she had to do something, to punish, to shame him, to take revenge on him for at least a small part of the hurt he had done her. She still kept saying she would leave him, yet she felt it was impossible, because she could not get out of the habit of considering him her husband and of loving him. Besides, she felt that if she could barely manage to take care of her 5 children here in her own house, it would be still worse there where she was taking them all. As it was, during those 3 days the youngest had fallen ill because he had been fed bad broth, and the rest had gone with almost no dinner yesterday. She felt it was impossible to leave, but, deceiving herself, she still kept choosing things and pretending she was going to leave. Seeing her husband, she thrust her hands into a drawer of the chiffonier as if hunting for something, and turned to look at him only when he came up quite close to her. But her face, to which she had wanted to give a stern and resolute expression, showed bewilderment and suffering. "Dolly," he said in a soft, timid voice. He drew his head down between his shoulders, wishing to look pitiful and submissive, but all the same he radiated freshness and health. She gave his figure radiating freshness and health a quick glance up and down. "Yes, he's happy and content," she thought, "while I? And this repulsive kindness everyone loves and praises him for. I hate this kindness of his." She pressed her lips together, the cheek muscle on the right side of her pale, nervous face began to twitch. "What do you want?" she said in a quick, throaty voice, not her own. "Dolly," he repeated with a tremor in his voice, "Anna is coming today." "So, what is that to me? I can't receive her," she cried. "But anyhow, Dolly, we must." "Go away, go away, go away," she cried out, not looking at him, as if the cry had been caused by physical pain. Stepan Arkadyevitch could be calm when he thought about his wife, could hope that everything would shape up, as Matvei put it, and could calmly read the newspaper and drink his coffee, but when he saw her worn, suffering face, and heard the sound of that resigned and despairing voice, his breath failed him, something rose in his throat and his eyes glistened with tears. "My God, what have I done?" "Dolly, for God's sake." If he could not go on, sobs caught in his throat. She slammed the chiffonier shut and looked at him. "Dolly, what can I say?" "Only, forgive me, forgive me, think back. Can't 9 years of life atone for a moment, a moment?" She lowered her eyes and listened, waiting for what he would say, as if begging him to dissuade her somehow. A moment of infatuation, he brought out and wanted to go on, but at this phrase she pressed her lips again, as if from physical pain, and again the cheek muscle on the right side of her face began to twitch. "Go away from here," she cried still more shrilly. "And don't talk to me about your infatuations and your abominations." She wanted to leave but swayed and took hold of the back of a chair to support herself. His face widened, his lips swelled, his eyes filled with tears. "Dolly," he said, sobbing now, "for God's sake, think of the children. They're not guilty. I'm guilty, so punish me. Tell me to atone for it. However I can, I'm ready for anything. I'm guilty. There are no words to say how guilty I am. But, Dolly, forgive me." She sat down. He could hear her loud, heavy breathing and felt inexpressibly sorry for her. She tried several times to speak, but could not. He waited. "You think of the children when it comes to playing with them, Steva, but I always think of them, and I know that they're lost now." She uttered one of the phrases she had obviously been repeating to herself during those 3 days. She had said Steva to him. He glanced at her gratefully and made a movement to take her hand, but she withdrew from him with loathing. "I think of the children and so I'll do anything in the world to save them, but I don't know how I can best save them, by taking them away from their father, or by leaving them with a depraved father." "Yes, depraved. Well, tell me, after what's happened, is it possible for us to live together? Is it possible? Tell me, is it possible?" she repeated, raising her voice. "After my husband, the father of my children, has had a love affair with his children's governess. But what to do?" "What to do?" he said in a pitiful voice, not knowing what he was saying, and hanging his head lower and lower. "You are vile, you are loathsome to me," she cried, growing more and more excited. "Your tears are just water. You never loved me. There's no heart, no nobility in you. You are disgusting, vile, a stranger. Yes, a total stranger to me." With pain and spite she uttered this word so terrible for her stranger. He looked at her, and the spite that showed on her face frightened and astonished him. He did not understand that his pity for her exasperated her. In him she saw pity for herself, but no love. "No, she hates me. She won't forgive me," he thought. "This is terrible." "Terrible," he said. Just then a child, who had probably fallen down, started crying in the other room. Darya Alexandrovna listened and her face suddenly softened. It clearly took her a few seconds to pull herself together, as if she did not know where she was or what to do. Then she got up quickly and went to the door. "But she does love my child," he thought, noticing the change in her face at the child's cry. "My child, so how can she hate me?" "One word more, Dolly," he said, going after her. "If you come after me, I'll call the servants, the children. Let everybody know you're a scoundrel. I'm leaving today, and you can live here with your mistress." And she went out, slamming the door. Stepan Arkadyevich sighed, wiped his face and with quiet steps started out of the room. "Matvei says it will shape up, but how? I don't see even a possibility." Ah, how terrible. And what trivial shouting," he said to himself, remembering her cry and the words scoundrel and mistress. "And the maids may have heard." Terribly trivial, terribly. Stepan Arkadyevich stood alone for a few seconds, wiped his eyes, sighed, and, squaring his shoulders, walked out of the room. It was Friday and the German clockmaker was winding the clock in the dining room. Stepan Arkadyevich remembered his joke about this punctilious, bald-headed man, that the German had been wound up for life himself, so as to keep winding clocks, and smiled. Stepan Arkadyevich loved a good joke. "But maybe it will shape up." A nice little phrase, shape up, he thought. It bears repeating. "Matvei," he called. "You and Marya arrange things for Anna Arkadyevna there in the sitting room," he said to Matvei as he came in. "Very good, sir." Stepan Arkadyevich put on his fur coat and went out to the porch. "You won't be dining at home?" Matvei asked, seeing him off. "That depends." "And here's something for expenses," he said, giving him 10 rubles from his wallet. "Will that be enough?" "Enough or not, it'll have to do," Matvei said, shutting the carriage door and stepping back onto the porch. Meanwhile Darya Alexandrovna, having quieted the child and understanding from the sound of the carriage that he had left, went back to the bedroom. This was her only refuge from household cares, which surrounded her the moment she stepped out. Even now, during the short time she had gone to the children's room, the English governess and Matryona Filimonovna had managed to ask her several questions that could not be put off and that she alone could answer, What should the children wear for their walk? Should they have milk? Should not another cook be sent for? Ah, let me be, she said, and, returning to the bedroom, she again sat down in the same place where she had talked with her husband, clasped her wasted hands with the rings slipping off her bony fingers, and began turning the whole conversation over in her mind. He left. But how has he ended it with her? She thought. Can it be he still sees her? Why didn't I ask him? No, no, we can't come together again. Even if we stay in the same house, we're strangers. Forever strangers. She repeated again with special emphasis this word that was so terrible for her. And how I loved him, my God, how I loved him. How I loved him. And don't I love him now? Don't I love him more than before? The most terrible thing is, she began, but did not finish her thought, because Matriona Filimonovna stuck her head in at the door. Maybe we ought to send for my brother, she said. He can at least make dinner. Otherwise the children won't eat before 6 o'clock, like yesterday. Well, all right, I'll come and give orders at once. Have you sent for fresh milk? And Darya Alexandrovna plunged into her daily cares and drowned her grief in them for a time. 5. Stepan Arkadyevich had had an easy time at school, thanks to his natural abilities, but he was lazy and mischievous and therefore came out among the last. Yet, despite his dissipated life, none too high rank and none too ripe age, he occupied a distinguished and well-paid post as head of one of the Moscow offices. This post he had obtained through Alexey Alexandrovich Karenin, his sister Anna's husband, who occupied one of the most important positions in the ministry to which the office belonged. But if Karenin had not appointed his brother-in-law to it, then Steve Oblonsky would have obtained the post through 100 other persons, brothers, sisters, relations, cousins, uncles, aunts, or another like it, with a salary of some 6,000, which he needed, because his affairs, despite his wife's ample fortune, were in disarray. Half Moscow and Petersburg were relatives or friends of Stepan Arkadyevich. He had been born into the milieu of those who were or had become the mighty of this world. 1/3 of the state dignitaries, the elders, were his father's friends and had known him in petticoats, another third were on familiar terms with him, and the final third were good acquaintances. Consequently, the distributors of earthly blessings, in the form of positions, leases, concessions and the like, were all friends of his and could not pass over one of their own, and Oblonsky did not have to try especially hard to obtain a profitable post. All he had to do was not refuse, not envy, not quarrel, not get offended, which, owing to his natural kindness, he never did anyway. It would have seemed laughable to him if he had been told that he would not get a post with the salary he needed, the more so as he did not demand anything excessive, he only wanted what his peers were getting, and he could fill that sort of position no worse than anyone else. Stepan Arkadyevich was not only liked by all who knew him for his kind, cheerful temper and unquestionable honesty, but there was in him, in his handsome, bright appearance, shining eyes, black brows and hair, the whiteness and ruddiness of his face, something that physically made an amiable and cheerful impression on the people he met. "Aha! Steva Oblonsky, here he is," they would almost always say with a joyful smile on meeting him. And if it sometimes happened that talking with him produced no especially joyful effect, a day or two later they would all rejoice again in the same way when they met him. Serving for the 3rd year as head of one of the Moscow offices, Stepan Arkadyevich had acquired the respect as well as the affection of his colleagues, subordinates, superiors, and all who had dealings with him. The main qualities that had earned him this universal respect in the service were, first, an extreme indulgence towards people, based on his awareness of his own shortcomings; second, a perfect liberalism, not the sort he read about in the newspapers, but the sort he had in his blood, which made him treat all people, whatever their rank or status, in a perfectly equal and identical way; and, third, most important, a perfect indifference to the business he was occupied with, owing to which he never got carried away and never made mistakes. Arriving at his place of work, Stepan Arkadyevich, accompanied by the respectful doorman, went with a portfolio into his small private office, put on his uniform, and entered the main office. The scriveners and clerks all rose, bowing cheerfully and respectfully. Stepan Arkadyevich, hastily as always, went to his place, exchanged handshakes with the members and sat down. He joked and talked exactly as much as was proper and then got down to work. No one knew more surely than Stepan Arkadyevich how to find the limits of freedom, simplicity and officialness necessary for getting work done in a pleasant way. The secretary, cheerful and respectful as was everyone in Stepan Arkadyevich's presence, approached with some papers and said in that familiarly liberal tone which had been introduced by Stepan Arkadyevich, "We did after all obtain information from the Penza provincial office." "Here, if you please." "So you finally got it?" said Stepan Arkadyevich, marking the page with his finger. "Well, gentlemen," and the work began. "If they only knew," he thought, inclining his head gravely as he listened to the report, "what a guilty boy their chairman was half an hour ago." And his eyes were laughing as the report was read. The work had to go on without interruption till 2 o'clock, and then there would be a break for lunch. It was not yet 2 when the big glass door of the office suddenly opened and someone came in. All the members, from under the imperial portrait and behind the Zertzalo 8, turned towards the door, glad of the diversion, but the porter at once banished the intruder and closed the glass door behind him. When the case had been read, Stepan Arkadyevich stood up, stretched, and, giving the liberalism of the time its due, took out a cigarette while still in the room, then went into his private office. His 2 comrades, the veteran Nikitin and Grinevich, followed him out. "We'll have time to finish after lunch," said Stepan Arkadyevich. "That we will," said Nikitin. "And he must be a regular crook, this Fomin," Grinevich said of one of the people involved in the case they were considering. Stepan Arkadyevich winced at Grinevich's words, thereby letting it be felt that it was inappropriate to form a premature judgment, and did not reply to him. "Who was it that came in?" he asked the porter. "Some man, Your Excellency, slipped in the moment I turned my back. He asked for you. I said when the members leave. Then, where is he? Went out to the front hall most likely, and before that he kept pacing around here." "That's the one," the porter said, pointing to a strongly built, broad-shouldered man with a curly beard, who, without taking off his lambskin hat, was quickly and lightly running up the worn steps of the stone stairway. One skinny clerk going down with a portfolio paused, looked disapprovingly at the running man's feet, and then glanced questioningly at Oblonsky. Stepan Arkadyevich stood at the top of the stairs. His face, beaming good-naturedly from behind the embroidered uniform collar, beamed still more when he recognized the man who was running up. "So it's he, Levin, at last," he said with a friendly, mocking smile, looking Levin over as he approached. "How is it you don't scorn to come looking for me in this den?" said Stepan Arkadyevich, not satisfied with a handshake, but kissing his friend. "Been here long?" "I just arrived, and wanted very much to see you," Levin replied, looking around bashfully and at the same time crossly and uneasily. "Well, let's go to my office," said Stepan Arkadyevich, knowing his friend's proud and irascible shyness, and, taking him by the arm, he drew him along, as if guiding him through dangers. Stepan Arkadyevich was on familiar terms with almost all his acquaintances, with old men of 60 and with boys of 20, with actors, ministers, merchants and imperial adjutants, so that a great many of those who were his intimates occupied opposite ends of the social ladder and would have been very surprised to learn they had something in common through Oblonsky. He was on familiar terms with everyone with whom he drank champagne, and he drank champagne with everyone. Therefore when, in the presence of his subordinates, he met his disreputable familiars, as he jokingly called many of his friends, he was able, with his peculiar tact, to lessen the unpleasantness of the impression for his subordinates. Levin was not a disreputable familiar, but Oblonsky sensed that Levin was thinking he might not want to show his closeness to him in front of his staff, and therefore hastened to take him to his office. Levin was almost the same age as Oblonsky and was his familiar not only in the champagne line. Levin had been the comrade and friend of his early youth. They loved each other, in spite of the difference in their characters and tastes, as friends love each other who become close in early youth. But in spite of that, as often happens between people who have chosen different ways, each of them, while rationally justifying the other's activity, despised it in his heart. To each of them it seemed that the life he led was the only real life, and the one his friend led was a mere illusion. Oblonsky could not repress a slightly mocking smile at the sight of Levin. So many times he had seen him come to Moscow from the country, where he did something or other, though Stepan Arkadyevich could never understand precisely what, nor did it interest him. Levin always came to Moscow agitated, hurried, a little uneasy, and annoyed at this uneasiness, and most often with a completely new, unexpected view of things. Stepan Arkadyevich laughed at this and loved it. In just the same way, at heart Levin despised both his friend's city style of life and his job, which he regarded as trifling, and he laughed at it all. But the difference was that Oblonsky, while doing as everyone else did, laughed confidently and good-naturedly, whereas Levin laughed unconfidently and sometimes crossly. "We've long been expecting you," said Stepan Arkadyevich, going into his office and releasing Levin's arm, as if to show that the dangers were past. "I'm very, very glad to see you," he went on. "Well, how are you doing? When did you arrive?" Levin was silent, glancing at the unfamiliar faces of Oblonsky's two colleagues and especially at the elegant Grinevitch's hands, with such long white fingers, such long yellow nails curving at the tips, and such huge glittering cuff-links on his sleeves, that these hands clearly absorbed all his attention and did not allow him any freedom of thought. Oblonsky noticed it at once and smiled. "Ah, yes, let me introduce you," he said. "My colleagues, Philip Ivanitch Nikitin, Mikhail Stanislavich Grinevitch," and turning to Levin, "a Zemstvo activist 10, a new Zemstvo man, a gymnast, lifts 150 pounds with one hand, a cattle breeder and hunter, and my friend, Konstantin Dmitrich Levin, the brother of Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev." "Very pleased," said the little old man. "I have the honor of knowing your brother, Sergei Ivanitch," said Grinevitch, proffering his slender hand with its long nails. Levin frowned, shook the hand coldly, and turned at once to Oblonsky. Though he had great respect for his maternal half-brother, a writer known to all Russia, nevertheless he could not stand being addressed as the brother of the famous Koznishev rather than as Konstantin Levin. "No, I'm no longer a Zemstvo activist. I've quarreled with them all and no longer go to the meetings," he said, addressing Oblonsky. "That was quick," Oblonsky said with a smile. "But how?" "Why, a long story." "I'll tell you someday," said Levin, but he began telling it at once. "Well, to make it short, I became convinced that there is not and cannot be any Zemstvo activity." He spoke as if someone had just offended him. "On the one hand, it's just a plaything, they play at Parliament, and I'm neither young enough nor old enough to amuse myself with playthings. And on the other," he faltered, "hand, it's a way for the district coterie to make a little money. Before there were custodies, courts, but now it's the Zemstvo, not in the form of bribes, but in the form of unearned salaries." He spoke as hotly as if someone there had argued against his opinion. 11. "Oh, I see you're in a new phase again, a conservative one," said Stepan Arkadyevich. "However, of that later." "Yes, later." "But I had to see you," Levin said, looking with hatred at Grinevitch's hand. Stepan Arkadyevich smiled almost imperceptibly. "Didn't you say you'd never put on European clothes again?" he said, looking over his new clothes, obviously from a French tailor. "So I see a new phase." Levin suddenly blushed, but not as grown-up people blush, slightly, unaware of it themselves, but as boys do, feeling that their bashfulness makes them ridiculous, becoming ashamed as a result, and blushing even more, almost to the point of tears. And it was so strange to see that intelligent, manly face in such a childish state that Oblonsky stopped looking at him. "So where shall we see each other?" "I need very, very much to have a talk with you," said Levin. Oblonsky appeared to reflect. "I'll tell you what, let's go to Gagarin's for lunch and talk there. I'm free until 3. "No," Levin replied after a moment's thought, "I still have to go somewhere." "Well, all right, then let's dine together." "Dine?" "But I have nothing special to say or ask, just a couple of words, and we can have a chat later." "Then tell me the couple of words now, and we can discuss things over dinner." "The couple of words are these," said Levin. "Anyway, it's nothing special." His face suddenly acquired an angry expression, which came from the effort to overcome his bashfulness. "What are the Strabutsks doing?" "The same as ever," he said. Stepan Arkadyevich, who had known for a long time that Levin was in love with his sister-in-law Kitty, smiled almost imperceptibly and his eyes shone merrily. "A couple of words, you said, but I can't answer in a couple of words, because, excuse me a moment." The secretary came in with familiar deference and a certain modest awareness, common to all secretaries, of his superiority to his chief in the knowledge of business, approached Oblonsky with some papers and, in the guise of a question, began explaining some difficulty. Stepan Arkadyevich, without listening to the end, placed his hand benignly on the secretary's sleeve. "No, just do as I told you," he said, softening the remark with a smile, and after briefly explaining the matter as he understood it, he pushed the papers aside, saying, "Do it that way, please, Zakir Nikitich." The abashed secretary withdrew. Levin, who during this conference with the secretary had recovered completely from his embarrassment, stood with both elbows resting on the chair back, a look of mocking attention on his face. "I don't understand, he said. "What don't you understand?" said Oblonsky, with the same cheerful smile, taking out a cigarette. He expected some strange escapade from Levin. "I don't understand what you do," Levin said with a shrug. "How can you do it seriously?" "Why not?" "Why, because there's nothing to do." "That's what you think, but we're buried in work. Paperwork." "Ah, well, you do have a gift for that," Levin added. "That is, you think I'm lacking in something?" "Maybe so," said Levin. "But all the same I admire your grandeur and am proud that my friend is such a great man. However, you didn't answer my question," he added, with a desperate effort to look straight into Oblonsky's eyes. "Well, all right, wait a while, and you'll come round to the same thing. It's all right so long as you've got 8,000 acres in the Karazin district, and those muscles, and the freshness of a 12-year-old girl, but you'll join us someday." "Yes, as for what you asked about, nothing's changed, but it's too bad you haven't been there for so long." "Why?" Levin asked timorously. "No, nothing," Oblonsky replied. "We'll talk." "But why in fact did you come?" "Oh, we'll talk about that later as well," Levin said, again blushing to the ears. "Well, all right." "Understood," said Stepan Arkadyevich. "You see, I'd invite you to our place, but my wife is not quite well." "You know what, if you want to see them, they'll certainly be in the zoological garden today from 4 to 5. Kitty goes skating there." "Go there yourself, and I'll join you, and we'll dine together somewhere." "Excellent." "See you later, then." "Watch out, I know you, don't forget or suddenly leave for the country." Stepan Arkadyevich called out with a laugh, "Certainly not." And, remembering only at the door that he had forgotten to take leave of Oblonsky's colleagues, Levin walked out of the office. "Must be a very energetic gentleman," said Grinevich, after Levin left. "Yes, old man," Stepan Arkadyevich said, nodding. "There's a lucky one. 8,000 acres in the Karazin district, everything to look forward to, and so much freshness. Not like our sort." "What do you have to complain about, Stepan Arkadyevich?" "Oh, it's bad, awful," Stepan Arkadyevich said with a heavy sigh. 6. When Oblonsky had asked Levin why in fact he had come, Levin had blushed and became angry with himself for blushing, because he could not answer, "I've come to propose to your sister-in-law," though he had come only for that. The houses of Levin and Shtcherbatsky were old noble Moscow houses and had always been in close and friendly relations with each other. This connection had strengthened still more during Levin's student days. He had prepared for and entered the university together with the young Prince Shtcherbatsky, brother of Dalia and Kitty. In those days Levin had frequented the Shtcherbatskys' house and had fallen in love with the family. Strange as it might seem, Konstantin Levin was in love precisely with the house, the family, especially the female side of it. He did not remember his own mother, and his only sister was older than he, so that in the Shtcherbatskys' house he saw for the first time the milieu of an old, noble, educated and honorable family, of which he had been deprived by the death of his father and mother. All the members of this family, especially the female side, seemed to him covered by some mysterious poetic veil, and he not only saw no defects in them, but surmised, behind the cover of this poetic veil, the loftiest feelings and every possible perfection. Why these three young ladies had to speak French and English on alternate days, why at certain hours they took turns playing the piano, the sounds of which were heard in their brothers' rooms upstairs, where the students worked, why all these teachers of French literature, music, drawing and dancing came there, why at certain hours all three young ladies, with Milena, went in a carriage to Tverskoy Boulevard in their fur-lined satin coats, Dolly in a long one, Natalie in a three-quarter one, and Kitty in a quite short one, so that her shapely legs and tight-fitting red stockings were in full view, why they had to stroll along Tverskoy Boulevard accompanied by a footman with a gold cockade on his hat. All this and much more that went on in their mysterious world he did not understand, but he knew that everything that went on there was beautiful, and he was in love precisely with the mysteriousness of it all. During his student days he nearly fell in love with the eldest one, Dolly, but she was soon married to Oblonsky. Then he began falling in love with the second one. It was as if he felt that he had to fall in love with one of the sisters, only he could not make out which one. But Natalie, too, as soon as she appeared in society, married the diplomat Lvov. Kitty was still a child when Levin left the university. The young Strubytsky, having gone into the navy, was drowned in the Baltic Sea, and Levin's contacts with the Strubytsks, despite his friendship with Oblonsky, became less frequent. But when, after a year in the country, Levin came to Moscow at the beginning of that winter and saw the Strubytsks, he realized which of the three he had really been destined to fall in love with. Nothing could seem simpler than for him, a man of good stock, rich rather than poor, 32 years old, to propose to the young Princess Strubytsky. In all likelihood he would be acknowledged at once as a good match. But Levin was in love, and therefore it seemed to him that Kitty was so perfect in all respects, a being so far above everything earthly, while he was such a base earthly being, that it was even unthinkable for others or for Kitty herself to acknowledge him as worthy of her. After spending 2 months in Moscow, as if in a daze, seeing Kitty almost every day in society, which he began to frequent in order to meet her, Levin suddenly decided that it could not be and left for the country. Levin's conviction that it could not be rested on the idea that in the eyes of her relatives he was an unprofitable, unworthy match for the charming Kitty, and that Kitty could not love him. In their eyes, though he was now 32, he did not have any regular, defined activity or position in society, whereas among his comrades one was already a colonel and imperial aide-de-camp, one a professor, one the director of a bank and a railway or the chief of an office like Oblonsky, while he knew very well what he must seem like to others, was a landowner, occupied with breeding cows, shooting snipe, and building things, that is a giftless fellow who amounted to nothing and was doing, in society's view, the very thing that good-for-nothing people do. Nor could the mysterious and charming Kitty love such an unattractive man as he considered himself to be, and above all such a simple man, not distinguished in any way. Besides that, his former relations with Kitty, the relations of an adult to a child, because of his friendship with her brother, seemed to him another new obstacle to love. An unattractive, kindly man like himself might, he supposed, be loved as a friend, but to be loved with the love he himself felt for Kitty, one had to be a handsome, and above all a special, man. He had heard that women often love unattractive, simple people, but he did not believe it, because he judged by himself, and he could only love beautiful, mysterious and special women. Yet, after spending 2 months alone in the country, he became convinced that this was not one of those loves he had experienced in his early youth, that this feeling would not leave him a moment's peace, that he could not live without resolving the question whether she would or would not be his wife, and that his despair came only from his imagination. He had no proof that he would be refused. And now he had come to Moscow with the firm determination to propose and to marry if he was accepted. But he could not think what would become of him if he were refused. 7. Arriving in Moscow on the morning train, Levin had gone to stay with his older half-brother Koznishev and, after changing, entered his study, intending to tell him at once what he had come for and to ask his advice. But his brother was not alone. With him was a well-known professor of philosophy, who had actually come from Kharkov to resolve a misunderstanding that had arisen between them on a rather important philosophical question. The professor was engaged in heated polemics with the materialists. Sergei Koznishev had followed these polemics with interest and, after reading the professor's last article, had written him a letter with his objections. He had reproached the professor with making rather large concessions to the materialists. And the professor had come at once to talk it over. The discussion was about a fashionable question: is there a borderline between psychological and physiological phenomena in human activity, and where does it lie? 12. Sergei Ivanovich met his brother with the benignly cool smile he gave to everyone and, after introducing him to the professor, went on with the conversation. The small, yellow-skinned man in spectacles, with a narrow brow, turned away from the conversation for a moment to greet Levin and, paying no further attention to him, went on talking. Levin sat down to wait until the professor left, but soon became interested in the subject of the conversation. Levin had come across the articles they were discussing in magazines, and had read them, being interested in them as a development of the basis of natural science, familiar to him from his studies at the university, but he had never brought together these scientific conclusions about the animal origin of man 13, about reflexes, biology and sociology, with those questions about the meaning of life and death which lately had been coming more and more often to his mind. Listening to his brother's conversation with the professor, he noticed that they connected the scientific questions with the inner, spiritual ones, several times almost touched upon them, but that each time they came close to what seemed to him the most important thing, they hastily retreated and again dug deeper into the realm of fine distinctions, reservations, quotations, allusions, references to authorities, and he had difficulty understanding what they were talking about. "I cannot allow," Sergei Ivanovich said with his usual clarity and precision of expression and elegance of diction, "I can by no means agree with Case that my whole notion of the external world stems from sense impressions. The fundamental concept of being itself is not received through the senses, for there exists no special organ for conveying that concept." Yes, but they, Vurishtennost and Pripasov, 14, will reply to you that your consciousness of being comes from the totality of your sense impressions, that this consciousness of being is the result of sensations. Vurisht even says directly that where there are no sensations, there is no concept of being. "I would say the reverse," Sergei Ivanovich began, but here again it seemed to Levin that, having approached the most important thing, they were once more moving away, and he decided to put a question to the professor. "Therefore, if my senses are destroyed, if my body dies, there can be no further existence?" he asked. The professor, vexed and as if mentally pained by the interruption, turned to the strange questioner, who looked more like a barge hauler than a philosopher, then shifted his gaze to Sergei Ivanovich as if to ask, "What can one say to that?" But Sergei Ivanovich, who spoke with far less strain and one-sidedness than the professor, and in whose head there still remained room enough both for responding to the professor and for understanding the simple and natural point of view from which the question had been put, smiled and said, "That question we still have no right to answer. We have no data," the professor confirmed and went on with his arguments. "No," he said, "I will point out that if, as Pripasov states directly, sensation does have its basis in impression, we must distinguish strictly between these two concepts." Levin listened no more and waited until the professor left. 8. When the professor had gone, Sergei Ivanovich turned to his brother. "Very glad you've come. Staying long? How's the farming?" Levin knew that his older brother had little interest in farming and that he asked about it only as a concession to him, and therefore he answered only about the sales of wheat and about money. Levin wanted to tell his brother of his intention to marry and to ask his advice. He was even firmly resolved on it. But when he saw his brother, listened to his conversation with the professor, and then heard the inadvertently patronizing tone with which his brother asked him about farm matters, their mother's estate had not been divided, and Levin was in charge of both parts. For some reason he felt unable to begin talking with his brother about his decision to marry. He felt that his brother would not look upon it as he would have wished. "Well, how are things with your zemstvo?" asked Sergei Ivanovich, who was very interested in the zemstvo and ascribed great significance to it. "I don't really know." "How's that? Aren't you a member of the board?" "No, I'm no longer a member. I resigned," replied Konstantin Levin, "and I don't go to the meetings anymore." "Too bad," said Sergei Ivanovich, frowning. Levin, to vindicate himself, began to describe what went on at the meetings in his district. "But it's always like that," Sergei Ivanovich interrupted. "We Russians are always like that. Maybe it's a good feature of ours, the ability to see our own failings, but we overdo it. We take comfort in irony, which always comes readily to our tongues. I'll tell you only that if they gave some other European nation the same rights as in our zemstvo institutions, the Germans or the English would have worked their way to freedom with them, while we just laugh." "But what to do?" Levin said guiltily. "This was my last attempt, and I put my whole soul into it. I can't. I'm incapable." "Not incapable," said Sergei Ivanovich, But you don't have the right view of the matter. Maybe, Levin replied glumly. You know, Brother Nikolai is here again. Brother Nikolai was Konstantin Levin's older brother and Sergei Ivanovitch's half-brother, a ruined man, who had squandered the greater part of his fortune, moved in very strange and bad society, and had quarreled with his brothers. What did you say? Levin cried out with horror. How do you know? Prokofy saw him in the street. Here in Moscow? Where is he? Do you know? Levin got up from his chair, as though he were about to leave at once. I'm sorry I told you, said Sergei Ivanovitch, shaking his head at his brother's agitation. I sent to find out where he's living, and returned him his promissory note to Trubin, which I paid. Here's how he answered me. And Sergei Ivanovitch handed his brother a note from under a paperweight. Levin read what was written in that strange, so familiar handwriting. I humbly beg you to leave me alone. That is the one thing I ask of my gentle little brothers. Nikolai Levin. Levin read it and, not raising his head, stood before Sergei Ivanovitch with the note in his hand. His soul was struggling between the desire to forget just then about his unfortunate brother, and the consciousness that to do so would be wrong. He obviously wants to insult me, Sergei Ivanovitch went on, but insult me he cannot, and I wish with all my heart that I could help him, yet I know it's impossible. Yes, yes, Levin repeated. I understand and appreciate your attitude towards him, but I will go and see him. Go if you like, but I don't advise it, said Sergei Ivanovitch. That is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not afraid of it. He won't make us quarrel with each other, but for your own sake, I advise you not to go. You can't help. However, do as you please. Maybe I can't help, but I feel, especially at this moment, though that's another matter, I feel I can't be at peace. Well, that I don't understand, said Sergei Ivanovitch. I understand only one thing, he added, that it's a lesson in humility. I've begun to take a different and more lenient view of what's known as baseness since brother Nikolai became what he is. You know what he's done. Ah, it's terrible, terrible, Levin repeated. Having obtained his brother's address from Sergei Ivanovitch's footman, Levin wanted to go to him at once, but, on reflection, decided to postpone his visit till evening. First of all, to be at peace with himself, he had to resolve the matter that had brought him to Moscow. From his brothers Levin went to Oblonsky's office and, learning about the Shtrerbetskys, went where he was told he could find Kitty. 9. At 4 o'clock, feeling his heart pounding, Levin got out of a cab at the zoological garden and walked down the path towards the sledging hills and the skating rink, knowing for certain that he would find her there, because he had seen the Shtrerbetskys' carriage at the entrance. It was a clear frosty day. At the entrance stood rows of carriages, sleighs, cabbies, mounted police, proper folk, their hats gleaming in the sun, swarmed by the gate and along the cleared paths, among little Russian cottages with fretwork eaves and ridges. The old curly-headed birches in the garden, all their branches hung with snow, seemed to be decked out in new festive garments. He walked down the path towards the skating rink and said to himself, mustn't be excited, must keep calm. What are you doing? What's the matter with you? Quiet, stupid. He spoke to his heart. And the more he tried to calm himself, the more breathless he became. An acquaintance went by and called out to him, but Levin did not even recognize who it was. He came to the hills, where there was a clanking of chains towing sledges up and down, the clatter of descending sledges and the sound of merry voices. He walked on a few more steps, and before him opened the skating rink, and at once, among all the skaters, he recognized her. He knew she was there by the joy and fear that overwhelmed his heart. She stood at the other end of the rink, talking to a lady. There seemed to be nothing very special in her dress, nor in her pose, but for Levin she was as easy to recognize in that crowd as a rose among nettles. Everything was lit up by her. She was the smile that brightened everything around. Can I really step down there on the ice and go over to her? He thought. The place where she stood seemed to him unapproachably holy, and there was a moment when he almost went away, he was so filled with awe. Making an effort, he reasoned that all sorts of people were walking near her and that he might have come to skate there himself. He stepped down, trying not to look long at her, as if she were the sun, yet he saw her, like the sun, even without looking. On that day of the week and at that hour of the day, people of the same circle, all acquaintances, gathered on the ice. Here there were expert skaters who showed off their art, and learners leaning on chairs 15, moving timidly and clumsily, and young boys, and old people who skated for hygienic purposes. To Levin they all seemed chosen and lucky because they were there, close to her. It seemed that with perfect equanimity the skaters went ahead, came abreast of her, even talked to her, and enjoyed themselves quite independently of her, taking advantage of the excellent ice and good weather. Nikolai Strubytsky, Kitty's cousin, in a short jacket and narrow trousers, was sitting on a bench with his skates on. Seeing Levin, he called out to him, "Ah, the foremost Russian skater. Been here long? The ice is excellent, put your skates on." "I don't have any skates," Levin replied, surprised at this boldness and casualness in her presence and not losing sight of her for a moment, though he was not looking at her. He felt the sun approach him. She was turning a corner, her slender feet at a blunt angle in their high boots, and with evident timidity was skating towards him. Desperately swinging his arms and crouching low, a boy in Russian dress was overtaking her. She skated not quite steadily, taking her hands out of a small muff hanging from a cord. She held them ready and, looking at Levin, whom she had recognized, smiled at him and at her own fear. When she finished the turn, she pushed herself off with a springy little foot and glided right up to Strubytsky, holding on to him and smiling. She nodded to Levin. She was more beautiful than he had imagined her. When he thought of her, he could vividly picture all of her to himself, especially the loveliness of that small fair head, with its expression of a child's brightness and kindness, set so easily on her shapely girlish shoulders. In this childlike expression of her face combined with the slender beauty of her figure lay her special loveliness, which he remembered well. But what was always striking in her, like something unexpected, was the look in her eyes, meek, calm and truthful, and especially her smile, which always transported Levin into a magic world where he felt softened and moved to tenderness, as he could remember himself being on rare days in his early childhood. "Have you been here long?" she said, giving him her hand. "Thank you," she added, as he picked up the handkerchief that had fallen out of her muff. "I? Not long. I came yesterday." "Today, I mean," replied Levin, not quite understanding her question in his excitement. "I was going to call on you," he said, and, remembering at once with what intention he was looking for her, he became embarrassed and blushed. "I didn't know you skated, and skated so well." She looked at him attentively, as if wishing to understand the reason for his embarrassment. "Your praise is to be valued. There's a tradition here of you being an excellent skater," she said, flicking off with her small, black-gloved hand the needles of hoarfrost that had fallen on her muff. "Yes, I used to be a passionate skater. I wanted to achieve perfection." "It seems you do everything passionately," she said, smiling. "I do so want to see you skate. Put on some skates and let's skate together." "Skate together? Can it be possible?" thought Levin, looking at her. "I'll put them on at once," he said. And he went to put on some skates. "You haven't been here for a long time, sir," said the skating attendant as he supported his foot, tightening the screw on the heel. "There have been no experts among the gentlemen since you left." "Will that be all right?" he asked, tightening the strap. All right, hurry up, please," Levin replied, barely repressing the smile of happiness that involuntarily appeared on his face. "Yes," he thought, "this is life, this is happiness." "Together," she said, "let's skate together." "Shall I tell her now?" "But that's why I'm afraid to tell her, because I'm happy now, happy at least in hopes, and then—" "But I must." "Away, weakness." Levin stood up, took his coat off and, taking a run on the rough ice near the shed, raced out onto the smooth ice and glided effortlessly, speeding up, slowing down, and directing his course as if by will alone. He approached her timidly, but again her smile set him at ease. She gave him her hand, and they set off together, increasing their speed, and the faster they went, the tighter she held onto his arm. "With you I'd learn quicker. For some reason I have confidence in you," she said to him. "And I have confidence in myself when you lean on my arm," he said, but at once felt afraid of what he had said and blushed. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, her face lost all its gentleness, as if the sun had suddenly gone behind a cloud, and Levin recognized the familiar play of her face that indicated the effort of thought. A little wrinkle swelled on her smooth forehead. "Has anything unpleasant happened to you?" "Though I have no right to ask," he said quickly. "Why?" "No, nothing unpleasant has happened," she answered coldly and added at once, Have you seen Milinon? Not yet. Go over to her, she likes you so much. What's this? I've upset her. Lord help me, thought Levine, and he raced over to the old Frenchwoman with grey curls, who was sitting on a bench, smiling and showing her false teeth. She greeted him like an old friend. So, we're getting bigger, she said to him, glancing in Kitty's direction, and older. Tiny Bear has grown up, the Frenchwoman went on, laughing, and she reminded him of his joke about the 3 girls, whom he used to call the 3 bears from the English tale. Remember how you used to say it? He decidedly did not remember, but for 10 years she had been laughing over this joke and enjoying it. Well, go and skate. Our Kitty's become a good skater, hasn't she? When Levin again raced up to Kitty, her face was no longer stern, the look in her eyes was as truthful and gentle as ever, but it seemed to Levin that her gentleness had a special, deliberately calm tone. And he felt sad. After talking about her old governess and her quirks, she asked him about his life. Is it really not boring for you in the country during the winter? She said. No, it's not boring. I'm very busy, he said, sensing that she was subjecting him to her calm tone, which he would be unable to get out of, just as had happened at the beginning of winter. Have you come for long? Kitty asked him. I don't know, he replied, not thinking of what he was saying. It occurred to him that if he yielded again to this tone of calm friendship, he would again leave without having decided anything, and he decided to rebel. Why don't you know? I don't know. That depends on you, he said, and at once was horrified at his words. She did not hear his words, or did not wish to hear, but seemed to stumble, tapped her foot twice, and hurriedly skated away from him. She skated over to Milinon, said something to her, and went to the shed where the ladies took off their skates. My God, what have I done? Lord God, help me, teach me, Levin said, praying, and at the same time, feeling a need for strong movement, he speeded up, cutting outer and inner circles. Just then one of the young men, the best of the new skaters, with skates on and a cigarette in his mouth, came out of the coffee room and, taking a short run, went down the steps on his skates, clattering and jumping. He flew down and, not even changing the free position of his arms, glided away over the ice. Ah, that's a new stunt, said Levin, and immediately ran up to try it. Don't hurt yourself, it takes practice, Nikolai Strubutsky called out to him. Levin got up on the landing, took as much of a run as he could, and raced down, balancing himself with his arms in this unpracticed movement. On the last step he caught on something, but, barely touching the ice with his hand, he made a strong movement, righted himself, and, laughing, skated on. A nice man, a dear man, Kitty thought just then, coming out of the shed with Milinon and looking at him with a smile of gentle tenderness, as at a beloved brother. And can it be I'm to blame? Can it be I did something bad? Coquettishness, they say. I know it's not him I love, but even so, it's fun to be with him, and he's so nice. Only why did he say that? She thought. When he saw Kitty leaving and her mother meeting her on the steps, Levine, flushed after such quick movement, stopped and considered. He took off his skates and caught up with the mother and daughter at the exit from the garden. Very glad to see you, said the princess. We receive on Thursdays, as usual. Today, then, we shall be very glad to see you, the princess said dryly. This dryness upset Kitty, and she could not hold back the wish to smooth over her mother's coldness. She turned her head and said with a smile, see you soon. At that moment Stepan Arkadyevitch, his hat cocked, his face and eyes shining, came into the garden with a merrily triumphant look. But, coming up to his mother-in-law, he answered her questions about Dolly's health with a mournful, guilty face. Having spoken softly and glumly with her, he straightened up and took Levin's arm. Well, then, shall we go? He asked. I kept thinking about you, and I'm very, very glad you've come, he said, looking into his eyes with a significant air. Let's go, replied the happy Levine, still hearing the sound of the voice saying see you soon and picturing the smile with which it had been said. To the Anglia or the Hermitage? It makes no difference to me. To the Anglia, then, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, choosing the Anglia because he owed more in the Anglia than in the Hermitage. He therefore considered it not nice to avoid that hotel. Do you have a cab? Excellent, because I dismissed my carriage. The friends were silent all the way. Levin thought about the meaning of that change in Kitty's face, and first assured himself that there was hope, then fell into despair and saw clearly that his hope was mad, and yet he felt himself quite a different man, not like the one he had been before her smile and the words, "See you soon." Stepan Arkadyevich devised the dinner menu on the way. "You do like turbot?" he said to Levin, as they drove up. "What?" asked Levin. "Turbot? Yes, I'm terribly fond of turbot." 10. As Levin entered the hotel with Oblonsky, he could not help noticing a certain special expression, as if of restrained radiance, on the face and in the whole figure of Stepan Arkadyevich. Oblonsky took off his coat and with his hat cocked passed into the restaurant, giving orders to the Tartar 16, in tailcoats who clung to him, napkins over their arms, bowing right and left to the joyful greetings of acquaintances who turned up there. As everywhere, he went to the bar, followed his glass of vodka with a bit of fish, and said something to the painted French woman in ribbons, lace and ringlets who was sitting at the counter, so that even this French woman burst into genuine laughter. Levin did not drink vodka, if only because this French woman, who seemed to consist entirely of other people's hair, poudre de riz and vinaigre de toilette, was offensive to him. He hastened to step away from her as from a dirty spot. His whole soul was overflowing with the remembrance of Kitty, and in his eyes shone a smile of triumph and happiness. "This way, your highness, if you please, you will not be disturbed here, your highness," said a particularly clinging, blanched old Tartar with broad hips over which the tails of his coat parted. "Your hat please, your highness," he said to Levin, courting the guest as token of respect for Stepan Arkadyevich. Instantly spreading a fresh tablecloth on a round table, already covered with a tablecloth, under a bronze lamp bracket, he drew out the velvet chairs and stood before Stepan Arkadyevich, napkin and menu in hand, awaiting orders. "Rice powder and cosmetic vinegar. If you prefer, your highness, a private room will presently be vacated. Prince Golitsyn and a lady. Fresh oysters have come in." "Ah, oysters." Stepan Arkadyevich fell to thinking. "Shouldn't we change our plan, Levin?" he said, his finger pausing on the menu. And his face showed serious perplexity. "Are they good oysters?" "Mind yourself." "Flensborg, your highness, we have no Ostend oysters." "Flensborg, yes, but are they fresh?" "Came in yesterday, sir." "In that case, shouldn't we begin with oysters, and then change the whole plan, eh?" "It makes no difference to me. I like shchi and kasha best." 17, but they won't have that here. "Kasha à la Russe, if you please," the Tartar said, bending over Levin like a nanny over a child. "No, joking aside, whatever you choose will be fine. I did some skating and I'm hungry." "And don't think," he added, noticing the displeased expression on Oblonsky's face, "that I won't appreciate your choice. I'll enjoy a good meal." "To be sure." "Say what you like, it is one of life's enjoyments," said Stepan Arkadyevich. "Well, then, my good man, bring us 2, no, make it 3 dozen oysters, vegetable soup, printanier." The Tartar picked up, but Stepan Arkadyevich evidently did not want to give him the pleasure of naming the dishes in French. "Vegetable soup, you know." "Then turbot with thick sauce." "Then, roast beef, but mind it's good." "And why not capon?" "Well, and some stewed fruit." The Tartar, remembering Stepan Arkadyevich's manner of not naming dishes from the French menu, did not repeat after him, but gave himself the pleasure of repeating the entire order from the menu. "Soup printanier, turbot sauce Beaumarchais, poulard à l'estragon, macédoine de fruits," and at once, as if on springs, laid aside one bound menu, picked up another, the wine list, and offered it to Stepan Arkadyevich. "What shall we drink?" "I'll have whatever you like, only not much, some champagne," said Levin. "What, to begin with?" "Though why not, in fact." "Do you like the one with the white seal?" "Cachet blanc." The Tartar picked up. "Well, so bring us that with the oysters, and then we'll see." "Right, sir." "What table wine would you prefer?" "Bring us the Nuit." "No, better still the classic Chablis." "Right, sir." "Would you prefer your cheese?" "Yes, the Parmesan." "Unless you'd prefer something else?" "No, it makes no difference to me," said Levin, unable to repress a smile. And the Tartar, his tails flying over his broad hips, ran off and 5 minutes later rushed in again with a plate of open oysters in their pearly shells and a bottle between his fingers. Stepan Arkadyevich crumpled the starched napkin, tucked it into his waistcoat, and, resting his arms comfortably, applied himself to the oysters. "Not bad," he said, peeling the sloshy oysters from their pearly shells with a little silver fork and swallowing them one after another. Not bad, he repeated, raising his moist and shining eyes now to Levin, now to the Tartar. Levin ate the oysters, though white bread and cheese would have been more to his liking. But he admired Oblonsky. Even the Tartar, drawing the cork and pouring the sparkling wine into shallow thin glasses, then straightening his white tie, kept glancing with a noticeable smile of pleasure at Stepan Arkadyevitch. "You don't care much for oysters?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, drinking off his glass. "Or else you're preoccupied, eh?" He wanted Levin to be cheerful, yet it was not that Levin was not cheerful. He felt constrained. With what he had in his soul, it was eerie and awkward for him to be in a tavern, next to private rooms where one dined in the company of ladies, amidst this hustle and bustle. These surroundings of bronze, mirrors, gaslights, Tartars, it was all offensive to him. He was afraid to soil what was overflowing in his soul. "Me? Yes, I'm preoccupied. But, besides, I feel constrained by all this," he said. "You can't imagine how wild all this is for a countryman like me. Or take the nails of that gentleman I saw in your office." "Yes, I could see poor Grinevitch's nails interested you greatly," Stepan Arkadyevitch said, laughing. "I can't help it," replied Levin. "Try getting inside me, look at it from a countryman's point of view. In the country we try to keep our hands in a condition that makes them convenient to work with, for that we cut our nails and sometimes roll up our sleeves. While here people purposely let their nails grow as long as they can, and stick on saucers instead of cufflinks, so that it would be impossible for them to do anything with their hands." Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled gaily. "Yes, it's a sign that he has no need of crude labor. His mind works." "Maybe. But all the same it seems wild to me, just as it seems wild to me that while we countrymen try to eat our fill quickly, so that we can get on with what we have to do, you and I are trying our best not to get full for as long as possible, and for that we eat oysters." "Well, of course," Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up. "But that's the aim of civilization, to make everything an enjoyment." "Well, if that's its aim, I'd rather be wild." "You are wild as it is. All you Levins are wild." 18. Levin sighed. He remembered his brother Nikolai, and felt ashamed and pained. He frowned, but Oblonsky began talking about a subject that distracted him at once. "So you're going to see our people tonight, the Shtrerbetsks, I mean," he said, pushing aside the empty scabrous shells and drawing the cheese towards him, his eyes shining significantly. "Yes, I'll certainly go," replied Levin, "though it seemed to me the princess invited me reluctantly." "Come, now." "What nonsense." "That's her manner." "Well, my good man, serve the soup." "That's her manner, the grand dame," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I'll come, too, only I have to go to a choir rehearsal at Countess Banin's first." "Well, what are you if not wild? How else explain the way you suddenly disappeared from Moscow?" "The Shtrerbetsks kept asking me about you, as if I should know." "I know only one thing, you always do what nobody else does." "Yes," Levin said slowly and with agitation. "You are right, I am wild. Only my wildness isn't in my leaving, but in my coming now. I've come now." "Oh, what a lucky man you are." Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up, looking into Levin's eyes. "Why?" "Bold steeds I can tell by their something or other thighs, and young men in love by the look in their eyes." 19. Declaimed Stepan Arkadyevitch. "You've got everything before you." "And with you it's already behind?" "No, not behind, but you have the future and I the present, a bit of this, a bit of that." "And, not so good." "Well, but I don't want to talk about myself, and besides it's impossible to explain everything," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "So what have you come to Moscow for?" "Hey, clear away," he called to the Tartar. "Can't you guess?" replied Levin, gazing steadily at Stepan Arkadyevitch, his eyes lit from within. "I can, but I can't be the first to speak of it." "By that alone you can see whether I've guessed right or not," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, glancing at Levin with a subtle smile. "Well, what do you say?" Levin said in a trembling voice and feeling all the muscles in his face trembling. "How do you look at it?" Stepan Arkadyevitch slowly drank his glass of Chablis, not taking his eyes off Levin. "I?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I'd like nothing better than that, nothing. It's the best thing that could happen." "But you're not mistaken? You do know what we're talking about?" Levin said, fastening his eyes on his interlocutor. "You think it's possible?" "I think it's possible." "Why should it be impossible?" "No, You really think it's possible? No, tell me all you think. Well, and what if? What if I should be refused? And I'm even certain. Why do you think so? Stepan Arkadyevich said, smiling at his friend's excitement. It sometimes seems so to me. But that would be terrible both for me and for her. Well, in any case, for a girl there's nothing terrible in it. Every girl is proud of being proposed to. Yes, every girl, but not she. Stepan Arkadyevich smiled. He knew so well this feeling of Levin's, knew that for him all the girls in the world were divided into two sorts. One sort was all the girls in the world except her, and these girls had all human weaknesses and were very ordinary girls. The other sort was her alone, with no weaknesses and higher than everything human. Wait, have some sauce, he said, stopping Levin's hand, which was pushing the sauce away. Levin obediently took some sauce, but would not let Stepan Arkadyevich eat. No, wait, he said. Understand that for me it's a question of life and death. I've never talked about it with anyone. And I can't talk about it with anyone but you. Look, here we are, strangers in everything, different tastes, views, everything, but I know that you love me and understand me, and for that I love you terribly. So, for God's sake, be completely open. I'm telling you what I think, Stepan Arkadyevich said, smiling. But I'll tell you more, my wife is a most remarkable woman. Stepan Arkadyevich sighed, remembering his relations with his wife, and after a moment's silence went on, she has a gift of foresight. She can see through people, but, more than that, she knows what's going to happen, especially along marital lines. She predicted, for instance, that Shakhovskoy would marry Brenteln. No one wanted to believe it, but it turned out to be so. And she's on your side. Meaning what? Meaning not just that she loves you. She says Kitty will certainly be your wife. At these words Levin's face suddenly lit up with a smile, of the sort that is close to tears of tenderness. She says that? Levin cried. I always said she was a delight, your wife. Well, enough talking about it, he said, getting up from his seat. All right, only do sit down, the soup's coming. But Levin could not sit down. He paced the little cell of a room twice with his firm strides, blinked his eyes to keep the tears from showing, and only then sat down at the table again. Understand, he said, that it isn't love. I've been in love, but this is not the same. This is not my feeling, but some external force taking possession of me. I left because I decided it could not be, you understand, like a happiness that doesn't exist on earth, but I have struggled with myself and I see that without it there is no life. And I must resolve. Then why did you go away? Wait. So many thoughts. I have so much to ask. Listen, you can't imagine what you've done for me by what you've said. I'm so happy that I've even become mean. I've forgotten everything. I found out today that my brother Nikolai, you know, he's here. I forgot about him, too. It seems to me that he's happy, too. It's like madness. But there's one terrible thing. You're married, you know this feeling. The terrible thing is that we older men, who already have a past, not of love, but of sins, suddenly become close with a pure, innocent being. It's disgusting, and so you can't help feeling yourself unworthy. Well, you don't have so many sins. Even so, said Levin, even so, with disgust reading over my life, I tremble and curse, and bitterly complain. 20. Yes. No help for it. That's how the world is made, said Stepan Arkadyevich. There is one consolation, as in that prayer I've always loved, that I may be forgiven not according to my deserts, but out of mercy. That's also the only way she can forgive me. 11. Levin finished his glass, and they were silent for a while. There is one more thing I must tell you. Do you know Vronsky? Stepan Arkadyevich asked Levin. No, I don't. Why do you ask? Bring us another. Stepan Arkadyevich addressed the Tartar, who was filling their glasses and fussing around them precisely when he was not needed. Why should I know Vronsky? You should know Vronsky because he's one of your rivals. What is this Vronsky? Said Levin, and his face, from that expression of childlike rapture which Oblonsky had just been admiring, suddenly turned spiteful and unpleasant. Vronsky is one of the sons of Count Kirill Ivanovich Vronsky and one of the finest examples of the gilded youth of Petersburg. I got to know him in Tver, when I was in government service there, and he came for the conscription. Terribly rich, handsome, big connections, an imperial aide-de-camp, and with all that, a very sweet, Nice fellow. And more than just a nice fellow. As I've come to know him here, he's both cultivated and very intelligent. He's a man who will go far. Levin frowned and kept silent. Well, sir, he appeared here soon after you left and, as I understand, is head over heels in love with Kitty, and, you understand, her mother. Excuse me, but I understand nothing, said Levin, scowling gloomily. And he at once remembered his brother Nikolai and how mean he was to have forgotten about him. Wait, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling and touching his hand. I've told you what I know, and I repeat that in this subtle and delicate matter, as far as I can surmise, the chances seem to be on your side. Levin leaned back in his chair. His face was pale. But I'd advise you to resolve the matter as soon as possible, Oblonsky went on, filling Levin's glass. No thanks, I can't drink any more, said Levin, pushing his glass away. I'll get drunk. Well, how are things with you? He went on, obviously wishing to change the subject. One word more. In any event, I advise you to resolve the question quickly. I don't advise you to speak of it tonight, said Stepan Arkadyevitch. Go tomorrow morning, classically, make a proposal, and God bless you. Haven't you always wanted to come for some hunting with me? So, come in the spring, said Levin. He now repented with all his heart that he had begun this conversation with Stepan Arkadyevitch. His special feeling had been defiled by talk of rivalry with some Petersburg officer, by Stepan Arkadyevitch's suppositions and advice. Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled. He understood what was going on in Levin's heart. I'll come sometime, he said. Yes, brother, women, that's the pivot on which everything turns. And with me, too, things are bad, very bad. And all from women. Tell me frankly, he went on, taking out a cigar and keeping one hand on his glass, give me your advice. But what about? Here's what. Suppose you're married. You love your wife, but you become infatuated with another woman. Excuse me, but I decidedly do not understand how just as I don't understand how I could pass by a bakery, as full as I am now, and steal a sweet roll. Stepan Arkadyevitch's eyes shone more than usual. Why not? Sometimes a sweet roll is so fragrant that you can't help yourself. Himmlische Estes, wenn ich bez wungen meiner des begehr, aber doch wenn's nicht gelungen. Hat ich auch recht hubs pleasure. 21. As he said this, Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled subtly. Levin also could not help smiling. No, joking aside, Oblonsky went on, understand, there's this woman, a dear, meek, loving being, poor, lonely, and who has sacrificed everything. Now, when the deed is already done, understand, how can I abandon her? Suppose we part, so as not to destroy my family, but how can I not pity her? Not provide for her, not try to soften it? Well, you must excuse me. You know, for me all women are divided into two sorts, that is, no, rather, there are women and there are, I've never seen and never will see any lovely fallen creatures. 22, and one's like that painted French woman at the counter, with all those ringlets, they're vermin for me, and all the fallen ones are the same. And the one in the Gospels? Oh, stop it. Christ would never have said those words, if he'd known how they would be misused. 23, those are the only words people remember from all the Gospels. However, I'm not saying what I think but what I feel. I have a loathing for fallen women. You're afraid of spiders and I of those vermin. You surely have never studied spiders and don't know their ways. It's the same with me. It's fine for you to talk like that. It's the same as that Dickensian gentleman who threw all difficult questions over his right shoulder with his left hand. 24. But the denial of a fact is not an answer. What's to be done? Tell me, what's to be done? The wife is getting old, and you're full of life. Before you have time to turn round, you already feel that you can't love your wife as a lover, however much you may respect her. And here suddenly love comes along, and you're lost. Lost? Stepan Arkadyevitch said with glum despair. Levin grinned. Yes, lost, Oblonsky went on. But what to do? Don't steal sweet rolls. Stepan Arkadyevitch laughed. Oh, you moralist. But understand, there are two women, one insists only on her rights, and these rights are your love, which you cannot give her, and the other sacrifices everything for you and demands nothing. What are you to do? How act? There's a terrible drama here. If you want my opinion concerning that, I'll tell you that I don't think there is a drama here. And here's why. To my mind, love, the two loves that Plato, remember, defines in his Symposium 25, these two loves serve as a touchstone for people. Some people understand only the one, others the other. And those who understand only non-platonic love shouldn't talk about drama. In such love there can be no drama. Thank you kindly for the pleasure. With my respects, there's the whole drama. And for platonic love there can be no drama, because in such love everything is clear and pure. Because, just then Levin remembered his own sins and the inner struggle he had gone through. And he added unexpectedly, however, it's possible you're right. Very possible, but I don't know. I really don't know. So you see, said Stepan Arkadyevich, you were a very wholesome man. That is your virtue and your defect. You have a wholesome character, and you want all of life to be made up of wholesome phenomena, but that doesn't happen. So you despise the activity of public service because you want things always to correspond to their aim, and that doesn't happen. You also want the activity of the individual man always to have an aim, that love and family life always be one, and that doesn't happen. All the variety, all the charm, all the beauty of life are made up of light and shade. Levin sighed and gave no answer. He was thinking of his own things and not listening to Oblonsky. And suddenly they both felt that, though they were friends, though they had dined together and drunk wine that should have brought them still closer, each was thinking only of his own things, and they had nothing to do with each other. Oblonsky had experienced more than once this extreme estrangement instead of closeness that may come after dinner, and knew what had to be done on such occasions. The bill. He shouted and went to a neighboring room, where he at once met an aide-de-camp of his acquaintance and got into conversation with him about some actress and the man who kept her. And at once, in his conversation with the aide-de-camp, Oblonsky felt relieved and rested after talking with Levin, who always caused him too much mental and spiritual strain. When the Tartar came with a bill for 26 rubles in change, plus something for a tip, Levin, who at another time, as a countryman, would have been horrified at his share of 14 rubles, now took notice, paid and went home, in order to change and go to the Strubatsks, where his fate was to be decided. 12. Princess Kitty Strubatsky was 18 years old. She had come out for the first time this season. Her success in society was greater than that of her two older sisters and greater than the old princess had even expected. Not only were all the young men who danced at the Moscow balls in love with Kitty, but already in this first season two serious suitors had presented themselves, Levin and, immediately after his departure, Count Vronsky. Levin's appearance at the beginning of winter, his frequent visits and obvious love for Kitty, gave rise to the first serious conversations between Kitty's parents about her future and to disputes between the prince and the princess. The prince was on Levin's side, said he could wish nothing better for Kitty. The princess, however, with that way women have of sidestepping the question, said that Kitty was too young, that Levin had in no way shown that his intentions were serious, that Kitty had no attachment to him, and other arguments. But what she did not say was that she expected a better match for her daughter, that she found Levin unsympathetic, and that she did not understand him. When Levin suddenly left, the princess was glad and said triumphantly to her husband, "You see, I was right." And when Vronsky appeared, she was gladder still, being confirmed in her opinion that Kitty was to make not merely a good but a brilliant match. For the mother there could be no comparison between Vronsky and Levin. The mother disliked in Levin his strange and sharp judgments, his awkwardness in society, caused, as she supposed, by his pride, and his, in her opinion, wild sort of life in the country, busy with cattle and muzhiks. She also very much disliked that he, being in love with her daughter, had visited their house for a month and a half as if waiting for something spying out, as if he were afraid it would be too great an honor if he should propose, and not understanding that if he visited a house where here was a marriageable daughter, he ought to explain himself. And suddenly, without explanation, he had left. It's a good thing he's so unattractive that Kitty didn't fall in love with him, thought the mother. Vronsky satisfied all the mother's desires. Very rich, intelligent, well-born, a brilliant military courtly career, and a charming man. One could wish for nothing better. At the balls Vronsky openly courted Kitty, danced with her and visited the house, which meant there could be no doubt of the seriousness of his intentions. But, in spite of that, the mother spent the entire winter in terrible worry and agitation. The old princess herself had married 30 years ago, with her aunt as matchmaker. The fiancé, of whom everything was known beforehand, came, saw the bride, and was seen himself, the matchmaking aunt found out and conveyed the impression made on both sides. The impression was good. Then on the appointed day the expected proposal was made to her parents and accepted. Everything happened very easily and simply. At least it seemed so to the princess. But with her own daughters she had experienced how this seemingly ordinary thing, giving away her daughters in marriage, was neither easy nor simple. So many fears had been lived through, so many thoughts thought, so much money spent, so many confrontations with her husband when the older two, Darya and Natalia, were being married. Now, as the youngest one was brought out, she lived through the same fears, the same doubts, and had still greater quarrels with her husband than over the older ones. The old prince, like all fathers, was especially scrupulous about the honor and purity of his daughters. He was unreasonably jealous over them, and especially over Kitty, who was his favorite, and at every step made scenes with his wife for compromising their daughter. The princess had already grown used to it with the first two daughters. But now she felt that the prince's scrupulousness had more grounds. She saw that much had changed lately in the ways of society, that the duties of a mother had become even more difficult. She saw that girls of Kitty's age formed some sort of groups, attended some sort of courses 26, freely associated with men, drove around by themselves, many no longer curtsied, and, worse still, they were all firmly convinced that choosing a husband was their own and not their parents' business. Nowadays girls are not given in marriage as they used to be, while these young girls, and even all the old people, thought and said. But how a girl wished to be given in marriage nowadays the princess could not find out from anyone. The French custom, for the parents to decide the children's fate, was not accepted, and was even condemned. The English custom, giving the girl complete freedom, was also not accepted and was impossible in Russian society. The Russian custom of matchmaking was regarded as something outrageous and was laughed at by everyone, the princess included. But how a girl wished to get married or be given in marriage, no one knew. Everyone with whom the princess happened to discuss it told her one and the same thing: good gracious, in our day it's time to abandon this antiquity. It's young people who get married, not their parents. That means the young people should be left to arrange it as they can. It was fine for those who had no daughters to talk that way, but the princess understood that in making friends her daughter might fall in love, and fall in love with someone who would not want to marry or who was not right as a husband. And however much the princess was assured that in our time young people themselves must settle their fate, she was unable to believe it, as she would have been unable to believe that in anyone's time the best toys for 5-year-old children would be loaded pistols. And therefore the princess worried more about Kitty than she had about her older daughters. Now her fear was that Vronsky would not limit himself to merely courting her daughter. She saw that Kitty was already in love with him, but she comforted herself with thinking that he was an honest man and therefore would not do such a thing. But along with that she knew how easy it was, with the present-day freedom of behavior, to turn a girl's head and, generally, how lightly men looked upon this fault. The week before, Kitty had repeated to her mother her conversation with Vronsky during the mazurka. This conversation had partly set the princess at ease, but she could not be completely at ease. Vronsky had told Kitty that he and his brother were both so used to obeying their mother in all things that they would never dare undertake anything important without consulting her. And now I'm waiting, as for a special happiness, for my mother's arrival from Petersburg, he had said. Kitty had repeated it without giving any significance to these words. But her mother understood it differently. She knew that the old woman was expected any day, knew that she would be glad of her son's choice, and found it strange that he would not propose for fear of offending his mother. Yet she so much wanted the marriage itself and, most of all, a rest from her anxieties, that she believed it. Painful as it was for the princess to see the unhappiness of her eldest daughter, Dolly, who was preparing to leave her husband, her worry over the deciding of her youngest daughter's fate consumed all her feelings. Levin's appearance that same day had added to her trouble. She was afraid that her daughter, who as it seemed to her, had some feeling for Levin, might refuse Vronsky out of unnecessary honesty, and generally that Levin's arrival might confuse and delay matters so near conclusion. What about him? Did he arrive long ago? The princess said of Levin as they returned home. Today, Maman. I only want to say, the princess began, and by her seriously animated face Kitty could guess what the talk would be about. Mama, she said, flushing and quickly turning to her. Please, please, don't say anything about it. I know it all. She wished for the same thing her mother did, but the motives for her mother's wish offended her. I only want to say that, having given hopes to one, Mama, darling, for God's sake, don't speak. It's so awful to speak of it. I won't, her mother said, seeing the tears in her daughter's eyes. But one thing, my dearest. You promised me you wouldn't have any secrets from me. You won't? Never, Mama, none, Kitty answered, blushing and looking straight into her mother's face. But I have nothing to tell now. Even if I wanted to, I don't know what to say or how. I don't know. No, she can't tell a lie with such eyes, her mother thought, smiling at her excitement and happiness. The princess was smiling at how immense and significant everything now happening in her soul must seem to the poor dear. 13. Between dinner and the beginning of the evening, Kitty experienced a feeling similar to that of a young man before a battle. Her heart was beating hard, and she could not fix her thoughts on anything. She felt that this evening, when the two of them would meet for the first time, must be decisive in her fate. And she constantly pictured them to herself, first each of them separately, then the two together. When she thought about the past, she paused with pleasure, with tenderness, over memories of her relations with Levin. Memories of childhood and memories of Levin's friendship with her dead brother lent her relations with him a special poetic charm. His love for her, which she was certain of, was flattering and joyful for her, and it was easy for her to recall Levin. But in her recollections of Vronsky there was an admixture of something awkward. Though he was in the highest degree a calm and worldly man, it was as if there were some falseness, not in him. He was very simple and nice, but in herself, while with Levin she felt completely simple and clear. But on the other hand, the moment she thought of a future with Vronsky, the most brilliantly happy prospects rose before her, while with Levin the future seemed cloudy. Going upstairs to dress for the evening and glancing in the mirror, she noticed with joy that she was having one of her good days and was in full possession of all her powers, which she so needed for what lay ahead of her. She felt in herself an external calm and a free grace of movement. At 7:30, just as she came down to the drawing-room, the footman announced, "Konstantin Dmitrich Levin." The princess was still in her room, and the prince also did not emerge. "That's it," thought Kitty, and the blood rushed to her heart. Glancing in the mirror, she was horrified at her paleness. Now she knew for certain that he had come earlier in order to find her alone and to propose. And only here did the whole matter present itself to her for the first time with quite a different, new side. Only here did she realize that the question concerned not just herself, with whom would she be happy and whom she loved, but that at this very minute she must hurt a man she loved, and hurt him cruelly. Why? Because he, the dear man, loved her, was in love with her. But no help for it. It must be so. It had to be so. My God, can it be that I must tell him myself? She thought. Well, what shall I tell him? Can I possibly tell him I don't love him? It wouldn't be true. What shall I tell him, then? That I love another man? No, that's impossible. I'll go away, just go away. She was already close to the door when she heard his steps. No, it's dishonest. What am I afraid of? I haven't done anything wrong. What will be, will be. I'll tell the truth. I can't feel awkward with him. Here he is, she said to herself, seeing his whole strong and timid figure, with his shining eyes directed at her. She looked straight into his face, as if begging him for mercy, and gave him her hand. I've come at the wrong time, it seems, too early, he said, glancing around the empty drawing-room. When he saw that his expectations had been fulfilled, that nothing prevented him from the speaking out, his face darkened. Oh, no, said Kitty, and she sat down at the table. But this is just what I wanted, to find you alone, he began, not sitting down and not looking at her, so as not to lose courage. Mama will come out presently. Yesterday she got very tired. Yesterday, she spoke, not knowing what her lips were saying, and not taking her pleading and caressing eyes off him. He glanced at her. She blushed and fell silent. I told you I didn't know whether I had come for long, that it depended on you. She hung her head lower and lower, not knowing how she would reply to what was coming. That it depended on you, he repeated. I wanted to say, I came for this, that, to be my wife, he said, hardly aware of what he was saying, but, feeling that the most dreadful part had been said, he stopped and looked at her. She was breathing heavily, not looking at him. She was in ecstasy. Her soul overflowed with happiness. She had never imagined that the voicing of his love would make such a strong impression on her. But this lasted only a moment. She remembered Vronsky. Raising her light, truthful eyes to Levin and seeing his desperate face, she hastily replied, "It cannot be, forgive me." How close she had been to him just a minute ago, how important for his life, and now how alien and distant from him she had become. "It couldn't have been otherwise," he said, not looking at her. He bowed and was about to leave. 14. But just then the princess came out. Horror showed on her face when she saw them alone and looking upset. Levin bowed to her and said nothing. Kitty was silent, not raising her eyes. "Thank God, she's refused him," thought the mother, and her face brightened with the usual smile with which she met her guests on Thursdays. She sat down and began asking Levin about his life in the country. He sat down again, awaiting the arrival of other guests so that he could leave inconspicuously. 5 minutes later Kitty's friend, Countess Nordston, who had been married the previous winter, came in. She was a dry, yellow woman, sickly and nervous, with black shining eyes. She loved Kitty, and her love expressed itself, as a married woman's love for young girls always does, in her wish to get Kitty married according to her own ideal of happiness, and therefore she wished her to marry Vronsky. Levin, whom she had met often in their house at the beginning of winter, she had always found disagreeable. Her constant and favorite occupation when she met him consisted in making fun of him. "I love it when he looks down at me from the height of his grandeur. Either he breaks off his clever conversation with me because I'm stupid, or he condescends to me." Condescends. "I just love it. I'm very glad he can't stand me," she said of him. She was right, because Levin indeed could not stand her and had contempt for what she took pride in and counted as a merit. Her nervousness, her refined contempt and disregard for all that was coarse and common. Between Countess Nordston and Levin there had been established those relations, not infrequent in society, in which two persons, while ostensibly remaining on friendly terms, are contemptuous of each other to such a degree that they cannot even treat each other seriously and cannot even insult one another. Countess Nordston fell upon Levin at once. "Ah, Konstantin Dmitrich, you've come back to our depraved Babylon," she said, giving him her tiny yellow hand and recalling the words he had spoken once at the beginning of winter, that Moscow was Babylon. "Has Babylon become better, or have you become worse?" she added, glancing at Kitty with a mocking smile. "I'm very flattered, Countess, that you remember my words so well," answered Levin, who had managed to recover and by force of habit entered at once into his banteringly hostile attitude towards Countess Nordston. "They must have had a very strong effect on you." "Oh, surely." "I write it all down." "Well, Kitty, so you went skating again?" And she began talking with Kitty. Awkward as it was for Levin to leave now, it was still easier for him to commit that awkwardness than to stay all evening and see Kitty, who glanced at him now and then yet avoided his eyes. He was about to get up, but the princess, noticing that he was silent, addressed him. "Have you come to Moscow for long? Though it seems you're involved with the Zemstvo and cannot be long away." "No, princess, I'm no longer involved with the Zemstvo," he said. "I've come for a few days." Something peculiar has happened to him, thought Countess Nordston, studying his stern, serious face. Something keeps him from getting into his tirades. "But I'll draw him out. I'm terribly fond of making a fool of him in front of Kitty, and so I will." "Konstantin Dmitrich," she said to him, "explain to me, please, what it means. You know all about this, that on our Kaluga estate the muzhiks and their women drank up all they had and now don't pay us anything. What does it mean? You praise muzhiks all the time." Just then another lady came in, and Levin roused. "Excuse me, Countess, but I really know nothing about it and can tell you nothing," he said, and turned to look at the military man who came in after the lady. That must be Vronsky, thought Levin, and, to make sure of it, he glanced at Kitty. She had already had time to glance at Vronsky and now looked at Levin. And by that one glance of her involuntarily brightened eyes Levin understood that she loved this man, understood it as surely as if she had told it to him in words. But what sort of man was he? Now, for good or ill, Levin could not help staying. He had to find out what sort of man it was that she loved. There are people who, on meeting a successful rival in whatever it may be, are ready at once to turn their eyes from everything good in him and to see only the bad. Then there are people who, on the contrary, want most of all to find the qualities in this successful rival that enabled him to defeat them, and with aching heart seek only the good. Levin was one of those people. But it was not hard for him to find what was good and attractive in Vronsky. It struck his eyes at once. Vronsky was a sturdily built, dark-haired man of medium height, with a good-naturedly handsome, extremely calm and firm face. In his face and figure, from his closely cropped dark hair and freshly shaven chin to his wide-cut, brand-new uniform, everything was simple and at the same time elegant. Making way for the lady who was entering, Vronsky went up to the princess and then to Kitty. As he went up to her, his beautiful eyes began to glitter with a special tenderness, and with a barely noticeable happy and modestly triumphant smile, as it seemed to Levin. Bending over her respectfully and carefully, he gave her his small but broad hand. After greeting and saying a few words to everyone, he sat down, without a glance at Levin, who did not take his eyes off him. "Allow me to introduce you," said the princess, indicating Levin. "Konstantin Dmitrich Levin." "Count Alexei Kirillovich Vronsky." Vronsky rose and, looking amiably into Levin's eyes, shook hands with him. "I believe I was to have dined with you this winter," he said, smiling his simple and frank smile, "but you unexpectedly left for the country." "Konstantin Dmitrich despises and hates the city and us city dwellers," said Countess Nordston. "My words must have a strong effect on you, since you remember them so well," said Levin, and, realizing that he had already said that earlier, he turned red. Vronsky looked at Levin and Countess Nordston and smiled. "And you live in the country all year round?" he asked. "I suppose the winters are boring?" "No. Not if you're busy and are not bored with your own self," Levin replied curtly. "I like the country," said Vronsky, noticing Levin's tone and pretending he had not noticed it. "But I do hope, Count, that you would not agree to live in the country all year round," said Countess Nordston. "I don't know, I've never tried it. I once experienced a strange feeling," he went on. "Nowhere have I ever missed the country, the Russian country, with its bast shoes and muziks, so much as when I spent a winter with my mother and niece. Nice is boring in itself, you know. Naples and Sorrento are also good only for a short time, and it is there that one remembers Russia especially vividly, and precisely the country. It's as if they," he spoke, addressing both Kitty and Levin and shifting his calm and amiable glance from one to the other, saying, evidently, whatever came into his head. Noticing that Countess Nordston wanted to say something, he stopped without finishing what he had begun and listened attentively to her. The conversation never flagged for a minute, so that the old princess, who, in case a topic was lacking, always kept two heavy cannon in reserve, classical versus modern education, and general military conscription, did not have to move them up, and Countess Nordston had no chance to tease Levin. Levin wanted but was unable to enter into the general conversation, saying go now to himself every minute. He did not leave, but kept waiting for something. The conversation moved on to table-turning and spirits 27, and Countess Nordston, who believed in spiritualism, began telling about the wonders she had seen. "Ah, Countess, you must take me, for God's sake, take me to them. I've never seen anything extraordinary, though I keep looking everywhere," Vronsky said, smiling. "Very well, next Saturday," Countess Nordston replied. "But you, Konstantin Dmitrich, do you believe in it?" she asked Levin. "Why do you ask me? You know what I'm going to say." "But I want to hear your opinion." "My opinion," answered Levin, "is simply that these turning tables prove that our so-called educated society is no higher than the muziks. They believe in the evil eye, and wicked spells, and love potions, while we, so, then, you don't believe in it." "I cannot believe, Countess." "But if I saw it myself?" "Peasant women also tell of seeing household goblins themselves." "So you think I'm not telling the truth?" And she laughed mirthlessly. "No, Masha, Konstantin Dmitrich says he cannot believe in it," said Kitty, blushing for Levin, and Levin understood it and, still more annoyed, was about to reply, but Vronsky, with his frank, cheerful smile, at once came to the rescue of the conversation, which was threatening to turn unpleasant. "You don't admit any possibility at all?" he asked. "Why not? We admit the existence of electricity, which we know nothing about. Why can't there be a new force, still unknown to us, which, when electricity was found," Levin quickly interrupted, "it was merely the discovery of a phenomenon, and it was not known where it came from or what it could do, and centuries passed before people thought of using it. The spiritualists, on the contrary, began by saying that tables write to them and spirits come to them, and only afterwards started saying it was an unknown force. Vronsky listened attentively to Levine, as he always listened, evidently interested in his words. Yes, but the spiritualists say, now we don't know what this force is, but the force exists, and these are the conditions under which it acts. Let the scientists find out what constitutes this force. No, I don't see why it can't be a new force. Because, Levin interrupted again, with electricity, each time you rub resin against wool, a certain phenomenon manifests itself, while here it's not each time, and therefore it's not a natural phenomenon. Probably feeling that the conversation was acquiring too serious a character for a drawing room, Vronsky did not object, but, trying to change the subject, smiled cheerfully and turned to the ladies. Let's try it now, Countess, he began. But Levin wanted to finish saying what he thought. I think, he continued, that this attempt by the spiritualists to explain their wonders by some new force is a most unfortunate one. They speak directly about spiritual force and want to subject it to material experiment. They were all waiting for him to finish, and he felt it. And I think that you'd make an excellent medium, said Countess Nordston. There's something ecstatic in you. Levin opened his mouth, wanted to say something, turned red, and said nothing. Let's try the tables now, Princess, if you please, said Vronsky. With your permission, madam. He turned to the old princess. And Vronsky stood up, his eyes searching for a table. Kitty got up from her little table and, as she passed by, her eyes met Levine's. She pitied him with all her heart, the more so as she was the cause of his unhappiness. If I can be forgiven, forgive me, her eyes said. I'm so happy. I hate everybody, including you and myself, his eyes answered, and he picked up his hat. But he was not fated to leave yet. They were just settling around the little table, and Levine was on the point of leaving, when the old prince came in and, after greeting the ladies, turned to him. Ah, he began joyfully. Been here long? And I didn't know you were here. Very glad to see you, sir. The old prince sometimes addressed Levine formally, sometimes informally. He embraced Levine, talking to him and not noticing Vronsky, who rose and waited calmly for the prince to turn to him. Kitty sensed that, after what had happened, her father's cordiality would be oppressive for Levin. She also saw how coldly her father finally responded to Vronsky's bow and how Vronsky looked at her father with friendly perplexity, trying but failing to understand how and why it was possible to have an unfriendly attitude towards him, and she blushed. Prince, give us Konstantin Dmitrich, said Countess Nordston. We want to make an experiment. What experiment? Table turning. Well, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it's more fun to play the ring game, said the old prince, looking at Vronsky and guessing that he had started it. The ring game still has some sense to it. Vronsky gave the prince a surprised look with his firm eyes and, smiling slightly, immediately began talking with Countess Nordston about a big ball that was to take place in a week. I hope you'll be there. He turned to Kitty. As soon as the old prince turned away from him, Levin went out unobserved, and the last impression he took away with him from that evening was the smiling, happy face of Kitty answering Vronsky's question about the ball. 15. When the evening was over, Kitty told her mother about her conversation with Levine, and, despite all the pity she felt for Levine, she was glad at the thought that she had been proposed to. She had no doubt that she had acted rightly. But when she went to bed, she could not fall asleep for a long time. One impression pursued her relentlessly. It was Levin's face with its scowling eyebrows and his kind eyes looking out from under them with gloomy sullenness, as he stood listening to her father and glancing at her and Vronsky. And she felt such pity for him that tears came to her eyes. But she immediately thought of the one she had exchanged him for. She vividly recalled that manly, firm face, the noble calm and the kindness towards all that shone in him. She recalled the love for her of the one she loved, and again she felt joy in her soul, and with a smile of happiness she lay back on the pillow. It's a pity, but what to do? It's not my fault, she kept saying to herself, yet her inner voice was saying something else. Whether she repented of having led Levin on, or of having rejected him, she did not know. But her happiness was poisoned by doubts. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, she kept saying to herself till she fell asleep. Just then, downstairs in the prince's small study, one of those so often repeated scenes was taking place between the parents over their favorite daughter. "What? Here's what!" the prince shouted, waving his arms and at once closing his squirrel-skin dressing gown. "That you have no pride, no dignity, that you disgrace and ruin your daughter with this mean, foolish matchmaking." "But, please, for the love of God, Prince, what have I done?" the princess said, almost in tears. Happy and pleased after talking with her daughter, she had come to say good night to the prince as usual, and though she had not intended to tell him about Levin's proposal and Kitty's refusal, she had hinted to her husband that she thought the matter with Vronsky quite concluded, that it would be decided as soon as his mother came. And here, at these words, the prince had suddenly flared up and begun shouting unseemly things. "What have you done? Here's what. In the first place, you lure a suitor, and all Moscow is going to be talking, and with reason. If you give soirees, invite everybody, and not some chosen little suitors. Invite all those twits." So the prince called the young men of Moscow, invite a pianist and let them dance, but not like tonight, suitors and matchmaking. It's loathsome, loathsome to look at, and you've succeeded. You've turned the silly girl's head. Levin is 1,000 times the better man. And this little fop from Petersburg, they're made by machine, they're all of the same sort, and all trash. Even if he was a prince of the blood, my daughter doesn't need anybody. But what have I done? Here's what. The prince cried out wrathfully. "Know that if we listen to you," the princess interrupted, "we'll never section at our daughter married. In that case, we'll have to move to the country." "Better to move." "Wait. Am I pursuing anyone?" "Not at all. But a young man, and a very nice one, has fallen in love, and it seems that she—" "Yes, to you it seems." "And what if she really falls in love, and he has as much thought of marrying as I do?" "Oh, I can't stand the sight of it." "Ah, spiritualism. Ah, nice. Ah, the next ball." And the prince, imagining he was imitating his wife, curtsied at each word. "And what if we arrange for Tenka's unhappiness? What if she really takes it into her head?" "But why do you think that?" "I don't think, I know. It's we who have eyes for that, not women. I see a man who has serious intentions, that's Levin, and I see a popinjay like this whippersnapper, who is only amusing himself. Well, once you've taken it into your head, and you'll remember, but it will be too late, just as with Dashenka." "Well, all right, let's not talk about it." The princess stopped him, remembering about the unfortunate Dolly. "Excellent. Goodbye." And having crossed each other and kissed each other, yet sensing that each remained of the same opinion, the spouses parted. The princess was firmly convinced at first that that evening had decided Kitty's fate and there could be no doubt of Vronsky's intentions, but her husband's words troubled her. And, returning to her room, in terror before the unknown future, just like Kitty, she repeated several times in her heart, "Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy." 16. Vronsky had never known family life. His mother in her youth had been a brilliant society woman who, during her marriage and especially after it, had had many love affairs, known to all the world. He barely remembered his father and had been brought up in the Corps of Pages 28. Leaving school as a very young and brilliant officer, he immediately fell in with the ways of rich Petersburg military men. Although he occasionally went into Petersburg society, all his amorous interests lay outside it. In Moscow, after the luxurious and coarse life of Petersburg, he had experienced for the first time the charm of intimacy with a sweet, innocent society girl who had fallen in love with him. It did not even occur to him that there could be anything bad in his relations with Kitty. At balls he danced mostly with her, he visited their house. He said to her the things that are usually said in society, all sorts of nonsense, but nonsense which he unwittingly endowed with a special meaning for her. Though he said nothing to her that he could not have said before everybody, he felt that she was growing increasingly dependent on him, and the more he felt it, the more pleasant it was for him, and his feeling for her grew more tender. He did not know that his behavior towards Kitty had a specific name, that it was the luring of a young lady without the intention of marriage, and that this luring was one of the bad actions common among brilliant young men such as himself. It seemed to him that he was the first to discover this pleasure, and he enjoyed his discovery. If he could have heard what her parents said that evening, if he could have taken the family's point of view and learned that Kitty would be unhappy if he did not marry her, he would have been very surprised and would not have believed it. He could not have believed that something which gave such great and good pleasure to him, and above all to her, could be bad. Still less could he have believed that he was obliged to marry her. Marriage had never presented itself as a possibility to him. He not only did not like family life, but pictured the family, and especially a husband, according to the general view of the bachelor world in which he lived, as something alien, hostile and, above all, ridiculous. But though Vronsky had no suspicion of what the parents said, he felt as he left the Shtcherbatskys that evening that the secret spiritual bond existing between him and Kitty had established itself so firmly that something had to be done. But what could and should be done, he was unable to imagine. The charm of it is, he thought, going home from the Shtcherbatskys and bringing with him, as always, a pleasant feeling of purity and freshness, partly because he had not smoked all evening, and together with it a new feeling of tenderness at her love for him. The charm of it is that nothing was said either by me or by her, yet we understood each other so well in that invisible conversation of eyes and intonations, that tonight she told me more clearly than ever that she loves me. And so sweetly, simply and, above all, trustfully. I feel better and purer myself. I feel that I have a heart and that there is much good in me. Those sweet, loving eyes. When she said, and very much, well, what then? Well, then nothing. It's good for me. And it's good for her. And he began thinking about where to finish the evening. He checked in his imagination the places he might go to. The club, a game of Bezique 29, champagne with Ignatov? No, not there. The Chateau des Fleurs 30, I'll find Oblonsky there. French songs, the can-can. No, I'm sick of it. That's precisely what I love the Shtcherbatskys for, that I become better there myself. I'll go home. He went straight to his rooms at the Dusat, ordered super served, after which he got undressed and, the moment his head touched the pillow, fell into a sound and peaceful sleep, as always. 17. The next day at 11 o'clock in the morning Vronsky drove to the Petersburg railway station to meet his mother, and the first person he ran into on the steps of the main stairway was Oblonsky, who was expecting his sister on the same train. "Ah, Your Highness!" cried Oblonsky. "Here for someone?" "My mother," Vronsky replied, shaking his hand and smiling, as did everyone who met Oblonsky, and they went up the stairway together. "She arrives today from Petersburg." "And I waited for you till 2 o'clock." "Where did you go from the Shtcherbatskys?" "Home," replied Vronsky. "I confess, I felt so pleasant last night after the Shtcherbatskys that I didn't want to go anywhere." "Bold steeds I can tell by their something or other thighs, and young men in love by the look in their eyes," declaimed Stepan Arkadyevitch, exactly as he had done to Levin. Vronsky smiled with a look that said he did not deny it, but at once changed the subject. "And whom are you meeting?" he asked. "I? A pretty woman," said Oblonsky. "Really?" "Oniswaki Malo Ypence 31, my sister Anna." "Ah, you mean Karenina?" said Vronsky. "I suppose you know her?" "I think I do. Or else, no, I really can't remember," Vronsky replied absent-mindedly, vaguely picturing to himself at the name Karenina something standoffish and dull. "But surely you know Alexey Alexandrovitch, my famous brother-in-law." "The whole world knows him." "That is, I know him by sight and by reputation. I know he's intelligent, educated, something to do with religion, but you know, it's not in my line," Vronsky added in English. "Yes, he's a very remarkable man, a bit conservative, but a nice man," observed Stepan Arkadyevitch. "A nice man. Well, so much the better for him," said Vronsky, smiling. "Ah, you're here." He turned to his mother's tall old footman, who was standing by the door. "Come inside." Vronsky had recently felt himself attached to Stepan Arkadyevitch, apart from his general agreeableness for everyone, by the fact that in his imagination he was connected with Kitty. "Well, then, shall we have a dinner for the diva on Sunday?" he said to him, smiling and taking his arm. "Absolutely. I'll take up a collection." "Ah, did you meet my friend Levin last night?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Of course. But he left very early." "He's a nice fellow," Oblonsky went on. "Isn't he?" "I don't know why it is," answered Vronsky, "but all Muscovites, naturally excluding those I'm talking with," he added jokingly, "have something edgy about them. They keep rearing up for some reason, getting angry, as if they want to make you feel something. There is that, it's true, there is, Stepan Arkadyevich said, laughing merrily. "Soon now?" Vronsky asked an attendant. "The train's pulling in," the attendant answered. The approach of the train was made more and more evident by the preparatory movements in the station, the running of attendants, the appearance of gendarmes and porters, and the arrival of those coming to meet the train. Through the frosty steam, workers in sheepskin jackets and soft felt boots could be seen crossing the curved tracks. The whistle of the engine could be heard down the line, and the movement of something heavy. "No," said Stepan Arkadyevich, who wanted very much to tell Vronsky about Levin's intentions regarding Kitty. "No, you're wrong in your appraisal of my Levin. He's a very nervous man and can be unpleasant, true, but sometimes he can be very nice. He has such an honest, truthful nature, and a heart of gold." "But last night there were special reasons," Stepan Arkadyevich went on with a meaningful smile, forgetting completely the sincere sympathy he had felt for his friend yesterday and now feeling the same way for Vronsky. "Yes, there was a reason why he might have been either especially happy, or especially unhappy." Vronsky stopped and asked directly, "Meaning what? Or did he propose to your Belle-Sœur last night?" "Maybe," said Stepan Arkadyevich. "It seemed to me there was something of the sort yesterday." "Yes, if he left early and was also out of sorts, then that's it. He's been in love for so long, and I'm very sorry for him." "Really, I think, however, that she can count on a better match," said Vronsky, and, squaring his shoulders, he resumed his pacing. "However, I don't know him," he added. "Yes, it's a painful situation. That's why most of us prefer the company of Clara's. Their failure only proves that you didn't have enough money, while here, your dignity is at stake." Anyhow, the train's come. Indeed, the engine was already whistling in the distance. A few minutes later the platform began to tremble, and, puffing steam that was beaten down by the frost, the engine rolled past, with the coupling rod of the middle wheel slowly and rhythmically turning and straightening, and a muffled up, frost-grizzled engineer bowing, and, after the tender, slowing down and shaking the platform still more, the luggage van began to pass, with a squealing dog in it. Finally came the passenger carriages, shuddering to a stop. A dashing conductor jumped off, blowing his whistle, and after him the impatient passengers began to step down one by one. An officer of the guards, keeping himself straight and looking sternly around, a fidgety little merchant with a bag, smiling merrily, a muzhik with a sack over his shoulder. Vronsky, standing beside Oblonsky, looked over the carriages and the people getting off and forgot his mother entirely. What he had just learned about Kitty had made him excited and happy. His chest involuntarily swelled and his eyes shone. He felt himself the victor. "Countess Vronsky is in this compartment," said the dashing conductor, coming up to Vronsky. The conductor's words woke him up and forced him to remember his sister-in-law, mother, and the forthcoming meeting with her. In his soul he did not respect her and, without being aware of it, did not love her, though by the notions of the circle in which he lived, by his upbringing, he could not imagine to himself any other relation to his mother than one obedient and deferential in the highest degree, and the more outwardly obedient and deferential he was, the less he respected and loved her in his soul. 18. Vronsky followed the conductor to the carriage and at the door to the compartment stopped to allow a lady to leave. With the habitual flair of a worldly man, Vronsky determined from one glance at this lady's appearance that she belonged to high society. He excused himself and was about to enter the carriage, but felt a need to glance at her once more, not because she was very beautiful, not because of the elegance and modest grace that could be seen in her whole figure, but because there was something especially gentle and tender in the expression of her sweet-looking face as she stepped past him. As he looked back, she also turned her head. Her shining gray eyes, which seemed dark because of their thick lashes, rested amiably and attentively on his face, as if she recognized him, and at once wandered over the approaching crowd as though looking for someone. In that brief glance Vronsky had time to notice the restrained animation that played over her face and fluttered between her shining eyes and the barely noticeable smile that curved her red lips. It was as if a surplus of something so overflowed her being that it expressed itself beyond her will, now in the brightness of her glance, now in her smile. She deliberately extinguished the light in her eyes, but it shone against her will in a barely noticeable smile. Vronsky entered the carriage. His mother, a dry old woman with dark eyes and curled hair, narrowed her eyes, peering at her son, and smiled slightly with her thin lips. Getting up from the seat and handing the maid her little bag, she offered her small, dry hand to her son and, raising his head from her hand, kissed him on the face. "You got my telegram? Are you well?" "Thank God." "Did you have a good trip?" her son asked, sitting down beside her and involuntarily listening to a woman's voice outside the door. He knew it was the voice of the lady he had met at the entrance. "I still don't agree with you," the lady's voice said. "A Petersburg point of view, madam." "Not Petersburg, merely a woman's," she answered. "Well, allow me to kiss your hand." "Goodbye, Ivan Petrovich." "Do see if my brother is here, and send him to me," the lady said just by the door, and entered the compartment again. "Have you found your brother?" asked Countess Vronsky, addressing the lady. Vronsky remembered now that this was Madame Karenina. "Your brother is here," he said, getting up. "Excuse me, I didn't recognize you, and then our acquaintance was so brief," Vronsky said, bowing, "that you surely don't remember me." "Oh, no, I would have recognized you, because your mother and I seem to have spent the whole trip talking only of you," she said, finally allowing her animation, which was begging to be let out, to show itself in a smile. "And my brother still isn't here." "Call him, Alyosha," said the old countess. Vronsky went out on the platform and shouted, "Oblonsky! This way!" Madame Karenina did not wait for her brother, but, on seeing him, got out of the carriage with a light, resolute step. And as soon as her brother came up to her, she threw her left arm around his neck in a movement that surprised Vronsky by its resoluteness and grace, quickly drew him to her, and gave him a hearty kiss. Vronsky, not taking his eyes away, looked at her and smiled, himself not knowing at what. But remembering that his mother was waiting for him, he again got into the carriage. "Very sweet, isn't she?" the countess said of Madame Karenina. "Her husband put her with me, and I was very glad. We talked all the way." "Well, and they say that vous filez le parfait amour." "Tant mieux, mon cher, tant mieux." "I don't know what you're hinting at, maman," her son replied coolly. "Let's go, then, maman." Madame Karenina came back into the carriage to take leave of the countess. "Well, countess, so you've met your son and I'm my brother," she said gaily. "And all my stories are exhausted, there was nothing more to tell. You are living love's perfect dream." "So much the better, my dear, so much the better." "Ah, no, my dear," said the countess, taking her hand, "I could go around the world with you and not be bored. You're one of those sweet women with whom it's pleasant both to talk and to be silent. And please don't keep thinking about your son, it's impossible for you never to be separated." Madame Karenina stood motionless, holding herself very straight, and her eyes were smiling. "Anna Arkadyevna," the countess said, explaining to her son, "has a little boy of about 8, I think, and has never been separated from him, and she keeps suffering about having left him." "Yes, the countess and I spent the whole time talking, I about my son, she about hers," said Madame Karenina, and again a smile lit up her face, a tender smile addressed to him. "You were probably very bored by it," he said, catching at once, in midair, this ball of coquetry that she had thrown to him. But she evidently did not want to continue the conversation in that tone and turned to the old countess. "Thank you very much. I didn't even notice how I spent the day yesterday." "Goodbye, countess." "Goodbye, my friend," the countess replied. "Let me kiss your pretty little face. I'll tell you simply, directly, like an old woman, that I've come to love you." Right as the phrase was, Madame Karenina evidently believed it with all her heart and was glad. She blushed, bent forward slightly, offering her face to the countess's lips, straightened up again, and with the same smile wavering between her lips and eyes, gave her hand to Vronsky. He pressed the small hand offered him and was glad, as of something special, of her strong and boldly energetic handshake. She went out with a quick step, which carried her rather full body with such strange lightness. "Very sweet," said the old woman. Her son was thinking the same. He followed her with his eyes until her graceful figure disappeared, and the smile stayed on his face. Through a window he saw her go up to her brother, put her hand on his arm, and begin animatedly telling him something that obviously had nothing to do with him, Vronsky, and he found that vexing. "Well, so, maman, are you quite well?" he repeated, turning to his mother. "Everything's fine," Excellent. Alexander was very sweet. And Marie has become very pretty. She's very interesting. Again she began to talk about what interested her most, her grandson's baptism, for which she had gone to Petersburg, and about the special favor the emperor had shown her older son. "And here's Lavrenti," said Vronsky, looking out the window. "We can go now, if you like." The old butler, who had come with the countess, entered the carriage to announce that everything was ready, and the countess got up to leave. "Let's go, there are fewer people now," said Vronsky. The maid took the bag and the lapdog, the butler and a porter the other bags. Vronsky gave his mother his arm, but as they were getting out of the carriage, several men with frightened faces suddenly ran past. The station master, in a peaked cap of an extraordinary color, also ran past. Evidently something extraordinary had happened. People who had left the train were running back. What? Where? Through himself. Run over. Could be heard among those passing by. Stepan Arkadyevitch, with his sister on his arm, their faces also frightened, came back and stood by the door of the carriage, out of the crowd's way. The ladies got into the carriage, while Vronsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch went after the people to find out the details of the accident. A watchman, either drunk or too bundled up because of the freezing cold, had not heard a train being shunted and had been run over. Even before Vronsky and Oblonsky came back, the ladies had learned these details from the butler. Oblonsky and Vronsky had both seen the mangled corpse. Oblonsky was obviously suffering. He winced and seemed ready to cry. "Ah, how terrible! Ah, Anna, if you'd seen it! Ah, how terrible!" he kept saying. Vronsky was silent, and his handsome face was serious but perfectly calm. "Ah, if you'd seen it, Countess," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "And his wife is here. It was terrible to see her. She threw herself on the body. They say he was the sole provider for a huge family. 32. It's terrible." "Can nothing be done for her?" Madame Karenina said in an agitated whisper. Vronsky glanced at her and at once left the carriage. "I'll be right back, Maman," he added, turning at the door. When he came back a few minutes later, Stepan Arkadyevitch was already talking with the countess about a new soprano, while the countess kept glancing impatiently at the door, waiting for her son. "Let's go now," said Vronsky, entering. They went out together. Vronsky walked ahead with his mother. Behind came Madame Karenina with her brother. At the exit, the station master overtook Vronsky and came up to him. "You gave my assistant 200 rubles. Would you be so kind as to designate whom they are meant for?" "For the widow," Vronsky said, shrugging his shoulders. "I don't see any need to ask." "You gave it?" Oblonsky cried behind him and, pressing his sister's hand, added, "Very nice, very nice. Isn't he a fine fellow?" "My respects, Countess." And he and his sister stopped, looking around for her maid. When they came out, the Vronskys' carriage had already driven off. The people coming out were still talking about what had happened. "What a terrible death," said some gentlemen passing by. "Cut in 2 pieces, they say." "On the contrary, I think it's the easiest, it's instantaneous," observed another. "How is it they don't take measures?" said a third. Madame Karenina got into the carriage, and Stepan Arkadyevitch saw with surprise that her lips were trembling and she could hardly keep back her tears. "What is it, Anna?" he asked, when they had driven several hundred yards. "A bad omen," she said. "What nonsense," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "You've come, that's the main thing. You can't imagine what hopes I have in you." "Have you known Vronsky for long?" she asked. "Yes. You know, we hope he's going to marry Kitty." "Oh?" Anna said softly. "Well, now let's talk about you," she added, tossing her head as if she wanted physically to drive away something superfluous that was bothering her. "Let's talk about your affairs. I got your letter and here I am." "Yes, you're my only hope," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Well, tell me everything." And Stepan Arkadyevitch started telling. Driving up to the house, Oblonsky helped his sister out, sighed, pressed her hand, and went to his office. 19. When Anna came in, Dali was sitting in the small drawing room with the plump, tow-headed boy who already resembled his father, listening as he recited a French lesson. The boy was reading, his hand twisting and trying to tear off the barely attached button of his jacket. His mother took his hand away several times, but the plump little hand would take hold of the button again. His mother tore the button off and put it in her pocket. "Keep your hand still, Grisha," she said, and went back to knitting a blanket, her handwork from long ago, which she always took up in difficult moments. She was now knitting nervously. flicking the stitches over with her finger and counting them. Though yesterday she had sent word to her husband that she did not care whether his sister came or not, she had everything ready for her arrival and was excitedly awaiting her. Dolly was crushed by her grief and totally consumed by it. Nevertheless, she remembered that Anna, her sister-in-law, was the wife of one of the most important people in Petersburg and a Petersburg grand dame. And owing to this circumstance, she did not act on what she had said to her husband, that is, did not forget that Anna was coming. After all, she's not guilty of anything, thought Dolly. I know nothing but the very best about her, and with regard to myself, I've seen only kindness and friendship from her. True, as far as she could remember her impression of the Karenins' house in Petersburg, she had not liked it. There was something false in the whole shape of their family life. But why shouldn't I receive her, as long as she doesn't try to console me, thought Dolly. All these consolations and exhortations and Christian forgivenesses, I've already thought of it all 1,000 times, and it's no good. All those days Dolly was alone with her children. She did not want to talk about her grief, and with this grief in her soul she could not talk about irrelevancies. She knew that one way or another she would tell Anna everything, and her joy at the thought of how she would tell her everything alternated with anger at the need to speak about her humiliation with her, his sister, and to hear ready-made phrases of exhortation and consolation from her. As often happens, she kept looking at her watch, expecting her every minute, and missed precisely the one when her guest arrived, so that she did not even hear the bell. Hearing the rustle of a dress and light footsteps already at the door, she turned, and her careworn face involuntarily expressed not joy but surprise. She stood up and embraced her sister-in-law. "What, here already?" she said, kissing her. "Dolly, I'm so glad to see you." "I'm glad, too," said Dolly, smiling weakly and trying to make out from the expression on Anna's face whether she knew or not. She must know, she thought, noticing the commiseration on Anna's face. "Well, come along, I'll take you to your room," she continued, trying to put off the moment of talking as long as possible. "This is Grisha?" "My God, how he's grown," said Anna, and, having kissed him, without taking her eyes off Dolly, she stopped and blushed. "No, please, let's not go anywhere." She took off her scarf and hat and, catching a strand of her dark, curly hair in it, shook her head, trying to disentangle it. "And you are radiant with happiness and health," said Dolly, almost with envy. "I?" "Yes," said Anna. "My God, Danya." "The same age as my Seryosha," she added, turning to the girl who came running in. She took her in her arms and kissed her. "A lovely girl, lovely." "Show them all to me." She called them all by name, remembering not only the names, but the years, months, characters, illnesses of all the children, and Dolly could not help appreciating it. "Well, let's go to them then," she said. "A pity Vasya's asleep." After looking at the children, they sat down, alone now, to have coffee in the drawing room. Anna reached for the tray, then pushed it aside. "Dolly," she said, "he told me." Dolly looked coldly at Anna. She expected falsely compassionate phrases now, but Anna said nothing of the sort. "Dolly, dear," she said, "I don't want either to defend him or to console you, that is impossible. But, darling, I simply feel sorry for you, sorry with all my heart." Ears suddenly showed behind the thick lashes of her bright eyes. She moved closer to her sister-in-law and took her hand in her own energetic little hand. Dolly did not draw back, but the dry expression on her face did not change. She said, "It's impossible to console me. Everything is lost after what's happened, everything is gone." And as soon as she had said it, the expression on her face suddenly softened. Anna raised Dolly's dry, thin hand, kissed it and said, "But, Dolly, what's to be done? What's to be done? What's the best way to act in this terrible situation? That's what we must think about." "Everything's over, that's all," said Dolly. "And the worst of it, you understand, is that I can't leave him. There are the children, I'm tied. And I can't live with him, it pains me to see him." "Dolly, darling, he told me, but I want to hear it from you, tell me everything." Dolly gave her a questioning look. Unfeigned concern and love could be seen on Anna's face. "Very well," she said suddenly. "But I'll tell it from the beginning. You know how I got married. With Maman's upbringing, I was not only innocent, I was stupid. I didn't know anything. They say, I know, that husbands tell their wives their former life, but Stiva, She corrected herself. Stepan Arkadyevich told me nothing. You won't believe it, but until now I thought I was the only woman he had known. I lived like that for 8 years. You must understand that I not only didn't suspect his unfaithfulness, I considered it impossible. And here, imagine, with such notions, suddenly to learn the whole horror, the whole vileness. You must understand me. To be fully certain of my own happiness, and suddenly, Dolly went on, repressing her sobs, and to get a letter, his letter to his mistress, to my governess. No, it's too terrible. She hastily took out a handkerchief and covered her face with it. I could even understand if it was a passion, she went on after a pause, but to deceive me deliberately, cunningly, and with whom? To go on being my husband together with her, it's terrible. You can't understand. Oh, no, I do understand. I understand, dear Dolly, I understand, said Anna, pressing her hand. And do you think he understands all the horror of my position? Dolly went on. Not a bit. He's happy and content. Oh, no, Anna quickly interrupted. He's pitiful, he's overcome with remorse. Is he capable of remorse? Dolly interrupted, peering intently into her sister-in-law's face. Yes, I know him. I couldn't look at him without pity. We both know him. He's kind, but he's proud, and now he's so humiliated. What moved me most of all. And here Anna guessed what might move Dolly most of all. There are 2 things tormenting him: that he's ashamed before the children, and that, loving you as he does, yes, loving you more than anything in the world. She hastily interrupted Dolly, who was about to object. He has hurt you, crushed you. No, she won't forgive me, he keeps saying. Dolly pensively stared past her sister-in-law, listening to her words. Yes, I understand that his position is terrible. It's worse for the guilty than for the innocent, she said, if he feels guilty for the whole misfortune. But how can I forgive him? How can I be his wife again after her? For me to live with him now would be torture, precisely because I loved him as I did, because I love my past love for him. And sobs interrupted her words. But as if on purpose, each time she softened, she again began to speak of what irritated her. You see, she's young, she's beautiful, she went on. Do you understand, Anna, who took my youth and beauty from me? He and his children. I've done my service for him, and that service took my all. And now, naturally, he finds a fresh, vulgar creature more agreeable. They've surely talked about me between them, or, worse still, passed me over in silence. You understand? Again her eyes lit up with hatred. And after that he's going to tell me, am I supposed to believe him? Never. No, it's the end of everything, everything that made for comfort, a reward for toil, suffering. Would you believe it? I've just been teaching Grisha. Before it used to be a joy, now it's a torment. Why do I strain and toil? Why have children? The terrible thing is that my soul suddenly turned over, and instead of love, of tenderness, I feel only spite towards him. Yes, spite. I could kill him and, darling Dolly, I understand, but don't torment yourself. You're so tended, so agitated, that you see many things wrongly. Dolly quieted down, and for a minute or 2 they were silent. What's to be done? Think, Anna, help me. I've thought it all over and don't see anything. Anna could not think of anything, but her heart responded directly to every word, to every expression on her sister-in-law's face. I'll say one thing, Anna began. I'm his sister, I know his character, this ability to forget everything, she made a gesture in front of her face, this ability for total infatuation, but also for total remorse. He can't believe, he can't understand now, how he could have done what he did. No, he understands, he understood. Dolly interrupted. But you're forgetting me. Is it any easier for me? Wait. When he was telling me about it, I confess, I still didn't understand all the horror of your position. I saw only him and that the family was upset. I felt sorry for him, but, talking with you, as a woman I see something else. I see your sufferings, and I can't tell you how sorry I am for you. But, Dolly, darling, though I fully understand your sufferings, there's one thing I don't know. I don't know how much love for him there still is in your soul. Only you know whether it's enough to be able to forgive. If it is, then forgive him. No, Dolly began, but Anna interrupted her, kissing her hand once more. I know more of the world than you do, she said. I know how people like Steve look at it, You say he talked with her about you. That never happened. These people may be unfaithful, but their hearth and wife are sacred to them. Somehow for them these women remain despised and don't interfere with the family. Between them and the family they draw some sort of line that can't be crossed. I don't understand it, but it's so. Yes, but he kissed her. Dolly, wait, darling. I saw Steve when he was in love with you. I remember the time when he would come to me and weep, talking about you, and what loftiness and poetry you were for him. And I know that the longer he lived with you, the loftier you became for him. We used to laugh at him, because he added Dolly is a remarkable woman to every word. You were and always have been a divinity for him, and this infatuation is not from his soul. But if this infatuation repeats itself, it can't, as I understand it. Yes, but would you forgive? I don't know. I can't judge. No, I can, said Anna, after some reflection. And having mentally grasped the situation and weighed it on her inner balance, she added, no, I can, yes, I would forgive. I wouldn't be the same, no, but I would forgive, and forgive in such a way as if it hadn't happened at all. Well, naturally, Dolly quickly interrupted, as if she were saying something she had thought more than once, otherwise it wouldn't be forgiveness. If you forgive, it's completely. Well, come along, I'll take you to your room, she said, getting up, and on the way Dolly embraced Anna. My dear, I'm so glad you've come. I feel better, so much better. 20. That whole day Anna spent at home, that is, at the Oblonsks, and did not receive anyone, though some of her acquaintances, having learned of her arrival, called that same day. Anna spent the morning with Dolly and the children. She only sent a little note to her brother, telling him to be sure to dine at home. Come, God is merciful, she wrote. Oblonsky dined at home. The conversation was general, and his wife spoke to him, addressing him familiarly, something she had not done recently. There remained the same estrangement in the relations between husband and wife, but there was no longer any talk of separation, and Stepan Arkadyevich could see the possibility of discussion and reconciliation. Just after dinner Kitty arrived. She knew Anna Arkadyevna, but only slightly, and she now came to her sisters not without fear of how she would be received by this Petersburg society lady whom everyone praised so much. But Anna Arkadyevna liked her, she saw that at once. Anna obviously admired her beauty and youth, and before Kitty could recover she felt that she was not only under her influence but in love with her, as young girls are capable of being in love with older married ladies. Anna did not look like a society lady or the mother of an 8-year-old son, but in the litheness of her movements, the freshness and settled animation of her face, which broke through now as a smile, now as a glance, would have looked more like a 20-year-old girl had it not been for the serious, sometimes sad expression of her eyes, which struck Kitty and drew her to Anna. Kitty felt that Anna was perfectly simple and kept nothing hidden, but that there was in her some other, higher world of interests, inaccessible to her, complex and poetic. After dinner, when Dolly went to her room, Anna quickly got up and went over to her brother, who was lighting a cigar. Steva, she said to him, winking merrily, making a cross over him, and indicating the door with her eyes. Go, and God help you. He understood her, abandoned his cigar and disappeared through the door. When Stepan Arkadyevich had gone, she returned to the sofa, where she sat surrounded with children, whether because the children had seen that their mother loved this aunt, or because they themselves felt a special charm in her. The elder two, and after them the young ones, as often happens with children, had clung to the new aunt even before dinner and would not leave her side. Something like a game was set up among them, which consisted in sitting as close as possible to her, touching her, holding her small hand, kissing her, playing with her ring or at least touching the flounce of her dress. Well, the way we sat earlier, said Anna Arkadyevna, sitting back down in her place. And again Grisha put his head under her arm and leaned it against her dress and beamed with pride and happiness. So, now, when is the ball? She turned to Kitty. Next week, and a wonderful ball, one of those balls that are always merry. And are there such balls, where it's always merry? Anna said with tender mockery. Strange, but there are. At the Bobrishevs it's always merry, and also at the Nikitins. But at the Mezkovs it's always boring. Haven't you noticed? No, dear heart, for me there are no longer any balls that are merry, said Anna, and Kitty saw in her eyes that special world that was not open to her. For me there are those that are less difficult and boring. How can you be bored at a ball? Why can't be bored at a ball? Asked Anna. Kitty noticed that Anna knew the answer that would follow. Because you're always the best of all. Anna was capable of blushing. She blushed and said, first of all, I never am, and second, if it were so, what do I need it for? Will you go to this ball? Asked Kitty. I suppose it will be impossible not to go. Take it, she said to Tanya, who was pulling the easily slipped offering from her white, tapering finger. I'll be very glad if you go. I'd like so much to see you at a ball. At least, if I do go, I'll be comforted at the thought that it will give you pleasure. Grisha, don't fuss with it, please, it's all disheveled as it is, she said, straightening a stray lock of hair Grisha was playing with. I imagine you in lilac at the ball. Why must it be lilac? Anna asked, smiling. Well, children, off you go, off you go. Do you hear? Miss Hull is calling you for tea, she said, tearing the children from her and sending them to the dining room. And I know why you're inviting me to the ball. You expect a lot from this ball, and you want everyone to be there. You want everyone to take part. Yes. How do you know? Oh, how good to be your age, Anna went on. I remember and know that blue mist, the same as in the mountains in Switzerland. The mist that envelops everything during the blissful time when childhood is just coming to an end, and the path away from that vast, cheerful and happy circle grows narrower and narrower, and you feel cheerful and deary entering that suite of rooms, though it seems bright and beautiful. Who hasn't gone through that? Kitty silently smiled. But how did she go through it? I'd so love to know her whole romance, thought Kitty, recalling the unpoetical appearance of Alexei Alexandrovich, her husband. There's something I know. Steva told me, and I congratulate you, I like him very much, Anna went on. I met Vronsky at the railway station. Ah, he was there? Kitty asked, blushing. But what did Steva tell you? Steva gave it all away. And I'd be very glad. I traveled with Vronsky's mother yesterday, she went on, and his mother didn't stop talking to me about him. He's her favorite. I know how partial mothers can be, but what did his mother tell you? Oh, a lot. I know he's her favorite, but even so one can tell he's chivalrous. Well, for instance, she told me he wanted to give the whole fortune to his brother, that while still a child he did something extraordinary, rescued a woman from the water. In short, a hero, Anna said, smiling and remembering the 200 rubles he gave at the station. But she did not mention the 200 rubles. For some reason it was unpleasant for her to remember it. She felt there was something in it that concerned her, and of a sort that should not have been. She insisted that I call on her, Anna went on, and I'll be glad to see the old lady and will call on her tomorrow. However, thank God Steva has spent a long time in Dali's boudoir, Anna added, changing the subject and getting up, displeased at something, as it seemed to Kitty. No, me first. No, me, the children shouted, having finished their tea and rushing out to Aunt Anna. All together, said Anna and, laughing, she ran to meet them, and embraced and brought down the whole heap of swarming, rapturously squealing children. 21. For the grown-ups Dali came from her room. Stepan Arkadyevich did not come out. He must have left his wife's room through the back door. I'm afraid you'll be cold upstairs, Dali remarked, addressing Anna. I'd like to move you down, and we'll be nearer each other. Oh, now, please don't worry about me, Anna replied, peering into Dali's eyes and trying to make out whether or not there had been a reconciliation. There's more light here, her sister-in-law replied. I tell you, I sleep always and everywhere like a dormouse. What's this about? Asked Stepan Arkadyevich, coming out of his study and addressing his wife. By his tone Kitty and Anna both understood at once that a reconciliation had taken place. I want to move Anna down here, but the curtains must be changed. No one else knows how to do it. I must do it myself, Dali replied, turning to him. God knows, are they completely reconciled? Thought Anna, hearing her cold and calm tone. Oh, enough, Dali, you keep making difficulties, said her husband. Well, I'll do it, if you like. Yes, thought Anna, they must be reconciled. I know how you'll do it, Dali answered. You'll tell Matvei to do something impossible, then you'll leave, and he'll get it all wrong. An habitual mocking smile wrinkled Dali's lips as she said it. Complete reconciliation, complete, thought Anna, Thank God. And rejoicing that she had been the cause of it, she went over to Dahlia and kissed her. Not at all. Why do you despise me and Matvei so? Stepan Arkadyevich said, smiling barely perceptibly and turning to his wife. All evening, as usual, Dahlia was slightly mocking towards her husband, and Stepan Arkadyevich was content and cheerful, but just enough so as not to suggest that, having been forgiven, he had forgotten his guilt. At 9:30 an especially joyful and pleasant family conversation around the evening tea table at the Oblonsks was disrupted by an apparently very simple event, but this simple event for some reason seemed strange to everyone. As they talked about mutual Petersburg acquaintances, Anna quickly stood up. "I have her in my album," she said, "and, incidentally, I'll show you my Seryosha," she added with the smile of a proud mother. Towards 10 o'clock, when she usually said good night to her son, and often put him to bed herself before going to a ball, she felt sad to be so far away from him, and whatever they talked about, she kept returning in thought to her curly-headed Seryosha. She wanted to look at his picture and talk about him. Taking advantage of the first pretext, she got up and, with her light, resolute step, went to fetch the album. The stairs that led up to her room began on the landing of the big, heated front stairway. Just as she was leaving the drawing room, there was a ring at the door. "Who could that be?" said Dolly. "It's too early for me and too late for anyone else," observed Kitty. "Probably someone with papers," Stepan Arkadyevich put in, and, as Anna was crossing the landing, a servant came running up the stairs to announce the visitor, while the visitor himself stood by the lamp. Anna, looking down, at once recognized Vronsky, and a strange feeling of pleasure suddenly stirred in her heart, together with a fear of something. He stood without removing his coat, and was taking something from his pocket. Just as she reached the center of the landing, he raised his eyes, saw her, and something ashamed and frightened appeared in his expression. Inclining her head slightly, she went on, and behind her heard the loud voice of Stepan Arkadyevich inviting him to come in, and the soft, gentle and calm voice of Vronsky declining. When Anna came back with the album, he was no longer there, and Stepan Arkadyevich was saying that he had dropped in to find out about a dinner they were giving the next day for a visiting celebrity, and he wouldn't come in for anything. "He's somehow strange," Stepan Arkadyevich added. Kitty blushed. She thought that she alone understood why he had called by and why he had not come in. "He was at our house," she thought, "didn't find me, and thought I was here, but he didn't come in because he thought it was late, and Anna's here." They all exchanged glances without saying anything and began looking through Anna's album. There was nothing either extraordinary or strange in a man calling at his friend's house at 9:30 to find out the details of a dinner that was being planned and not coming in, but they all thought it strange. To Anna especially it seemed strange and not right. 22. The ball had only just begun when Kitty and her mother went up the big, light-flooded stairway, set with flowers and lackeys in powder and red livery. From the inner rooms drifted a steady rustle of movement, as in a beehive, and while they were adjusting their hair and dresses in front of a mirror between potted trees on the landing, the cautiously distinct sounds of the orchestra's violins came from the ballroom, beginning the first waltz. A little old man in civilian dress, who had been straightening his gray side whiskers at another mirror and who exuded a smell of scent, bumped into them by the stairway and stepped aside, obviously admiring Kitty, whom he did not know. A beardless young man, one of those young men of society whom the old Prince Shtcherbatsky called twits, wearing an extremely low-cut waistcoat, straightening his white tie as he went, bowed to them and, after running past, came back to invite Kitty to a quadrille. The first quadrille had already been given to Vronsky, she had to give this young man the second. A military man, buttoning his glove, stepped aside at the doorway and, stroking his mustache, admired the pink Kitty. Though Kitty's toilette, coiffure and all the preparations for the ball had cost her a good deal of trouble and planning, she was now entering the ballroom, in her intricate tulle gown over a pink underskirt, as freely and simply as if all these rosettes and laces, and all the details of her toilette, had not cost her and her household a moment's attention, as if she had been born in this tulle and lace, with this tall coiffure, topped by a rose with 2 leaves. When the old princess, at the entrance to the ballroom, wanted to straighten the twisted end of her ribbon sash, Kitty drew back slightly. She felt that everything on her must of itself be good and graceful, and there was no need to straighten anything. Kitty was having one of her happy days. Her dress was not tight anywhere, the lace bertha stayed in place, the rosettes did not get crumpled or come off, the pink shoes with high, curved heels did not pinch, but delighted her little feet. The thick braids of blonde hair held to her little head like her own. All 3 buttons on her long gloves, which fitted but did not change the shape of her arms, fastened without coming off. The black velvet ribbon of her locket encircled her neck with particular tenderness. This velvet ribbon was enchanting, and at home, as she looked at her neck in the mirror, she felt it could almost speak. All the rest might be doubted, but the ribbon was enchanting. Kitty also smiled here at the ball as she glanced at it in the mirror. In her bare shoulders and arms she felt a cold, marble-like quality that she especially liked. Her eyes shone, and her red lips could not help smiling from the sense of her own attractiveness. She had no sooner entered the ballroom and reached the gauzy, ribbony, lacy, colorful crowd of ladies waiting to be invited to dance. Kitty never stayed long in that crowd. Then she was invited for a waltz, and invited by the best partner, the foremost partner of the ball hierarchy, the celebrated diriger of balls, the master of ceremonies, a trim, handsome, married man, Yegorushka Korsunsky. Having only just abandoned Countess Banin, with whom he had danced the first round of the waltz, and surveying his domain, that is, the few couples who had started dancing, he saw Kitty come in, hastened to her with that special ensemble proper only to the diriger's balls, bowed and, without even asking her consent, held out his arm and put it around her slender waist. She turned, looking for someone to hold her fan, and the hostess, smiling, took it. "Director or conductor." "How nice that you came on time," he said to her, putting his arm around her waist. "What is this fashion for being late?" Bending her left arm, she placed her hand on his shoulder, and her small feet in their pink shoes began to move quickly, lightly and rhythmically across the slippery parquet in time with the music. "It's restful waltzing with you," he said to her, falling in with the first, not yet quick, steps of the waltz. "Lovely, such lightness, precision." He said to her what he said to almost all his good acquaintances. She smiled at his compliment and went on examining the ballroom over his shoulder. She was not a new debutante, for whom all the faces at a ball blend into one magical impression, nor was she a girl dragged to every ball, for whom all the faces are so familiar that it is boring. She was in between the two. She was excited, but at the same time self-possessed enough to be able to watch. In the left-hand corner of the room she saw grouped the flower of society. There was the impossibly bared, beautiful Liddy, Korsunsky's wife. There was the hostess. There gleamed the bald head of Krivin, always to be found with the flower of society. Young men, not daring to approach, gazed in that direction, and there her eyes picked out Steva and then noticed the lovely figure and head of Anna, who was in a black velvet dress. And there he was. Kitty had not seen him since the evening she refused Levin. With her far-sighted eyes she recognized him at once, and even noticed that he was looking at her. "What now, another turn?" "You're not tired?" said Korsunsky, slightly out of breath. "No, thank you." "Where shall I take you?" "Madame Karenina is here, I think. Take me to her." "Wherever you choose." And Korsunsky waltzed on, measuring his step, straight towards the crowd in the left-hand corner of the ballroom, repeating, "Pardon, mesdames, pardon, mesdames," and, maneuvering through that sea of lace, tulle and ribbons without snagging one little feather, he twirled his partner so sharply that her slender, lace-stockinged legs were revealed, and her train swept up fan-like, covering Krivin's knees. Korsunsky bowed, straightened his broad shirt front, and offered her his arm to take her to Anna Arkadyevna. Kitty, all flushed, removed her train from Krivin's knees and, slightly dizzy, looked around, searching for Anna. Anna was not in lilac, as Kitty had absolutely wanted, but in low-cut black velvet dress, which revealed her full shoulders and bosom, as if shaped from old ivory, and her rounded arms with their very small, slender hands. The dress was all trimmed with Venetian guipure lace. On her head, in her black hair, her own without admixture, was a small garland of pansies, and there was another on her black ribbon sash among the white lace. Her coiffure was inconspicuous. Conspicuous were only those willful little ringlets of curly hair that adorned her, always coming out on her nape and temples. Around her firm, shapely neck was a string of pearls. Kitty had seen Anna every day, was in love with her, and had imagined her inevitably in lilac. But now, seeing her in black, she felt that she had never understood all her loveliness. She saw her now in a completely new and, for her, unexpected way. Now she understood that Anna could not have been in lilac, that her loveliness consisted precisely in always standing out from what she wore, that what she wore was never seen on her. And the black dress with luxurious lace was not seen on her, it was just a frame, and only she was seen, simple, natural, graceful, and at the same time gay and animated. She stood, as always, holding herself extremely erect, and, when Kitty approached this group, was talking with the host, her head turned slightly towards him. "No, I won't cast a stone." 33, she replied to something, "though I don't understand it," she went on, shrugging her shoulders, and with a tender, protective smile turned at once to Kitty. After a fleeting feminine glance over her dress, she made a barely noticeable but, for Kitty, understandable movement of her head, approving of her dress and beauty. "You even come into the ballroom dancing," she added. "This is one of my most faithful helpers," said Korsunsky, bowing to Anna Arkadyevna, whom he had not yet seen. "The princess helps to make a ball gay and beautiful." "Anna Arkadyevna, a turn of the waltz?" he said, inclining. "So you're acquainted?" asked the host. "With whom are we not acquainted? My wife and I are like white wolves, everybody knows us," replied Korsunsky. "A turn of the waltz, Anna Arkadyevna?" "I don't dance when I can help it," she said. "But tonight you can't," replied Korsunsky. Just then Vronsky approached. "Well, if I can't help dancing tonight, let's go then," she said, ignoring Vronsky's bow, and she quickly raised her hand to Korsunsky's shoulder. "Why is she displeased with him?" thought Kitty, noticing that Anna had deliberately not responded to Vronsky's bow. Vronsky approached Kitty, reminding her about the first quadrille and regretting that until then he had not had the pleasure of seeing her. While she listened to him, Kitty gazed admiringly at Anna waltzing. She expected him to invite her for a waltz, but he did not, and she glanced at him in surprise. He blushed and hastened to invite her to waltz, but he had only just put his arm around her slender waist and taken the first step when the music suddenly stopped. Kitty looked into his face, which was such a short distance from hers, and long afterwards, for several years, that look, so full of love, which she gave him then, and to which he did not respond, cut her heart with tormenting shame. "Pardon, pardon." "A waltz, a waltz!" Korsunsky cried out from the other side of the ballroom and, snatching up the first girl he met, began to dance. 23. Vronsky and Kitty took several turns of the waltz. After the waltz, Kitty went over to her mother and had barely managed to say a few words to Countess Nordstein when Vronsky came to fetch her for the first quadrille. Nothing important was said during the quadrille. There were snatches of conversation, now about the Korsunsks, husband and wife, whom he described very amusingly as sweet 40-year-old children, now about a future public theater. 34, and only once did the conversation touch her to the quick, when he asked her whether Levine was there and added that he liked him very much. But Kitty expected no more from the quadrille. She waited with fainting heart for the mazurka. She thought that during the mazurka everything would be decided. That he had not invited her for the mazurka during the quadrille did not trouble her. She was sure that she would dance the mazurka with him, as at previous balls, and declined 5 other invitations, saying she was already engaged. The whole ball up to the final quadrille was for Kitty a magic dream of joyful colors, sounds and movements. She left off dancing only when she felt too tired and asked for a rest. But, dancing the final quadrille with one of those boring young men whom it was impossible to refuse, she found herself vis-à-vis Vronsky and Anna. She had not come close to Anna since her arrival, and here suddenly saw her again in a completely new and unexpected way. She saw in her a streak of the elation of success, which she knew so well herself. She could see that Anna was drunk with the wine of the rapture she inspired. She knew that feeling, knew the signs of it, and she saw them in Anna, saw the tremulous, flashing light in her eyes, the smile of happiness and excitement that involuntarily curved her lips, and the precise gracefulness, assurance and lightness of her movements. "Who is it?" she asked herself. "All or one?" And, not helping the suffering young man she was dancing with to carry on the conversation, the thread of which he had lost and was unable to pick up, and outwardly obeying the merrily loud commands called out by Korsunsky, who sent everybody now into the grand rond, now into the chain, She watched, and her heart was wrung more and more. No, it's not the admiration of the crowd she's drunk with, but the rapture of one man. And that one, can it be him? Each time he spoke with Anna, her eyes flashed with a joyful light and a smile of happiness curved her red lips. She seemed to be struggling with herself to keep these signs of joy from showing, yet they appeared on her face of themselves. But what about him? Kitty looked at him and was horrified. What portrayed itself so clearly to Kitty in the mirror of Anna's face, she also saw in him. Where was his quiet, firm manner and carefree, calm expression? No. Now each time he addressed Anna, he bowed his head slightly, as if wishing to fall down before her, and in his glance there were only obedience and fear. I do not want to offend you, his glance seemed to say each time. I want to save myself but do not know how. There was an expression on his face that she had never seen before. They talked about mutual acquaintances, carrying on the most insignificant conversation, but it seemed to Kitty that every word they spoke decided their fate and hers. And the strange thing was that, though they indeed talked about how ridiculous Ivan Ivanovitch was with his French, and how the Yelitsky girl might have found a better match, these words they had a special significance for them, and they felt it just as Kitty did. The whole ball, the whole world, everything was covered with mist in Kitty's soul. Only the strict school of upbringing she had gone through supported her and made her do what was demanded of her, that is, dance, answer questions, talk, even smile. But before the start of the mazurka, when the chairs were already being put in place and some couples moved from the smaller rooms to the ballroom, Kitty was overcome by a moment of despair and horror. She had refused 5 partners and now would not dance the mazurka. There was even no hope that she would be asked, precisely because she had had too great a success in society, and it would not have entered anyone's head that she had not been invited before then. She should have told her mother she was sick and gone home, but she did not have the strength for it. She felt destroyed. She went to the far corner of a small drawing room and sank into an armchair. Her airy skirt rose like a cloud around her slender body. One bared, thin, delicate girlish hand sank strengthlessly into the folds of her pink tunic. In the other she held her fan and waved it before her flushed face with quick, short movements. But though she had the look of a butterfly that clings momentarily to a blade of grass and is about to flutter up, unfolding its iridescent wings, a terrible despair pained her heart. But perhaps I'm mistaken, perhaps it's not so. And she again recalled all that she had seen. Kitty, what on earth is this? Said Countess Nordston, approaching her inaudibly across the carpet. I don't understand this. Kitty's lower lip trembled. She quickly got up. Kitty, you're not dancing the mazurka? No, no, said Kitty, in a voice trembling with tears. He invited her for the mazurka right in front of me, said Countess Nordston, knowing that Kitty would understand whom she meant. She said, aren't you dancing with Princess Strubutsky? Oh, it makes no difference to me, replied Kitty. No one except herself understood her situation. No one knew that a few days before she had refused a man whom she perhaps loved, and had refused him because she trusted another. Countess Nordston found Korsunsky, with whom she was to dance the mazurka, and told him to invite Kitty. Kitty danced in the first pair, and, fortunately for her, had no need to talk, because Korsunsky kept rushing about his domain giving orders. Vronsky and Anna sat almost opposite to her. She saw them with her far-sighted eyes. She also saw them close to when they met while dancing, and the more she saw them, the more convinced she was that her misfortune was an accomplished fact. She saw that they felt themselves alone in this crowded ballroom. And on Vronsky's face, always so firm and independent, she saw that expression of lostness and obedience that had struck her, like the expression of an intelligent dog when it feels guilty. Anna smiled, and her smile passed over to him. She lapsed into thought, and he too was turned serious. Some supernatural force drew Kitty's eyes to Anna's face. She was enchanting in her simple black dress, enchanting were her full arms with the bracelets on them, enchanting her firm neck with its string of pearls, enchanting her curly hair in disarray, enchanting the graceful, light movements of her small feet and hands, enchanting that beautiful face in its animation. But there was something terrible and cruel in her enchantment. Kitty admired her even more than before, and suffered more and more. She felt crushed, and her face showed it. When Vronsky saw her, meeting her during the mazurka, he did not recognize her at first, she was so changed. A wonderful ball, he said to her, so as to say something. "Yes," she replied. In the middle of the mazurka, repeating a complicated figure just invented by Korsunsky, Anna came out to the middle of the circle, took two partners and called another lady and Kitty to her. Kitty looked fearfully at her as she walked up. Anna, her eyes narrowed, looked at her and smiled, pressing her hand. But noticing that Kitty's face responded to her smile only with an expression of despair and surprise, she turned away from her and began talking gaily with the other lady. "Yes, there's something alien, demonic and enchanting in her," Kitty said to herself. Anna did not want to stay for supper, but the host began to insist. "Come, Anna Arkadyevna," said Korsunsky, tucking her bare arm under the sleeve of his tailcoat. "What an idea I have for a cotillion. Un bijou." And he moved on a little, trying to draw her with him. The host smiled approvingly. "No, I won't stay," Anna replied, smiling, but despite her smile, both Korsunsky and the host understood by the resolute tone of her reply that she would not stay. "No, as it is I've danced more in Moscow at your one ball than all winter in Petersburg," Anna said, glancing at Vronsky, who was standing near her. "I must rest before the trip." "A jewel." "So you're set on going tomorrow?" asked Vronsky. "Yes, I think so," replied Anna, as if surprised at the boldness of his question. But the irrepressible tremulous light in her eyes and smile burned him as she said it. Anna Arkadyevna did not stay for supper but left. 24. "Yes, there's something disgusting and repulsive in me," thought Levine, having left the Strabutsks and making his way on foot to his brother's. "And I don't fit in with other people. It's pride, they say." "No, there's no pride in me either. If there were any pride in me, I wouldn't have put myself in such a position." And he pictured Vronsky to himself, happy, kind, intelligent and calm, who certainly had never been in such a terrible position as he had been in that evening. Yes, she was bound to choose him. It had to be so, and I have nothing and no one to complain about. I myself am to blame. What right did I have to think she would want to join her life with mine? Who am I? And what am I? A worthless man, of no use to anyone or for anything. And he remembered his brother Nikolai and paused joyfully at this remembrance. Isn't he right that everything in the world is bad and vile? And our judgment of brother Nikolai has hardly been fair. Of course, from Prokofiev's point of view, who saw him drunk and in a ragged fur coat, he's a despicable man, but I know him otherwise. I know his soul, and I know that we resemble each other. And instead of going to look for him, I went to dinner and then came here. Levin went up to the street lamp, read his brother's address, which he had in his wallet, and hailed a cab. On the long way to his brother's, Levin vividly recalled all the events he knew from the life of his brother Nikolai. He remembered how his brother, while at the university and for a year after the university, despite the mockery of his friends, had lived like a monk, strictly observing all the rituals of religion, services, fasts, and avoiding all pleasures, especially women. And then it was as if something broke loose in him. He began keeping company with the most vile people and gave himself up to the most licentious debauchery. Then he remembered the episode with a boy his brother had brought from the country in order to educate him, and to whom he gave such a beating in a fit of anger that proceedings were started against him for the inflicting of bodily harm. Then he remembered the episode with a card sharper to whom his brother had lost money, had given a promissory note, and whom he had then lodged a complaint against, claiming that the man had cheated him. It was this money that Sergei Ivanitch had paid. He also remembered how he had spent a night in the police station for disorderly conduct. He remembered a shameful lawsuit he had started against his brother Sergei Ivanitch, whom he accused of not having paid him his share of their mother's fortune. And the last case, when he went to serve in the Western Territory and there stood trial for giving his superior a beating. All this was terribly vile, but for Levin it seemed by no means as vile as it might have seemed to those who did not know Nikolai Levine, did not know his whole story, did not know his heart. Levin recalled how, during Nikolai's period of piety, fasts, monks, church services, when he had sought help from religion as a bridle for his passionate nature, not only had no one supported him, but everyone, including Levin himself, had laughed at him. They had teased him, calling him Noah and the monk, and when he broke loose, no one helped him, but they all turned away with horror and loathing. Levin felt that in his soul, in the very bottom of his soul, his brother Nikolai, despite the ugliness of his life, was not more in the wrong than those who despised him. He was not to blame for having been born with an irrepressible character and a mind somehow constrained. But he had always wanted to be good. "I'll tell him everything, I'll make him tell everything, and I'll show him that I love him and therefore understand him," Levin decided to himself as he drove up, past 10 o'clock, to the hotel indicated as the address. Upstairs, numbers 12 and 13. The doorman replied to Levin's inquiry. "Is he at home?" "Must be." The door of No. 12 was half open, and through it, in a strip of light, came thick smoke from bad and weak tobacco and the sound of an unfamiliar voice. But Levin knew at once that his brother was there. He heard his little cough. As he walked in, the unfamiliar voice was saying, "All depends on how reasonably and conscientiously the affair is conducted." Konstantin Levin looked through the door and saw that the speaker was a young man with an enormous shock of hair, wearing a quilted jacket, and that a young, slightly pockmarked woman in a woolen dress without cuffs or collar 35, was sitting on the sofa. His brother could not be seen. Konstantin's heart was painfully wrung at the thought of his brother living among such alien people. No one heard him, and Konstantin, taking off his galoshes, was listening to what the gentleman in the quilted jacket was saying. He spoke about some sort of enterprise. "Well, devil take the privileged classes," his brother's voice spoke, coughing. "Masha, get us something for supper and serve some wine, if there's any left, or else send for some." The woman got up, stepped out from behind the partition, and saw Konstantin. "Some gentleman's here, Nikolai Dmitrich, 36. She said. "Who does he want?" Nikolai Levin's voice said crossly. "It's me," replied Konstantin Levin, stepping into the light. "Me who?" Nikolai's voice repeated still more crossly. He could be heard quickly getting up, snagging on something, and then Levin saw before him in the doorway the figure of his brother, so familiar and yet so striking in its wildness and sickliness, huge, thin, stoop-shouldered, with big, frightened eyes. He was still thinner than 3 years ago when Konstantin Levin had last seen him. He was wearing a short frock coat. His arms and broad bones seemed still more huge. His hair had become thinner, the same straight mustache hung over his lips, the same eyes gazed strangely and naively at the man coming in. "Ah, Kostya," he said suddenly, recognizing his brother, and his eyes lit up with joy. But in the same second he glanced at the young man and made the convulsive movement with his head and neck that Konstantin knew so well, as if his tie were too tight on him, and a quite different, wild, suffering and cruel expression settled on his emaciated face. "I wrote to both you and Sergei Ivanitch that I don't know and don't wish to know you." "What do you? What do the two of you want?" He was quite different from the way Konstantin had imagined him. The most difficult and worst part of his character, that which made communication with him so hard, had been forgotten by Konstantin Levin when he thought about him. And now, when he saw his face, and especially that convulsive turning of the head, he remembered it all. "I don't want anything from you," he replied timidly. "I simply came to see you." Nikolai was apparently softened by his brother's timidity. He twitched his lips. "Ah, just like that?" he said. "Well, come in, sit down." "Want some supper?" "Masha, bring 3 portions." "No, wait. Do you know who this is?" he said to his brother, pointing to the gentleman in the sleeveless jacket. "This is Mr. Kritsky, my friend from way back in Kiev, a very remarkable man. He's being sought by the police, of course, because he's not a scoundrel." And he looked round, as was his habit, at everyone in the room. Seeing the woman standing in the doorway make a movement as if to go, he shouted to her, "Wait," I said. And with that clumsiness in conversation that Konstantin knew so well, he again looked around at everybody and began telling his brother Kritsky's story, how he had been expelled from the university for starting Sunday School 37, and a society to aid poor students, how he had then become a teacher in a people's school, how he had been expelled from there as well, and how later he had been taken to court for something. "You were at Kiev University?" Konstantin Levin said to Kritsky, in order to break the awkward silence that ensued. "Yes, Kiev," Kritsky began crossly, scowling. "And that this woman," Nikolai Levin interrupted him, pointing to her, "is my life's companion, Maria Nikolaevna. I took her from a house." And his neck twitched as he said it. "But I love her and respect her, and I ask everyone who wants to know me," he added, raising his voice and frowning, to love and respect her. She's the same as my wife? The same. So there, you know who you're dealing with. And if you think you're lowering yourself, here's your hat and there's the door. And again his eyes passed questioningly over them all. Why should I be lowering myself? I don't understand. Then tell them to serve super, Masha, 3 portions, some vodka and wine. No, wait. No, never mind, go. 25. So you see, Nikolai Levin went on with effort, wrinkling his brow and twitching. It was obviously hard for him to think what to say and do. You see, he pointed at some small iron bars tied with string in the corner of the room. See that? That's the beginning of a new business we're undertaking. This business is a manufacturing association. Constantine was almost not listening. He peered into his brother's sickly, consumptive face, felt more and more sorry for him, and was unable to make himself listen to what his brother was telling him about the association. He could see that this association was only an anchor saving him from despising himself. Nikolai Levin went on speaking. You know that capital oppresses the worker. The workers in our country, the muziks, bear all the burden of labor, and their position is such that, however much they work, they can never get out of their brutish situation. All the profits earned by their work, with which they might improve their situation, give themselves some leisure and, consequently, education, all surplus earnings are taken from them by the capitalists. And society has developed so that the more they work, the more gain there will be for the merchants and landowners, and they will always remain working brutes. And this order must be changed, he concluded and looked inquiringly at his brother. Yes, of course, said Constantine, studying the red patches that had appeared below his brother's prominent cheekbones. And so we're organizing a metalworking association, in which all production and profit and, above all, the tools of production, will be common property. Where will the association be located? Asked Konstantin Levin. In the village of Vozdryoma, Kazan province. Why in a village? I think there's enough to do in the villages without that. Why have a metalworking association in a village? Because the muziks are just as much slaves now as they were before, and that's why you and Sergei Ivanitch don't like it that we want to bring them out of this slavery, Nikolai Levin said, annoyed by the objection. Konstantin Levin sighed, at the same time looking around the dismal and dirty room. This sigh seemed to annoy Nikolai still more. I know the aristocratic views you and Sergei Ivanitch have. I know Lottie employs all his mental powers to justify the existing evil. No, why do you talk about Sergei Ivanitch? Said Levin, smiling. Sergei Ivanitch? Here's why. Nikolai Levin cried out suddenly at the name of Sergei Ivanitch. Here's why. But what's there to talk about? Nothing but. Why did you come to see me? You despise all this, and that's wonderful, so go. Go with God. He shouted, getting up from his chair. Go, go. I don't despise it in the least, Konstantin Levin said timidly. I'm not even arguing. Just then Maria Nikolaevna came back. Nikolai Levin gave her an angry glance. She quickly went over to him and whispered something. I'm not well, I've become irritable, Nikolai Levin said, calming down and breathing heavily. And then you tell me about Sergei Ivanitch and his article. It's such nonsense, such lies, such self-deception. What can a man write about justice if he knows nothing of it? Have you read his article? He asked Kritsky, sitting down at the table again and pushing aside some half-filled cigarettes so as to clear a space. No, I haven't, Kritsky said glumly, obviously unwilling to enter the conversation. Why not? Nikolai Levin now turned to Kritsky with irritation. Because I don't find it necessary to waste time on it. Excuse me, but how do you know you'd be wasting your time? The article is inaccessible to many, that is, it's above them. But with me it's a different matter. I can see through his thought, and I know why it's weak. Everyone fell silent. Kritsky slowly got up and took his hat. You won't have super? Well, goodbye. Come tomorrow with a metal worker. As soon as Kritsky left, Nikolai Levin smiled and winked. He's also in a bad way, he said. I do see, but just then Kritsky called him from the door. What does he want now? He said and went out to him in the corridor. Left alone with Maria Nikolaevna, Levin turned to her. Have you been with my brother long? He asked her. T.s. the second year now. His health's gone really bad. He drinks a lot, she said. Drinks? Meaning what? He drinks vodka, and it's bad for him. Really a lot? Levin whispered. Yes, she said, glancing timidly at the doorway. in which Nikolai Levin appeared. "What were you talking about?" he said, frowning, his frightened eyes shifting from one to the other. "What was it?" "Nothing," Konstantin replied, embarrassed. "If you don't want to say, then don't. Only there's no need for you to talk with her." "She's a slut and you're a gentleman," he said, his neck twitching. "I see you've understood and appraised everything, and look upon my errors with regret," he began again, raising his voice. "Nikolai Dmitrich, Nikolai Dmitrich," Marya Nikolaevna whispered, going up to him. "Well, all right, all right. And what about super?" "Ah, here it is," he said, seeing a lackey with a tray. "Here, put it here," he said angrily, and at once took the vodka, poured a glass and drank it greedily. "Want a drink?" he asked his brother, cheering up at once. "Well, enough about Sergei Ivanitch. Anyhow, I'm glad to see you. Say what you like, we're not strangers." "Well, have a drink. Tell me, what are you up to?" he went on, greedily chewing a piece of bread and pouring another glass. "How's your life going?" "I live alone in the country, as I did before, busy with farming," Konstantin replied, looking with horror at the greediness with which his brother ate and drank, and trying not to let it show. "Why don't you get married?" "Haven't had a chance," Konstantin replied, blushing. "Why not?" "For me, it's all over. I've spoiled my life. I've said and still say that if I'd been given my share when I needed it, my whole life would be different." Konstantin Dmitrich hastened to redirect the conversation. "You know, your Vanushka works in my office in Pokrovsky," he said. Nikolai twitched his neck and fell to thinking. "So, tell me, how are things in Pokrovsky? Is the house still standing, and the birches, and our schoolroom? And Philip, the gardener, is he still alive? How I remember the gazebo and the bench." "Watch out you don't change anything in the house, but get married quickly and arrange it again just as it used to be." "I'll come to visit you then, if you have a nice wife." "Come to visit me now," said Levin. "We'll settle in so nicely." "I'd come if I knew I wouldn't find Sergei Ivanitch there." "You won't find him there. I live quite independently from him." "Yes, but, say what you like, you've got to choose between me and him," he said, looking timidly into his brother's eyes. This timidity touched Konstantin. "If you want my full confession in that regard, I'll tell you that in your quarrel with Sergei Ivanitch I don't take either side. You're both wrong. You are wrong more externally, and he more internally." Ah, you've grasped that, you've grasped that?" Nikolai cried joyfully. "But, if you wish to know, I personally value my friendship with you more, because—" "Why? Konstantin could not say that he valued it more because Nikolai was unhappy and in need of friendship. But Nikolai understood that he wanted to say precisely that and, frowning, resorted to his vodka again. "Enough, Nikolai Dmitrich," said Marya Nikolaevna, reaching out with her plump, bare arm for the decanter. "Let go. Don't interfere." "I'll beat you," he cried. Marya Nikolaevna smiled her meek and kindly smile, which also infected Nikolai, and took away the vodka. "You think she doesn't understand anything?" Nikolai said. "She understands everything better than any of us. There's something sweet and good in her, isn't there?" "You've never been to Moscow before, miss," Konstantin said to her, so as to say something. "Don't call her miss. She's afraid of it." No one, except the justice of the peace, when she stood trial for wanting to leave the house of depravity, no one ever called her miss. "My God! What is all this nonsense in the world?" he suddenly cried out. "These new institutions, these justices of the peace, the Zemstvo, what is this outrage?" And he started telling about his encounters with the new institutions. Konstantin Levin listened to him, and that denial of sense in all social institutions, which he shared with him and had often expressed aloud, now seemed disagreeable to him coming from his brother's mouth. "We'll understand it all in the other world," he said jokingly. "In the other world? Ah, I don't like that other world." "No, I don't," he said, resting his frightened, wild eyes on his brother's face. "And it might seem good to leave all this vileness and confusion, other people's and one's own, but I'm afraid of death, terribly afraid of death." He shuddered. "Do drink something. Want champagne? Or else let's go somewhere. Let's go to the gypsies. You know, I've come to have a great love of gypsies and Russian songs." His tongue began to get confused, and he jumped from one subject to another. Konstantin, with Masha's help, persuaded him not to go anywhere and put him to bed completely drunk. Masha promised to write to Konstantin in case of need and to persuade Nikolai Levin to go and live with him. 26. In the morning Konstantin Levin left Moscow and towards evening he arrived at home. On the way in the train he talked with his neighbors about politics, about the new railways, and, just as in Moscow, he was overcome by the confusion of his notions, by dissatisfaction with himself and shame at something, but when he got off at his station, recognized the one-eyed coachman, Ignat, with his kaftan collar turned up. When he saw his rug sleigh, 38, in the dim light coming from the station windows, his horses with their bound tails, their harness with its rings and tassels, when the coachman Ignat, while they were still getting in, told him the village news, about the contractor's visit, and about Pavel having calved, he felt the confusion gradually clearing up and the shame and dissatisfaction with himself going away. He felt it just at the sight of Ignat and the horses, but when he put on the sheepskin coat brought for him, got into the sleigh, wrapped himself up and drove off, thinking over the orders he had to give about the estate and glancing at the outrunner, a former Don saddle horse, overridden but a spirited animal, he began to understand what had happened to him quite differently. He felt he was himself and did not want to be otherwise. He only wanted to be better than he had been before. First, he decided from that day on not to hope any more for the extraordinary happiness that marriage was to have given him, and as a consequence not to neglect the present so much. Second, he would never again allow himself to be carried away by a vile passion, the memory of which had so tormented him as he was about to propose. Then, remembering his brother Nikolai, he decided that he would never again allow himself to forget him, would watch over him and never let him out of his sight, so as to be ready to help when things went badly for him. And that would be soon, he felt. Then, too, his brother's talk about communism, which he had taken so lightly at the time, now made him ponder. He regarded the reforming of economic conditions as nonsense, but he had always felt the injustice of his abundance as compared with the poverty of the people, and he now decided that, in order to feel himself fully in the right, though he had worked hard before and lived without luxury, he would now work still harder and allow himself still less luxury. And all this seemed so easy to do that he spent the whole way in the most pleasant dreams. With a cheerful feeling of hope for a new, better life, he drove up to his house between 8 and 9 in the evening. Light fell into the snow-covered yard in front of the house from the windows of the room of Agafia Mikhailovna, his old nurse, who filled the role of housekeeper for him. She was not yet asleep. Kuzma, whom she woke up, ran out sleepy and barefoot onto the porch. The pointer bitch Laska also ran out, almost knocking Kuzma off his feet, and rubbed herself against Levin's knees, stood on her hind legs and wanted but did not dare to put her front paws on his chest. "You've come back so soon, dear," said Agafia Mikhailovna. "I missed it, Agafia Mikhailovna." "There's no place like home," he replied and went to his study. The study was slowly lit up by the candle that was brought. Familiar details emerged: deer's antlers, shelves of books, the back of the stove with a vent that had long been in need of repair, his father's sofa, the big desk, an open book on the desk, a broken ashtray, a notebook with his handwriting. When he saw it all, he was overcome by a momentary doubt of the possibility of setting up that new life he had dreamed of on the way. All these traces of his life seemed to seize hold of him and say to him, "No, you won't escape us and be different. You'll be the same as you were," with doubts, an eternal dissatisfaction with yourself, vain attempts to improve, and failures, and an eternal expectation of the happiness that has eluded you and is not possible for you. But that was how his things talked, while another voice in his soul said that he must not submit to his past and that it was possible to do anything with oneself. And, listening to this voice, he went to the corner where he had 2 36-pound dumbbells and began lifting them, trying to cheer himself up with exercise. There was a creak of steps outside the door. He hastily set down the dumbbells. The steward came in and told him that everything, thank God, was well, but informed him that the buckwheat had got slightly burnt in the new kiln. This news vexed Levin. The new kiln had been built and partly designed by him. The steward had always been against this kiln and now with concealed triumph announced that the buckwheat had got burnt. Levin, however, was firmly convinced that if it had got burned, It was only because the measures he had ordered 100 times had not been taken. He became annoyed and reprimanded the steward. But there had been one important and joyful event. Pava, his best and most valuable cow, bought at a cattle show, had calved. "Kuzma, give me my sheepskin coat. And you have them bring a lantern," he said to the steward. "I'll go and take a look." The shed for the valuable cows was just behind the house. Crossing the yard past a snowdrift by the lilac bush, he approached the shed. There was a smell of warm, dungy steam as the frozen door opened, and the cows, surprised by the unaccustomed light of the lantern, stirred on the fresh straw. The smooth, broad, black and white back of a Frisian cow flashed. Burkett, the bull, lay with his ring in his nose and made as if to get up, but changed his mind and only puffed a couple of times as they passed by. The red beauty, Pava, enormous as a hippopotamus, her hindquarters turned, screened the calf from the entering men and sniffed at it. Levin entered the stall, looked Pava over, and lifted the spotted red calf on its long, tottering legs. The alarmed Pava began to low, but calmed down when Levin pushed the calf towards her, and with a heavy sigh started licking it with her rough tongue. The calf, searching, nudged its mother in the groin and wagged its little tail. "Give me some light, Fyodor, bring the lantern here," said Levin, looking the calf over. "Just like her mother, though the coat is the father's." "Very fine, long and deep-flanked." "Fine, isn't she, Vasily Fyodorovitch?" he asked the steward, completely reconciled with him about the buckwheat, under the influence of his joy over the calf. "What bad could she take after?" "And the contractor Semyon came the day after you left." "You'll have to settle the contract with him, Konstantin Dmitrich," said the steward. "I told you before about the machine." This one question led Levin into all the details of running the estate, which was big and complex. From the cowshed he went straight to the office and, after talking with the steward and the contractor Semyon, returned home and went straight upstairs to the drawing room. 27. The house was big, old, and Levin, though he lived alone, heated and occupied all of it. He knew that this was foolish, knew that it was even wrong and contrary to his new plans, but this house was a whole world for Levin. It was the world in which his father and mother had lived and died. They had lived a life which for Levin seemed the ideal of all perfection and which he dreamed of renewing with his wife, with his family. Levin barely remembered his mother. His notion of her was a sacred memory, and his future wife would have to be, in his imagination, the repetition of that lovely, sacred ideal of a woman which his mother was for him. He was not only unable to picture to himself the love of a woman without marriage, but he first pictured the family to himself and only then the woman who would give him that family. His notion of marriage was therefore not like the notion of the majority of his acquaintances, for whom it was one of the many general concerns of life. For Levin it was the chief concern of life, on which all happiness depended. And now he had to renounce it. When he went into the small drawing room where he always had tea, and settled into his armchair with a book, and Agafia Mikhailovna brought his tea and, with her usual "I'll sit down, too, dear," took a chair by the window, he felt that, strange as it was, he had not parted with his dreams and could not live without them. With her or with someone else, but they would come true. He read the book, thought about what he had read, paused to listen to Agafia Mikhailovna, who chattered tirelessly, and along with that various pictures of farm work and future family life arose disconnectedly in his imagination. He felt that something in the depths of his soul was being established, adjusted and settled. He listened to Agafia Mikhailovna's talk of how Prokhor had forgotten God and, with the money Levin had given him to buy a horse, was drinking incessantly and had beaten his wife almost to death. He listened, read the book and remembered the whole course of his thoughts evoked by the reading. This was a book by Tyndall 39, on heat. He remembered Vertical Barr's disapproval of Tyndall for his self-satisfaction over the cleverness of his experiments and for his lack of a philosophical outlook. And suddenly a joyful thought would surface: in 2 years I'll have 2 Frisian cows in my herd. Pava herself may still be alive, 12 young daughters from Burkett, plus these 3 to show off. Wonderful. He picked up his book again. Well, all right, electricity and heat are the same, but is it possible to solve a problem by substituting one quantity for another in an equation? No. Well, what then? The connection between all the forces of nature is felt instinctively as it is. It'll be especially nice when Pava's daughter is already a spotted red cow, and the whole herd, with these 3 thrown in. Splendid. To go out with my wife and guests to meet the herd. My wife will say, Kostya and I tended this calf like a child. How can it interest you so? A guest will say, everything that interests him interests me. But who is she? And he remembered what had happened in Moscow. Well, what to do? I'm not to blame. But now everything will take a new course. It's nonsense that life won't allow it, that the past won't allow it. I must fight to live a better life, much better. He raised his head and pondered. Old Laska, who had not yet quite digested the joy of his arrival and had gone to run around the yard and bark, came back wagging her tail, bringing with her the smell of outdoors, went over to him and thrust her head under his hand, making pitiful little whines and demanding to be patted. She all but speaks, said Agafia Mikhailovna. Just a dog, but she understands that her master's come back and is feeling sad. Why sad? Don't I see it, dear? I ought to know my gentry by now. I grew up among gentry from early on. Never mind, dear, as long as you've got your health and a clear conscience. Levin looked at her intently, surprised that she understood his thoughts. Well, should I bring more tea? She said, and, taking the cup, she went out. Laska kept thrusting her head under his hand. He patted her, and she curled up just at his feet, placing her head on a stretched-out hind leg. And as a sign that all was well and good now, she opened her mouth slightly, smacked her sticky lips, and, settling them better around her old teeth, lapsed into blissful peace. Levin watched these last movements attentively. I'm just the same, he said to himself. Just the same. Never mind. All is well. 28. Early on the morning after the ball, Anna Arkadyevna sent her husband a telegram about her departure from Moscow that same day. No, I must go. She explained the change of her intentions to her sister-in-law in such a tone as if she had remembered countless things she had to do. No, I'd better go today. Stepan Arkadyevich did not dine at home, but promised to come at 7 o'clock to see his sister off. Kitty also did not come, sending a note that she had a headache. Dolly and Anna dined alone with the children and the English governess. Because children are either inconstant or else very sensitive and could feel that Anna was different that day from when they had come to love her so, that she was no longer concerned with them. In any case they suddenly stopped playing with their aunt and loving her, and were quite unconcerned about her leaving. All morning Anna was busy with the preparations for the departure. She wrote notes to Moscow acquaintances, jotted down her accounts, and packed. Generally, it seemed to Dolly that she was not in calm spirits, but in that state of anxiety Dolly knew so well on herself, which comes not without a reason and most often covers up displeasure with oneself. After dinner Anna went to her room to dress and Dolly followed her. You are so strange today, Dolly said to her. You think so? I'm not strange, I'm bad. It happens with me. I keep wanting to weep. It's very stupid, but it passes, Anna said quickly and bent her reddened face to the tiny bag into which she was packing a nightcap and some cambric handkerchiefs. Her eyes had a peculiar shine and kept filling with tears. I was so reluctant to leave Petersburg, and now, to leave here. You came here and did a good deed, said Dolly, studying her intently. Anna looked at her with eyes wet with tears. Don't say that, Dolly. I didn't do anything and couldn't do anything. Often wonder why people have all decided to spoil me. What have I done, and what could I have done? You found enough love in your heart to forgive. Without you, God knows what would have happened. You're so lucky, Anna, said Dolly. Everything in your soul is clear and good. Each of us has his skeletons in his soul, as the English say. What skeletons do you have? Everything's so clear with you. There are some, Anna said suddenly and, unexpectedly after her tears, a sly, humorous smile puckered her lips. Well, then they're funny, your skeletons, and not gloomy, Dolly said, smiling. No, they're gloomy. Do you know why I'm going today and not tomorrow? It's a confession that has been weighing on me, and I want to make it to you, Anna said, resolutely sitting back in the armchair and looking straight into Dolly's eyes. And, to her surprise, Dolly saw Anna blush to the ears, to the curly black ringlets on her neck. Yes, Anna went on. Do you know why Kitty didn't come for dinner? She's jealous of me. I was the reason that this ball was a torment for her and not a joy. But really, I'm not to blame, or only a little, she said, drawing out the word little in a thin voice. Ah, how like Stevie you said that. Dolly laughed. Anna became offended. Oh, no, No, I'm not like Steva, she said, frowning. I'm telling you this because I don't allow myself to doubt myself even for a moment. But the moment she uttered these words, she felt that they were wrong. She not only doubted herself, but felt excitement at the thought of Vronsky, and was leaving sooner than she had wanted only so as not to meet him anymore. Yes, Steva told me you danced the mazurka with him, and you can't imagine how funny it came out. I had only just thought of matchmaking them, and suddenly it was something quite different. Perhaps against my own will She blushed and stopped. Oh, they feel it at once, said Dolly. But I'd be desperate if there were anything serious here on his part, Anna interrupted her. And I'm sure it will all be forgotten, and Kitty will stop hating me. Anyhow, Anna, to tell you the truth, I don't much want this marriage for Kitty. It's better that it come to nothing. If Vronsky, could fall in love with you in one day. Ah, my God, that would be so stupid, said Anna, and again a deep blush of pleasure came to her face when she heard the thought that preoccupied her put into words. And so I'm leaving, having made an enemy of Kitty, whom I came to love so. Ah, she's such a dear. But you'll set things right, Dolly. Yes. Dolly could hardly repress a smile. She loved Anna, but she enjoyed seeing that she, too, had weaknesses. An enemy? That can't be. I so wish you would all love me as I love you. And now I've come to love you still more, she said with tears in her eyes. Ah, how stupid I am. Today. She dabbed her face with her handkerchief and began to dress. Late, just before her departure, Stepan Arkadyevich arrived, with a red and merry face, smelling of wine and cigars. Anna's emotion communicated itself to Dolly, and as she embraced her sister-in-law for the last time, she whispered, "Remember this, Anna, I will never forget what you did for me. And remember that I've loved and will always love you as my best friend." "I don't understand why," said Anna, kissing her and hiding her tears. "You've understood and understand me. Goodbye, my lovely." 29. Well, it's all over, and thank God, was the first thought that came to Anna Arkadyevna when she had said goodbye for the last time to her brother, who stood blocking the way into the carriage until the third bell. She sat down in her plush seat beside Annushka and looked around in the semi-darkness of the sleeping car. 40. Thank God, tomorrow I'll see Seryosha and Alexei Alexandrovich, and my good and usual life will go on as before. Still in the same preoccupied mood that she had been in all day, Anna settled herself with pleasure and precision for the journey. With her small, deft hands she unclasped her little red bag, took out a small pillow, put it on her knees, reclasped the bag, and, after neatly covering her legs, calmly leaned back. An ailing lady was already preparing to sleep. Two other ladies tried to address Anna, and a fat old woman, while covering her legs, made some observations about the heating. Anna said a few words in reply to the ladies, but, foreseeing no interesting conversation, asked Annushka to bring out the little lamp, attached it to the armrest of her seat, and took a paper knife and an English novel from her handbag. At first she was unable to read. To begin with, she was bothered by the bustle and movement. Then, when the train started moving, she could not help listening to the noises, then the snow that beat against the left-hand window and stuck to the glass, and the sight of a conductor passing by, all bundled up and covered with snow on one side, and the talk about the terrible blizzard outside, distracted her attention. Further on it was all the same jolting and knocking, the same snow on the window, the same quick transitions from steaming heat to cold and back to heat, the same flashing of the same faces in the semi-darkness, and the same voices, and Anna began to read and understand what she was reading. Annushka was already dozing, holding the little red bag on her knees with her broad hands in their gloves, one of which was torn. Anna Arkadyevna read and understood, but it was unpleasant for her to read, that is, to follow the reflection of other people's lives. She wanted too much to live herself. When she read about the heroine of the novel taking care of a sick man, she wanted to walk with inaudible steps round the sick man's room. When she read about a member of parliament making a speech, she wanted to make that speech. When she read about how Lady Mary rode to hounds, teasing her sister-in-law and surprising everyone with her courage, she wanted to do it herself. But there was nothing to do, and so, fingering the smooth knife with her small hands, she forced herself to read. The hero of the novel was already beginning to achieve his English happiness, a baronetcy and an estate, and Anna wished to go with him to this estate, when suddenly she felt that he must be ashamed and that she was ashamed of the same thing. But what was he ashamed of? What am I ashamed of? She asked herself in offended astonishment. She put down the book and leaned back in the seat, clutching the paper knife tightly in both hands. There was nothing shameful. She went through all her Moscow memories. They were all good, pleasant. She remembered the ball, remembered Vronsky and his enamored, obedient face, remembered all her relations with him. Nothing was shameful. But just there, at that very place in her memories, the feeling of shame became more intense, as if precisely then, when she remembered Vronsky, some inner voice were telling her, warm, very warm, hot. Well, what then? She said resolutely to herself, shifting her position in the seat. What does it mean? Am I afraid to look at it directly? Well, what of it? Can it be that there exist or ever could exist any other relations between me and this boy officer than those that exist with any acquaintance? She smiled scornfully and again picked up the book, but now was decidedly unable to understand what she was reading. She passed the paper knife over the glass, then put its smooth and cold surface to her cheek and nearly laughed aloud from the joy that suddenly came over her for no reason. She felt her nerves tighten more and more, like strings on winding pegs. She felt her eyes open wider and wider, her fingers and toes move nervously. Something inside her stopped her breath, and all images and sounds in that wavering semi-darkness impressed themselves on her with extraordinary vividness. She kept having moments of doubt whether the carriage was moving forwards or backwards, or standing still. Was that Annushka beside her, or some stranger? What is that on the armrest? A fur coat or some animal? And what am I? Myself or someone else? It was frightening to surrender herself to this oblivion. But something was drawing her in, and she was able, at will, to surrender to it or hold back from it. She stood up in order to come to her senses, threw the rug aside, and removed the pelerine from her warm dress. For a moment she recovered and realized that the skinny muzhik coming in, wearing a long nankeen coat with a missing button, was the stoker, that he was looking at the thermometer, that wind and snow had burst in with him through the doorway. But then everything became confused again. This muzhik with the long waist began to gnaw at something on the wall. The old woman began to stretch her legs out the whole length of the carriage and filled it with a black cloud. Then something screeched and banged terribly, as if someone was being torn to pieces. Then a red fire blinded her eyes, and then everything was hidden by a wall. Anna felt as if she was falling through the floor. But all this was not frightening but exhilarating. The voice of a bundled up and snow-covered man shouted something into her ear. She stood up and came to her senses, realizing that they had arrived at a station and the man was the conductor. She asked Annushka to hand her the pelerine and a shawl, put them on and went to the door. "Are you going out?" asked Annushka. "Yes, I need a breath of air. It's very hot in here." And she opened the door. Blizzard and wind came tearing to meet her and vied with her for the door. This, too, she found exhilarating. She opened the door and went out. The wind, as if only waiting for her, whistled joyfully and wanted to pick her up and carry her off, but she grasped the cold post firmly and, holding her dress down, stepped onto the platform and into the lee of the carriage. The wind was strong on the steps, but on the platform beside the train it was quiet. With pleasure she drew in deep breaths of the snowy, frosty air and, standing by the carriage, looked around the platform and the lit-up station. 30. The terrible snowstorm tore and whistled between the wheels of the carriages, over the posts and around the corner of the station. Carriages, posts, people, everything visible was covered with snow on one side and getting covered more and more. The storm would subside for a moment, but then return again in such gusts that it seemed impossible to withstand it. Meanwhile, people were running, exchanging merry talk, creaking over the planks of the platform, and ceaselessly opening and closing the big doors. The huddled shadow of a man slipped under her feet, and there was the noise of a hammer striking iron. "Give me the telegram." A gruff voice came from across the stormy darkness. "This way, please." Number 28. Various other voices shouted, and bundled up, snow-covered people ran by. Two gentlemen with the fire of cigarettes in their mouths walked past her. She breathed in once more, to get her fill of air, and had already taken her hand from her muff to grasp the post and go into the carriage, when near her another man, in a military greatcoat, screened her from the wavering light of the lantern. She turned and in the same moment recognized the face of Vronsky. Putting his hand to his visor, He bowed to her and asked if she needed anything, if he might be of service to her. She peered at him for quite a long time without answering, and, though he was standing in the shadow, she could see, or thought she could see, the expression of his face and eyes. It was again that expression of respectful admiration which had so affected her yesterday. More than once she had told herself during those recent days, and again just now, that for her Vronsky was one among hundreds of eternally identical young men to be met everywhere, that she would never allow herself even to think of him. But now, in the first moment of meeting him, she was overcome by a feeling of joyful pride. She had no need to ask why he was there. She knew it as certainly as if he had told her that he was there in order to be where she was. "I didn't know you were going." "Why are you going?" she said, letting fall the hand that was already holding the post. And irrepressible joy and animation shone on her face. "Why am I going?" he repeated, looking straight into her eyes. "You know I am going in order to be where you are," he said. "I cannot do otherwise." And just then, as if overcoming an obstacle, the wind dumped snow from the roof of the carriage, blew some torn-off sheet of iron about, and from ahead a low train whistle howled mournfully and drearily. All the terror of the blizzard seemed still more beautiful to her now. He had said the very thing that her soul desired but that her reason feared. She made no reply, and he saw a struggle in her face. "Forgive me if what I have said is unpleasant for you," he said submissively. He spoke courteously, respectfully, but so firmly and stubbornly that for a long time she was unable to make any reply. "What you're saying is bad, and I beg you, if you are a good man, to forget it, as I will forget it," she said at last. "Not one of your words, not one of your movements will I ever forget, and I cannot." "Enough, enough!" she cried out, trying in vain to give a stern expression to her face, into which he peered greedily. And, placing her hand on the cold post, she went up the steps and quickly entered the vestibule of the carriage. But in this little vestibule she stopped, pondering in her imagination what had just happened. Though she could remember neither his words nor her own, she sensed that this momentary conversation had brought them terribly close, and this made her both frightened and happy. She stood for a few seconds, went into the carriage, and took her seat. The magical, strained condition that had tormented her at the beginning not only renewed itself, but grew stronger and reached a point where she feared that something wound too tight in her might snap at any moment. She did not sleep all night. But in that strain and those reveries that filled her imagination there was nothing unpleasant or gloomy. On the contrary, there was something joyful, burning and exciting. Towards morning Anna dozed off in her seat, and when she woke up it was already white, bright, and the train was pulling into Petersburg. At once thoughts of her home, her husband, her son, and the cares of the coming day and those to follow surrounded her. In Petersburg, as soon as the train stopped and she got off, the first face that caught her attention was that of her husband. "Ah, my God! What's happened with his ears?" she thought, looking at his cold and imposing figure and especially struck now by the cartilage of his ears propping up the brim of his round hat. Seeing her, he came to meet her, composing his lips into his habitual mocking smile and looking straight at her with his big weary eyes. Some unpleasant feeling gnawed at her heart as she met his unwavering and wary gaze, as if she had expected him to look different. She was especially struck by the feeling of dissatisfaction with herself that she experienced on meeting him. This was an old, familiar feeling, similar to that state of pretense she experienced in her relations with her husband, but previously she had not noticed it, while now she was clearly and painfully aware of it. "Yes, as you see, your tender husband, tender as in the second year of marriage, is burning with desire to see you," he said in his slow, high voice and in the tone he almost always used with her, a tone in mockery of someone who might actually mean what he said. "Is Seryosha well?" she asked. "Is that all the reward I get for my ardor?" he said. "He's well. He's well." 31. Vronsky did not even try to fall asleep all that night. He sat in his seat, now staring straight ahead of him, now looking over the people going in and out, and if he had struck and troubled strangers before by his air of imperturbable calm, he now seemed still more proud and self-sufficient. He looked at people as if they were things. A nervous young man across from him, who served on the circuit court, came to hate him for that look. The young man lit a cigarette from his, tried talking to him, and even jostled him, to let him feel that he was not a thing but a human being, but Vronsky went on looking at him as at a lamp-post, and the young man grimaced, feeling that he was losing his self-possession under the pressure of this non-recognition of himself as a human being, and was unable to fall asleep because of it. Vronsky did not see anything or anybody. He felt himself a king, not because he thought he had made an impression on Anna, he did not believe that yet, but because the impression she had made on him gave him happiness and pride. What would come of it all, he did not know and did not even consider. He felt that all his hitherto dissipated and dispersed forces were gathered and directed with terrible energy towards one blissful goal. And he was happy in that. He knew only that he had told her the truth, that he was going where she was, that the whole happiness of life, the sole meaning of life, he now found in seeing and hearing her. And when he got off the train at Bologov for a drink of seltzer water, and saw Anna, his first words involuntarily told her just what he thought. And he was glad he had said it to her, that she now knew it and was thinking about it. He did not sleep all night. Returning to his carriage, he kept running through all the attitudes in which he had seen her, all her words, and in his imagination floated pictures of the possible future, making his heart stand still. When he got off the train in Petersburg he felt animated and fresh after his sleepless night, as after a cold bath. He stopped by his carriage, waiting for her to get out. One more time, he said to himself, smiling involuntarily, I'll see her walk, her face, she'll say something, turn her head, look, perhaps smile. But even before seeing her, he saw her husband, whom the station master was courteously conducting through the crowd. Ah, yes, the husband. Only now did Vronsky understand clearly for the first time that the husband was a person connected with her. He knew she had a husband, but had not believed in his existence and fully believed in it only when he saw him, with his head, his shoulders, his legs in black trousers, and especially when he saw this husband calmly take her arm with a proprietary air. Seeing Alexey Alexandrovich with his fresh Petersburg face 41, his sternly self-confident figure, his round hat and slightly curved back, he believed in him and experienced an unpleasant feeling, like that of a man suffering from thirst who comes to a spring and finds in it a dog, a sheep or a pig who has both drunk and muddied the water. The gait of Alexey Alexandrovich, swinging his whole pelvis and his blunt feet, was especially offensive to Vronsky. Only for himself did he acknowledge the unquestionable right to love her. But she was still the same, and her appearance still affected him in the same way, physically reviving, arousing his soul, and filling it with happiness. He told his German footman, who came running from second class, to take his things and go, and he himself went up to her. He saw the first meeting of husband and wife and, with the keen-sightedness of a man in love, noticed signs of the slight constraint with which she talked to her husband. No, she does not and cannot love him, he decided to himself. As he came up to Anna Arkadyevna from behind, he noticed with joy that she, sensing his approach, looked around and, recognizing him, turned back to her husband. "Did you have a good night?" he said, bowing to her and her husband together, and giving Alexey Alexandrovich a chance to take this bow to his own account and recognize him or not, as he wished. "Very good, thank you," she replied. Her face seemed tired, and there was none of that play of animation in it which begged to come out now in her smile, now in her eyes. Yet for a moment, as she glanced at him, something flashed in her eyes and, although this fire went out at once, he was happy in that moment. She looked at her husband to see whether he knew Vronsky. Alexey Alexandrovich was looking at Vronsky with displeasure, absently trying to recall who he was. Vronsky's common self-confidence here clashed like steel against stone with the cold self-confidence of Alexey Alexandrovich. "Count Vronsky," said Anna. "Ah, we're acquainted, I believe," Alexey Alexandrovich said with indifference, offering his hand. "You went with the mother and came back with the son," he said, articulating distinctly, as if counting out each word. "You must be returning from leave?" he said and, without waiting for an answer, addressed his wife in his bantering tone. "So, were there many tears shed in Moscow over the parting?" By addressing his wife in this way, he made it clear to Vronsky that he wished to be left alone, and, turning to him, he touched his hat, but Vronsky addressed Anna Arkadyevna. "I hope to have the honor of calling on you," he said. Alexey Alexandrovich looked at Vronsky with his weary eyes. "I'd be delighted," he said coldly. "We receive on Mondays." Then, having dismissed Vronsky altogether, he said to his wife, And how good it is that I had precisely half an hour to meet you and that I have been able to show you my tenderness," continuing in the same bantering tone. "You emphasize your tenderness far too much for me to value it greatly," she said in the same bantering tone, involuntarily listening to the sound of Vronsky's footsteps behind them. "But what do I care?" she thought, and began asking her husband how Seryosha had spent the time without her. "Oh, wonderfully. Mariette says he was very nice and, I must upset you, didn't miss you, unlike your husband. But merci once again, my dear, for the gift of one day. Our dear Samovar will be delighted." He called the celebrated Countess Lydia Ivanovna Samovar, because she was always getting excited and heated up about things. "She's been asking about you, and you know, if I may be so bold as to advise you, you might just go to see her today. She takes everything to heart so." Now, besides all her other troubles, she's concerned with reconciling the Oblonsks. Countess Lydia Ivanovna was her husband's friend and the center of one of the circles of Petersburg society with which Anna was most closely connected through her husband. "I did write to her, but she needs everything in detail. Go, if you're not tired, my dear." "Well, Kondraty will take you in a carriage, and I'm off to the committee." "I won't be alone at dinner anymore," Alexey Alexandrovich went on, no longer in a bantering tone. "You wouldn't believe how I've got used to," and, pressing her hand for a long time, with a special smile, he helped her into the carriage. 32. The first person to meet Anna at home was her son. He came running down the stairs to her, despite the cries of the governess, and with desperate rapture shouted, "Mama, Mama!" Rushing to her, he hung on her neck. "I told you it was Mama," he cried to the governess. "I knew it." And the son, just like the husband, produced in Anna a feeling akin to disappointment. She had imagined him better than he was in reality. She had to descend into reality to enjoy him as he was. But he was charming even as he was, with his blonde curls, blue eyes and full, shapely legs and tight-fitting stockings. Anna experienced almost a physical pleasure in the feeling of his closeness and caress, and a more at ease when she met his simple-hearted, trusting and loving eyes and heard his naive questions. She took out the presents that Dolly's children had sent and told her son about the girl Tanya in Moscow and how this Tanya knew how to read and even taught the other children. "And am I worse than she is?" asked Seryosha. "For me you're the best in the world." "I know that," said Seryosha, smiling. Before Anna had time to have coffee, Countess Lydia Ivanovna was announced. Countess Lydia Ivanovna was a tall, stout woman with an unhealthy yellow complexion and beautiful, pensive dark eyes. Anna loved her, but today she saw her as if for the first time with all her shortcomings. "Well, my friend, did you bear the olive branch?" Countess Lydia Ivanovna asked as soon as she came into the room. "Yes, it's all over, but it was not as important as we thought," Anna replied. "Generally, my Belsar is too headstrong." But Countess Lydia Ivanovna, who was interested in everything that did not concern her, had the habit of never listening to what interested her. She interrupted Anna. "Yes, there is much woe and wickedness in the world, but I'm so exhausted today." "What's wrong?" asked Anna, trying to repress a smile. "I'm beginning to weary of breaking lances for the truth in vain, and sometimes I go quite to pieces." The business with the Little Sisters, this was a philanthropic, religious and patriotic institution, would have gone splendidly, but it's impossible to do anything with these gentlemen, Countess Lydia Ivanovna added in mock submission to her fate. They seized on the idea, distorted it, and now discuss it in such a petty, worthless fashion. 2 or 3 people, your husband among them, understand the full significance of this business, but the others only demean it. Yesterday Pravdin wrote to me. Pravdin was a well-known panslavist 42, who lived abroad. Countess Lydia Ivanovna proceeded to recount the contents of his letter. Then she told of further troubles and schemes against the cause of church unity and left hurriedly, because that afternoon she still had to attend a meeting of some society and then of the Slavic Committee. All this was there before, but why didn't I notice it before? Anna said to herself. Or is she very irritated today? In fact, it's ridiculous. Her goal is virtue. She's a Christian, yet she's angry all the time, and they're all her enemies, and they're all enemies on account of Christianity and virtue. After Countess Lydia Ivanovna had left, an acquaintance came, the wife of a director, and told her all the news about town. At 3 o'clock she also left, promising to come for dinner. Alexey Alexandrovich was at the ministry. Finding herself alone, Anna spent the time before dinner sitting with her son while he ate. He dined separately, putting her things in order and reading and answering the notes and letters that had accumulated on her desk. Her agitation and the sense of groundless shame she had experienced during the journey disappeared completely. In the accustomed conditions of her life she again felt herself firm and irreproachable. She recalled with astonishment her state yesterday. What happened? Nothing. Vronsky said a foolish thing, which it was easy to put an end to, and I replied as I ought to have done. To speak of it with my husband is unnecessary and impossible. To speak of it would mean giving importance to something that has none. She recalled how she had told him of a near declaration that one of her husband's young subordinates had made to her in Petersburg, and how Alexey Alexandrovich had replied that, living in society, any woman may be subject to such things, but that he fully trusted her tact and would never allow either himself or her to be demeaned by jealousy. So there's no reason to tell him? Yes, thank God, and there's nothing to tell, she said to herself. 33. Alexey Alexandrovich returned from the ministry at 4 o'clock, but, as often happened, had no time to go to her room. He proceeded to his study to receive the waiting petitioners and sign some papers brought by the office manager. At dinner, 3 or 4 people always dined with the Karenins. There were Alexey Alexandrovich's elderly female cousin, the department director and his wife, and a young man recommended to Alexey Alexandrovich at work. Anna came out to the drawing room to entertain them. At exactly 5 o'clock, before the Peter the Great bronze clock struck for the 5th time, Alexey Alexandrovich came out in a white tie and a tailcoat with 2 stars, because he had to leave right after dinner. Every minute of Alexey Alexandrovich's life was occupied and scheduled. And in order to have time to do what he had to do each day, Leo held to the strictest punctuality. Without haste and without rest was his motto. He entered the room, bowed to everyone, and hastily sat down, smiling at his wife. Yes, my solitude is ended. You wouldn't believe how awkward, he emphasized the word awkward, it is to dine alone. Over dinner he talked with his wife about Moscow affairs, asked with a mocking smile about Stepan Arkadyevich, but the conversation was mainly general, about Petersburg administrative and social affairs. After dinner he spent half an hour with his guests and, again pressing his wife's hand with a smile, left and went to the council. This time Anna went neither to see Princess Betsy Tverskoy, who, on learning of her return, had invited her for the evening, nor to the theater, where she had a box for that night. She did not go mainly because the dress she had counted on was not ready. Having turned to her toilette after her guest's departure, Anna was very annoyed. Before leaving for Moscow, she, who was generally an expert at dressing not very expensively, had given her dressmaker 3 dresses to be altered. The dresses needed to be altered so that they could not be recognized, and they were to have been ready 3 days ago. It turned out that 2 of the dresses were not ready at all, and the 3rd had not been altered in the way Anna wanted. The dressmaker came and explained that it was better as she had done it, and Anna got so upset that afterwards she was ashamed to remember it. To calm herself completely, she went to the nursery and spent the whole evening with her son, put him to bed herself, made a cross over him and covered him with a blanket. She was glad that she had not gone anywhere and had spent the evening so well. She felt light and calm. She saw clearly that everything that had seemed so important to her on the train was merely one of the ordinary, insignificant episodes of social life, and there was nothing to be ashamed of before others or herself. Anna sat by the fireplace with her English novel and waited for her husband. At exactly 9:30 the bell rang, and he came into the room. "It's you at last," she said, giving him her hand. He kissed her hand and sat down beside her. "Generally, I see your trip was a success," he said to her. "Yes, very," she replied, and started telling him everything from the beginning: her journey with Madame Vronsky, her arrival, the accident at the railway station. Then she told of the pity she had felt, first for her brother, then for Dolly. "I don't suppose one can possibly excuse such a man, though he is your brother," Alexey Alexandrovich said sternly. Anna smiled. She understood that he had said it precisely to show that considerations of kinship could not keep him from expressing his sincere opinion. She knew this feature in her husband and liked it. "I'm glad it all ended satisfactorily and that you've come back," he continued. "Well, What are they saying there about the new statute I passed in the council? Anna had heard nothing about this statute, and felt ashamed that she could so easily forget something so important for him. Here, on the contrary, it caused a good deal of stir, he said with a self-satisfied smile. She could see that Alexey Alexandrovitch wanted to tell her something that pleased him about this matter, and by her question she led him to telling it. With the same self-satisfied smile, he told her about an ovation he had received as a result of the passing of this statute. I was very glad. This proves that a reasonable and firm view of the matter is finally being established among us. Having finished his bread and a second glass of tea with cream, Alexey Alexandrovitch got up and went to his study. And you didn't go out anywhere? It must have been boring for you, he said. Oh, no, she replied, getting up after him and accompanying him across the drawing room to his study. What are you reading now? She asked. I'm now reading the Duc de Lille, Poésie des Enfers, 43, he replied. A very remarkable book. Anna smiled, as one smiles at the weaknesses of people one loves, and, putting her arm under his, accompanied him to the door of the study. She knew his habit, which had become a necessity, of reading in the evenings. She knew that in spite of the responsibilities of service which consumed almost all his time, he considered it his duty to follow everything remarkable that appeared in the intellectual sphere. She also knew that he was indeed interested in books on politics, philosophy, theology, that art was completely foreign to his nature, but that, in spite of that, or rather because of it, Alexey Alexandrovitch did not miss anything that caused a stir in that area, and considered it his duty to read everything. She knew that in the areas of politics, philosophy and theology, Alexey Alexandrovitch doubted or searched, but in questions of art and poetry, and especially music, of which he lacked all understanding, he had the most definite and firm opinions. He liked to talk about Shakespeare, Raphael, Beethoven, about the significance of the new schools in poetry and music, which with him were all sorted out in a very clear order. Well, God bless you, she said at the door of the study, where a shaded candle and a carafe of water had already been prepared for him beside the armchair. And I'll write to Moscow. He pressed her hand and again kissed it. All the same, he's a good man, truthful, kind and remarkable in his sphere, Anna said to herself, going back to her room, as if defending him before someone who was accusing him and saying that it was impossible to love him. But why do his ears stick out so oddly? Did he have his hair cut? Exactly at midnight, when Anna was still sitting at her desk finishing a letter to Dolly, she heard the measured steps of slippered feet, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, washed and combed, a book under his arm, came up to her. It's time, he said with a special smile, and went into the bedroom. And what right did he have to look at him like that? Thought Anna, recalling how Vronsky had looked at Alexey Alexandrovitch. She undressed and went to the bedroom, but not only was that animation which had simply burst from her eyes and smile when she was in Moscow gone from her face, on the contrary, the fire now seemed extinguished in her or hidden somewhere far away. 34. On his departure from Petersburg, Vronsky had left his big apartment on Morsky to his friend and favorite comrade Petritsky. Petritsky was a young lieutenant, of no especially high nobility, not only not rich but in debt all around, always drunk towards evening, and often ending up in the guardhouse for various funny and dirty episodes, but loved by both his comrades and his superiors. Driving up to his apartment from the railway station towards noon, Vronsky saw a familiar hired carriage by the entrance. In response to his ring, he heard men's laughter from behind the door, a woman's voice prattling in French and Petritsky's shout, "If it's one of those villains, don't let him in." Vronsky told the orderly not to announce him and quietly went into the front room. Baroness Shilton, Petritsky's lady friend, her lilac satin dress and rosy fair face shining, and her canary-like Parisian talk filling the whole room, was sitting at a round table making coffee. Petritsky in civilian overcoat and the cavalry captain Komarovsky in full uniform, probably just off duty, were sitting on either side of her. "Bravo, Vronsky!" cried Petritsky, jumping up noisily from his chair. The host himself. "Coffee for him, Baroness, from the new coffee pot." "We weren't expecting you." "I hope you're pleased with the new ornament of your study," he said, pointing to the Baroness. "You are acquainted?" "What else?" said Vronsky, smiling gaily and pressing the Baroness's little hand. "We are old friends." "You are back from a trip," said the Baroness, "so I'll run off." "Oh, I'll leave this very minute if I'm in the way." "You are at home right where you are, Baroness," said Vronsky. "Good day, Komarovsky," he added, coldly shaking Komarovsky's hand. "See, and you never know how to say such pretty things." The Baroness turned to Petritsky. "No? Why not?" "I'll do no worse after dinner." "After dinner there's no virtue in it." "Well, then I'll give you some coffee. Go wash and tidy yourself up," said the Baroness, sitting down again and carefully turning a screw in the new coffee pot. "Pass me the coffee, Pierre." She turned to Petritsky, whom she called Pierre after his last name, not concealing her relations with him. "I'll add some more." "You'll spoil it." "No, I won't." "Well, and your wife?" the Baroness said suddenly, interrupting Vronsky's conversation with his comrade. "We've got you married here." "Did you bring your wife?" "No, Baroness. I was born a gypsy and I'll die a gypsy." "So much the better, so much the better. Give me your hand." And the Baroness, without letting go of Vronsky's hand, began telling him her latest plans for her life, interspersing it with jokes, and asking for his advice. "He keeps refusing to grant me a divorce." "Well, what am I to do?" He was her husband. "I want to start proceedings." "How would you advise me?" "Komarovsky, keep an eye on the coffee, it's boiling over, you can see I'm busy." "I want proceedings, because I need my fortune." "Do you understand this stupidity, that I'm supposedly unfaithful to him?" she said with scorn. "And so he wants to have use of my estate?" Vronsky listened with pleasure to this merry prattle of a pretty woman, agreed with her, gave half-jocular advice, and generally adopted his habitual tone in dealing with women of her kind. In his Petersburg world, all people were divided into two completely opposite sorts. One was the inferior sort, the banal, stupid and, above all, ridiculous people who believed that one husband should live with one wife, whom he has married in church, that a girl should be innocent, a woman modest, a man manly, temperate and firm, that one should raise children, earn one's bread, pay one's debts, and other such stupidities. This was an old-fashioned and ridiculous sort of people. But there was another sort of people, the real ones, to which they all belonged, and for whom one had, above all, to be elegant, handsome, magnanimous, bold, gay, to give oneself to every passion without blushing and laugh at everything else. Vronsky was stunned only for the first moment, after the impressions of a completely different world that he had brought from Moscow, but at once, as if putting his feet into old slippers, he stepped back into his former gay and pleasant world. The coffee never got made, but splashed on everything and boiled over and produced precisely what was needed, that is, gave an excuse for noise and laughter, spilling on the expensive carpet and the Baroness's dress. "Well, goodbye now, or else you'll never get washed, and I'll have on my conscience the worst crime of a decent person, uncleanliness." "So your advice is a knife at his throat?" "Absolutely, and with your little hand close to his lips." "He'll kiss your hand, and all will end well," Vronsky replied. "Tonight, then, at the French Theater." And she disappeared, her dress rustling. Komarovsky also stood up, and Vronsky, not waiting for him to leave, gave him his hand and went to his dressing room. While he washed, Petritsky described his own situation in a few strokes, to the extent that it had changed since Vronsky's departure. Of money there was none. His father said he would not give him any, nor pay his debts. One tailor wanted to have him locked up, and the other was also threatening to have him locked up without fail. The commander of the regiment announced that if these scandals did not stop, he would have to resign. He was fed up with the Baroness, especially since she kept wanting to give him money. But there was one. He would show her to Vronsky, a wonder, a delight, in the severe Levantine style, the slave girl Rebecca genre 44, you know. He had also quarreled yesterday with Berkashev, who wanted to send his seconds, but surely nothing would come of that. Generally, everything was excellent and extremely jolly. And, not letting his friend go deeper into the details of his situation, Petritsky started telling him all the interesting news. Listening to his so familiar stories, in the so familiar surroundings of his apartment of 3 years, Vronsky experienced the pleasant feeling of returning to his accustomed and carefree Petersburg life. "It can't be!" he cried, releasing the pedal of the washstand from which water poured over his robust red neck. "It can't be!" he cried at the news that Laura was now with Mileva and had dropped Ferdinand, and he's still just as stupid and content. "Well, and what about Buzyalukov?" "Ah, there was a story with Buzyalukov." "Lovely!" cried Petritsky. "He has this passion for balls, and he never misses a single court ball. So he went to a big ball in a new helmet." "Have you seen the new helmets?" "Very good, much lighter." "There he stands." "No, listen." "I am listening," Vronsky replied, rubbing himself with a Turkish towel. The Grand Duchess passes by with some ambassador, and, as luck would have it, they begin talking about the new helmets. So the Grand Duchess wants to show him a new helmet. They see our dear fellow standing there. Petritsky showed how he was standing there with his helmet. The Grand Duchess tells him to hand her the helmet. He won't do it. "What's the matter?" They wink at him, nod, frown. "Hand it over." He won't. He freezes. Can you imagine? Then that one, what's his name, wants to take the helmet from him. He won't let go. He tears it away, hands it to the Grand Duchess. "Here's the new helmet," says the Grand Duchess. She turns it over and, can you imagine, out of it, bang, falls a pear and some sweets, 2 pounds of sweets. He had it all stashed away, the dear fellow. Vronsky rocked with laughter. And for a long time afterwards, talking about other things, he would go off into his robust laughter, exposing a solid row of strong teeth, when he remembered about the helmet. Having learned all the news, Vronsky, with the help of his footman, put on his uniform and went to report. After reporting, he intended to call on his brother, then on Betsy, and then to pay several visits, so that he could begin to appear in the society where he might meet Anna. As always in Petersburg, he left home not to return till late at night.